You're live.
And we're live. Perfect.
Well, we are here. I think we're going to have a little video before we start. I'm Steve Fisher, and this is Rebecca Fisher. And
we're with Max Brooks. Thank you, Max, for joining us.
Thank you. We're this weekend, we're all about raising money for the organization Mom Bomb. And we have a little commercial we're going to play to tell you a little bit about what Mom Bomb is.
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom? Perfect.
All right.
That's
good.
That's why we're here today, to help moms.
Yep. And you should have, you should be seeing a donation link at the bottom. And, at any time, feel free to donate to, there's the link right there. Donate. Anyone who donates $10.
Well, for every $10 that you donate, you'll be entered in a sweepstakes to possibly win one of 3 prize boxes. And I believe we still have some Mom Bomb gift sets left. So I think there's 3 Mom Bomb gift sets left. So anyone who donates $50 or more will get one of those until they're gone.
And if you want to,
make sure to put your name on your donation. We need to know who you are. So if you're anonymous, we won't be entered.
Correct. All right. Well, how you doing, Max?
So far, so good. Nice to be here.
Good.
Thank you for asking me.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. We're very excited. Let's get started. Tell us about, as a child, before you became Max Brooks, famous author and everything else, what was life like as a young kid growing up?
Lots and lots of cocaine. I mean, I almost feel like that's the answer some people want. Because people say, so like you're growing up, like your dad was Mel Brooks, your mom was Anne Bancroft. Although once I was doing an interview on Fox once, and they said, so your dad's Mel Brooks, your mother was Lauren Bacall. And I was like, if she is, then my dad's got a lot of explaining to do. But it's like, okay, it's Fox. Don't fact check them. It's growing up, I was very lucky. I was phenomenally privileged, but not for the reasons you think. My privilege came from the fact that I was very, and still am, very, very dyslexic. But I was privileged to have a mom who not only was able to discover it, but who fought like a lioness to save her kid from just falling into despair. Because I think that's something that we don't talk about enough, or we certainly didn't back then. When you're learning disabled, and let's be very clear, they try to call it's a difference. No, it's not a difference, okay? It's a difference. If you're in a wheelchair and there's stairs and a ramp, that's a difference. If there's no ramp, that's a disability. So when you are diagnosed with dyslexia in the 1980s, late 70s, early 80s, and there's almost no services and no teachers heard of it, and the attitude of the education system, even, by the way, the private education system, is that the kid is just lazy and goofing off. And also the prejudice that, well, he's the child of celebrity, so he's goofing off because he's a brat and he can get away with it. That's a disability. So my mother had me tested at the Marion Frostick Center. They gave her a spreadsheet of all the things that I would struggle with and also how I could learn differently. And she made that her life. You can see it on her IMDb page from, it was like 1981 to about 1990. It was just where she made me her career and fought to develop coping mechanisms for me, and would go to the school every year and meet with all the teachers and try to explain, the kid is working as hard, if not harder than the other kids. but here's what he needs in order to get through. Things like untimed tests, because if you have a kid with a learning issue, the anxiety is way worse than the issue itself, because it starts to spiral. You don't do well, and then you get nervous that you don't do well, and then the nervousness clouds your brain, so you sit down and take a test, and you're a goner before you even start. So untimed tests, typing. They would always say, well, his handwriting is atrocious. My mother's like, yeah, if he was Bob Cratchit, this is not the 19th century. All right. Can we be clear about this? So my mother made me take a typing course. And I'm like, I want to take a typing course. And she was like, you need to learn how to communicate, not doing this, because this is not working.
Yeah.
You know, and by the way, shaming doesn't work either. I remember the teacher saying, hey, everyone, look at the weird way Max holds his pencil.
Oh.
But that was the way. But my mother's like, no, you're going to learn how to type, and it's going to suck, and you're going to complain, but you're going to damn well learn how to do it. So another coping mechanism. But one of the most important ones was learning through the ears, because it was discovered in my testing that I learned better through audible information. So my mother, thank God, already had two advantages on her side. She knew the Braille Center, because she played Annie Sullivan with Helen Keller.
Oh,
Miracle
right.
worker. So she'd done research for her role, and part of that was going to the Braille Center here in LA. And one of their services was they would read books on tape. So they read my high school books to cassette. And I was used to that because my mother read to me every night. And then when she would go do a movie, she would finish the book she was reading onto cassette herself.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
So that was already something I was comfortable with. So that's why, if you like the audio versions of my books, it's because that's how I grew up.
Yeah.
It helped me see them, hear them, realize, no, the World War Z audiobook can be better than the actual book itself.
Yeah.
And it helped me cast it. I mean, literally years later, I don't know if you remember on the World War Z audiobook, one of the guys is F. Murray Abraham. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to get him, and they were like, you're not going to get F. Murray Abraham. The guy doesn't. I remember the email they sent me. F. Murray Abraham does not roll out of bed unless it's for a small fortune to do an audiobook, and we do not have that. So I wrote to him. I said, Mr. Abraham, I grew up very dyslexic, and when I was a kid, my mother gave me the audiobook of Tom Clancy's Red Storm Rising, in which you read all the parts and you did all the accents. And you showed me that an audiobook can be an art form unto itself. And I don't have a small fortune to give you, but I can give you a time machine back to making this kid's dream come true. Uh-huh. And he's like, I'll do it, kid. So that goes back to my mom.
Wow. I love that. Yeah, the World War Z audiobook is basically on constantly in my headphones. Like constantly.
Audiobooks mean everything to me. I mean, that's why, like, you know, when it comes time to do it, like, I get hardcore, and I get, I'm sure the producers all hate me because I'm always on their ass. When it came time to do Devolution, I was like, I met Judy Greer because being on Bill Maher so often, one of the producers is married to Judy. So I met her at one of the Bill Maher cocktail parties afterwards. And I'm like, would you do my audiobook? Reaching out to, once again, I got Jeff Daniels because of something my mother taught me.
That's amazing.
My mother said, whenever you meet an artist, compliment them on a project that you love of theirs that didn't do so well commercially. Right? She always said, like, if you meet Stanley Kubrick, don't say to him you love 2001. Everybody loves or The Shining. Tell him you love Barry Lyndon.
Yeah.
So when I wrote to Jeff Daniels, I said, Mr. Daniels, I am a fan of yours, not just as an actor, but as a playwright, because I know you're a playwright, because I had the good fortune to see one of your plays.
Ooh.
And I wrote to him about how great it was, where they tried to cast Arnold Schwarzenegger as Jesus. I said, you're an amazing playwright and you're an amazing actor. And would you please be part of this project? And he was like, oh yeah, sure. I'd love to. That's kind of Mark Hamill. So when I wrote to Mark Hamill in World War Z, I said, you were in a movie called The Big Red One, where you played a World War II GI, and you go from being a pacifist to a stone cold killer. If you could translate that character 20 years later, that's the guy.
Yeah.
Now, some of the people that I cast, I just cheated. In the Minecraft books, the first book is read by Jack Black. The second and third book are read by Sean Astin. I went to high school with both of them.
Oh.
Okay.
That's awesome. That's
So,
awesome.
Yeah.
What got us the most, so I didn't read like the cast of the audiobook before I bought it and downloaded it, started listening. I was just like, World War Z, perfect, and downloaded it. And then I realized, and then I'm listening to it and I'm hearing all these voices, and I'm great with recognizing people by their voices. And I kept hearing, and I was like, wait, that's Nathan Fillion. And then I made him just listen to the section with Nathan Fillion, because we're both huge Browncoats, big Firefly fans. And I was like, you have to listen to this.
He's so good. See, and this is something I also learned growing up with my parents, is that a lot of times actors get put in boxes.
Yeah.
And you see them as that guy. And Nathan Fillion is always sort of seen as like funny and kind of goofy and gorgeous. You don't see the depth and the sadness.
Right.
And he does it in both World War Z and Devolution.
Yeah.
He plays this sort of deeply broken, just steeped in loss. And he doesn't get a chance to do that very often.
No, and he does such a good job of it.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. That's amazing. Oh, Kristen Marie says, after we had Hurricane Sandy, I put together a blackout box for my brother, and I put a paperback copy of World War Z in it. Oh, that's amazing, Kristen.
Once again, this goes back to my mom. Because my mom always, she was a depression kid and a cancer survivor, at least the first round. I got her the second time, but boy, thank God she survived the first round.
Yeah.
But she was always planning for what could go wrong. So growing up, living in Southern California, we always had an earthquake kit, and she would explain to me what was in it. And we had an earthquake plan. Here's what we do if you're at school or if you're out, here's how you get home. Here's our meeting place. Always. So Zombie Survival Guide was pretty much just a disaster preparedness manual where the catalyst is fake, but everything in it's 100% real. Same thing in World War Z. Just years and years of researching how do countries respond to existential crises. And even though it's zombies, there's no magical solution, right? It's literally just like, here's how countries would respond to natural disasters, plagues, nuclear war, just everything, even though this thing happens to be fictional.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's why soldiers have come up to me and said, I took your Zombie Survival Guide to Afghanistan. I mean, it's why I'm on all these military think tanks, because I do my homework, and I take this stuff very, very seriously. I don't blow off anything. Oh my God. I've had moments where I get a little bit too intense, because I care. Yeah, I care. And if people don't care and they're around me, and I have no use for them. I'm like, you're either in this 100% or go do something else.
Yeah, I get it. What is your number one tip for just a normal person, like for me and Steve, if there were a zombie apocalypse were to start right now?
You got to think. You got to think clearly. Anxiety just drowns us.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You've got to just take a breath. You got to just think. You got to be like, okay, what do I do? I mean, panic is built into our DNA because we're in the middle of the food chain, right? We're not lions. When you go to the zoo and you see the lion's like, I'm top of the food chain. What do I care? I'm just going to lie here and show you my balls. The monkeys at the zoo are always like this.
Yeah.
That's us. So we have to suppress that. And societies do this. Militaries do this. That's why they train you to do the same task over and over and over again, sometimes when they're shooting over your head. So that way, when you're really in it, they're shooting over your head, your brain is already trained. You go, oh, yeah, I know how to do this. Instead of, oh, my God, what was that?
Mm-hmm.
So find a way to think clearly under pressure, because that will save you.
Awesome. Very good advice.
Yeah.
Awesome. So World War Z was my very first ever zombie novel.
Oh, wow.
And it was the first one I'd ever read. I thought I hated zombies. I thought I hated zombie stories. I thought they just weren't for me. And then I read World War Z and was like, I think I actually kind of like zombie stories. So now I snatch up everything zombie all the time. And when the movie came out, I took my dad. We took my dad. My dad loves movies. And he loves sci-fi. He loves fantasy. You know, we're all nerds. And we took my dad to see World War Z in the theater.
So he thought that he had heard nothing.
He didn't know anything about it.
None of the movie advertisements, marketing, anything had reached him.
He hadn't read the book. He didn't know.
Oh, thank God. All right. No, but that's great.
World War Z.
You'll enjoy the movie much better if you haven't read the book.
Would you like to see World War Z with us?
Right.
And in his head, he was thinking, well, let's see. Z is the final letter of the alphabet. So it must be about the war to end all wars. He's terrified of zombies.
We didn't realize that this is a thing for him. So we're sitting there in the theater watching the movie, and he just keeps, all of a sudden I look over and he's like this. And then he just keeps like sinking and sinking in the chair. Poor dad. We had no idea.
Well, you know, it's funny. I did the exact same thing when I saw the movie, just for a different reason.
It's fabulous. I like the movie. You just can't really compare it to, you can't go in expecting it to be like the book.
Oh no. And I got very lucky in that they totally ignored the book. So I didn't even have to watch like my characters be eviscerated or the plot be twisted. Thank God. Thank God it was just, I kind of got the best of both worlds in that they ignored the book, but they kept the title, which drove attention to the book. Oh, believe me, there are other book to movie adaptations. To this day, I lose sleep over. Starship Troopers.
Oh, yes.
Or I should say Starship Troopers 90210. And I know him. I know Paul Verhoeven. And that's another tip that my mother always taught me, which is find something nice to say. Mm-hmm. Don't lie. Do not lie.
Right.
They'll catch you. Mm-hmm. So find something honestly nice to say. So when I met Paul Verhoeven, I was like, hey, Paul Verhoeven, I loved RoboCop. Just leave it at that.
Yeah. Yep. Very true.
And I did. So there we go.
Very true. That's awesome. So why zombies?
Oh God, they scare the hell out of me.
I love it.
Yeah. Oh my God, they're terrifying. Like I'm not one of those pseudo macho, dillweeds who thinks a zombie apocalypse would be fun. Because there's a lot of those. Oh man, like if zombie apocalypse happened, I could be the alpha male that everyone, doesn't think I could be. Yeah. I'm like, no, dude, you'll be dead of infection on like day 4. No, they terrify me because every other horror film you can avoid. Most horror films, you cast yourself in that role and you say, well, just don't go in the water, you idiot. There's a giant shark.
Stay out of the basement.
Don't go to the summer camp.
Right.
Oh, I heard something. Well, don't go investigate.
Yeah.
That's your ass. Zombies, it's kind of like being a civilian in a war that you had nothing to do with. right? You didn't start it. You know, a zombie plague is like you're just living your life, and then suddenly the world starts falling to pieces around you. And by the way, what's so terrifying really for me is you can die without ever having seen a zombie. Because the real threat is that they eat through the threads that hold society together.
Yeah.
You know, we live in this like first world bubble of indoor plumbing and sewage and electricity and refrigeration and cops and fire departments. You know, zombies take all that away. And suddenly you're living a Somali existence. And you can die of dehydration. You can die of infection. You know, you wall off your little compound, but you don't know how to dispose of your poo. You're going to die of disease within a couple weeks.
Yes.
So that to me is absolutely terrifying. So that's why when you're fighting zombies, you're not just fighting zombies. You are fighting a Stone Age existence. Because that's what they bring.
Yes, very true. And that is terrifying to a lot of us. Yeah.
That is terrifying. Oh no, man! I'm good. You know, I've got my AR-15 with my laser scope, and okay, well, you run out of bullets, and your laser scope runs out of batteries, and then what do you do?
Right.
Do you have a way?
He'll be dead before then because he doesn't know how to dispose of his poo.
Right. I mean, if you don't know how to purify water, you'll be dead in 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
So way to go, dude.
Congratulations on the big gun. Yeah. Very true. Very true. Now I noticed that the styles between World War Z and De-Evolution, and it's backwards for me. So World War Z and De-Evolution, they're both kind of like a found footage almost style where with this journal entries. And do you like, is that your preferred style? Is that what you like? Or did it just happen to fit the ideas the best?
It fits the idea. I'm always doing it. You know, the narration, the storytelling fits the story for me. Mm-hmm. So like World War Z, I thought that's a great way of telling the big story.
Yes.
The big global plague. And when I was a kid, my mother gave me the audiobook of Studs Terkel's The Good War.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So I was like, oh, there you go. That's the way to do it. With De-Evolution, it was like, okay, it's a found diary. How else are you going to do it? Because otherwise, you know who's going to survive and you know who doesn't.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Minecraft books. Now, the novel I'm working on now is not that. It's more like a Tom Clancy novel.
Oh, interesting.
It's like a godlike perspective with 10 different threads all weaving together. Okay. Which is an insane amount of work. Oh my God. Oh my God. Because you can't leave stuff out.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
With World War Z, De-Evolution, Minecraft, you can leave stuff out because that's all the character is seeing. Whereas this one, you see everything and you really got to decide this is an important piece of information. This is not. So not just the research, but the decision making. What do I put in? What do I not put in? Right. Every scene. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Yeah. Good times.
Yeah. It sounds like it. That's amazing. And I love De-Evolution. The idea of Sasquatch as like the monster. I love it.
Terrifying. Before zombies, I was scared of Bigfoot. Oh yeah. I mean, you want to nerd out? Like, remember, I'm 52 years old. I am Gen X to the core. So my generation grew up just playing with our G.I. Joes on the carpet with whatever came on TV.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whatever. And so if there was a faux documentary called The Mysterious Monsters, narrated by Peter Graves, where they have reenactments, and you don't know the reenactments because you're 6 years old.
And
Sasquatch fist just smashes through the window trying to grab the woman watching TV, and you're watching TV next to the window.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. No.
Amazing. I love it. So what does your writing process look like?
Oh boy. Well, it starts with a question. How would I survive a real zombie attack?
Mm-hmm.
Then how would countries survive a real zombie attack? Or like with devolution, once again, remember how we talked about don't make bad decisions?
Yeah.
There are hungry giant apes in the woods. Don't go in the freaking woods. Just don't. But what if they come to you? But how would I do that? So that's the question. How would I craft a story where Sasquatch would smash through that window? Well, where is the window? Where is the house? And how would I be in my nice, comfortable house, but out in the wilderness? So then you work backwards. Then you craft an answer to fit the question. So that's step one. Then the next step, how would it really happen? And that can involve months or years of homework.
Yeah.
And that involves reading books. Thank God now we have text to speech so I can listen. And
right.
I have a hard copy of every book I'm listening to, so I'm underlining as I go. Oh, that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Pause, underline, dog ear, so then I have my reference book.
Okay.
Then I have to talk to real experts. There's no substitute for that. So sometimes, thank God, I know people who know people.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I got to like cold call people. Like I'll read articles on certain events.
Yeah.
And then I got to just call these people or just write them an email. And thank God some of them get back to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes you got to actually do the stuff physically with your hand to see if your character could do it. So I went to where I had positioned my town in devolution to see if my characters could just walk out.
Okay.
Turns out I couldn't even walk in.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Thank God. Could they make weapons? Given that they have no tools, given that they are white collar, David Sedaris reading NPR, listening to intellectuals that don't even have a toolbox under the sink. Could they make weapons?
Oh.
Wow.
Made it myself with nothing but what they had in their houses. So you got to do that. And so that's another process. Then, now that I've got all the pieces, assemble into an outline. Then the outline becomes a synopsis. Then the synopsis becomes a first draft. And then the real work begins. Then you do the next draft. Because, first draft, you just got to get it down. Just write the end. And that will, trying to make it good on the first draft is what kills writers.
Yeah.
Because they write and they go, oh, that sucks. I'm going to rewrite. And then you're on page 3 for a year. No, just get to the end. Then you have something to make better.
Yeah.
And sometimes it can take 2 or 3 drafts. Minecraft, ironically, the first Minecraft book, 10 drafts. The most rewrites I ever did.
Wow.
It was in the wrong voice. Completely the wrong voice. Because it's a Robinson Crusoe story. So I made the mistake of rereading one of my favorite books, Robinson Crusoe, and I slipped into Daniel Defoe's voice.
Oh.
And his voice is very much like you're visiting him 20 years after when he's back in England and you're sort of sitting in the leather chair and having a brandy or whatever, and he's just recounting. There's no urgency.
Yep.
So I had to completely rewrite to go from I assembled the blocks and then I heard something in the cave to, oh my God, I heard something in the cave. What was that? Page 1 rewrite.
Wow.
Over and over again. So yeah, the rewriting, that is where that's when it becomes a job.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately we are too led astray by this notion that somehow passion is what drives you. And it does, but there comes a time when the passion goes away.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just got to sit down and work. And you just got to get it done. And that's the hardest part.
Yeah. How much Minecraft did you have to play before you were you a Minecraft fan before the book?
Yeah, that's why I agreed to do it, because I played with my son and then I realized this is more than just a game. This is a teaching tool. Mm-hmm. If seen through the right lens, this video game can teach kids how to really survive in the world. It teaches you everything. Oh my God, the patience, the plannings, the taking life in steps. just on and on and on. That's why when they came to me and said, would you write the first official Minecraft novel? I'm like, yeah, if I can put in the life lessons that's embedded in the game. And also you have to, because I've been on panels with other Minecraft authors, and when the microphone's off, they're like, yeah, I played for a few hours. And I'm like, come on. Yeah. Because also when you play the game enough, there's a randomness to gameplay that you can only get from being in it. You know, I have a line in the very beginning of the first Minecraft book. The following is based on true events. Yeah. Everything that happened to the character has happened to me at some point.
That's awesome. I love that. Perfect. Yeah, I love video games, and I've played some Minecraft because we have nieces and nephews who really, really love. We don't have human children, we have fur babies, but you know, we have 9 nieces and nephews, and about half of them have at one point or another have been super into Minecraft. So I made an account and I went in and I learned how to play so that I could, you know, talk to them about it and know how to play. It is actually a very fun game.
It's amazing. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, because I've been playing video games since I was a kid. But it really is something, and that's why I had to give it the attention that it rightly deserves. And the best compliment is when kids are loving it and parents are loving it. I mean, the best compliment I've ever gotten, just as a writer in general, is when parents have said to me, my son has never read a book before, and now he read your Minecraft book, and now he's reading everything in the house. And, you know, dyslexic kid who struggles, like, where do you go from there?
That's it. You're at the top.
I mean, that's the top. It's all downhill from here, because now that I've left the Minecraft world, now I'm back in grown-up world.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, you know, like, you know, your zombie books, like, I could have done it better.
What?
You know? Yes.
Has someone actually said that to you?
Oh, the things that have been said.
Oh my gosh.
That is the advantage, though, that I had growing up with artistic parents, because I saw the criticism that they took. So it's not new. You know, I knew that was coming, and that's just like readers, like the professional critics. Oh my God. So Devolution, I think it was like the Washington Post. The title was, I'm sure there's a good Sasquatch novel out there. This just isn't it. I'm like, uh-oh. Yep. And of course, then I saw the actual video of the guy, and he's sitting there with a bow tie. And I'm like, oh no, this is the exact same guy that gets killed in Devolution. I'm like, of course he's going to hate it. He literally sees himself as Sasquatch food.
He does.
I'm like, oh God, no.
Oh, that is good. I can't believe people say stuff like that. Like, I don't know.
Oh.
In my little bubble world, people are all nice to each other. And
oh, no.
I live in Minecraft.
I have a friend who teaches writing at a university, and she asked me to come talk to her class. So whenever I go, we have this thing where I bring up the worst reviews. They project it on the screen. The worst Amazon reviews I've ever gotten.
Oh my.
Some are just cruel, you know, epic fail. Some are just dumb. Like, I thought a graphic novel meant a novel with graphic violence. This sucks. 1 star.
Oh my God.
And I'll say to these kids, look at this. That is waiting for you. There is no way around it. If you are going to be an artist, this is waiting for you. So you need to ask yourself, can you take this? Because if you can't, don't do it.
Yeah.
And it's every art form, painter, musician, actor, whatever. If you put yourself out there, that is waiting for you. Epic fail. And you need to be able to just take it and just deal.
Wow. Brett wants to know, he says, I was just wondering if you first learned about human history from school or History of the World Parts 1 and 2.
I first learned about history from Corporal Melvin Kaminsky, 1104th Combat Engineer, World War II veteran, his brothers, who fought in the Pacific and in the air war over Europe, and all his friends who fought in World War II and lived through the Great Depression. Because even though I'm Gen X, my parents were not baby boomers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most of my friends' parents are baby boomers, and I would listen to their stories. They were like, oh, yeah, remember that wicked acid we dropped? You know, that was it. Like, hey, remember being born into this time of unprecedented wealth and power, and every door was open for us, and we had free love? Yeah, no. My parents' generation was like, hey, remember when I had 4 of my back teeth with cavities, and they would drill them for $1 or pull them for 50 cents, and my immigrant mother thought she was saving $2 by ripping my teeth out? That was my dad.
Oh.
Or stories that my parents' friends would tell me about how their neighbors in the Depression would grind up chalk in a water bottle and shake it and put it out so the neighbors thought they got a milk delivery.
Yeah.
Or my grandmother, who used to brag, we never starved. Not me. She was such a braggart. She was like, my father had a grocery store. We never starved. So that's how I learned about history in the beginning. And it got me interested because I didn't grow up that way. How did my family line go from a walk-up tenement in Brooklyn to Beverly Hills? What is the story of a country that would let a family do that? So that fascinated me in history. And then in school, thank God I had some pretty good history teachers. Western Civ 2 was the first class I ever did well in.
Oh.
Yeah, it was one of those moments, like 10th grade, took me till 10th grade, where suddenly the kids were asking me, and I was like, good Lord, I might be good at something.
Oh.
So yeah, that was my path to history, and it's never finished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No.
When did you decide that writing was something that you wanted to pursue?
You know, in about 6th grade, I had a friend write a little short story on his own. I mean, this kid is a legitimate genius, like one of those kids. Like, I still know him. He's helping me with my new novel now. He was head of gastroenterology at Cedars-Sinai. He's written several books.
Oh my gosh.
He's writing one on gravity and how it affects not just our physiology, but our psychology. He's that kid.
Goodness.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So he wrote a short story that he illustrated himself. He was like 12. And I'm like, you can do that? And then another friend of mine that summer wrote a story, like a Red Dawn kind of story.
Oh, yeah.
Where the commies have taken over America, except for Fire Island, where we spend our summers. And I was like, you can write. So then that summer, I wrote my first short story. In addition to dyslexia, I'm sure I'm OCD, obviously, duh. And ADD. And it was the first time time stopped. Just sat, wrote, looked up, an hour had passed. So I knew that's what I wanted to do. And then all throughout high school for 2 hours a night, from 9 to 11, I put on my little record player and my little scratchy records, you know, Jimi Hendrix or the Beatles or whomever. And then I would just work and just write story after story. And I knew this is what I wanted to do, which is why another reason my mom made me take a typing course. She's like, if this is your path in life, you need the tools.
Yeah.
You can't just scribble.
Mm-hmm.
You need to do it yourself. So yeah, I've always known since I was 12 years old. That being said, the question was, how did you do it? How do you get paid? Because that was a long, circuitous route to get.
Yeah. Oh, how long? And I'm sorry, I should know this, but how long had you been writing before your first novel was actually picked up and published?
Oh God, I mean, so I had just gotten out of grad school, where I majored in wasting my parents' money. I did film production.
Oh.
Film production on technology that was obsolete as soon as I got out, which is, I mean, it was great because it actually helped bolster the lectures I give at places like the Naval War College in West Point and SOCOM about change. Change is coming. You're being trained on something, and suddenly, boom. But I got out, and I spent years taking whatever job I could take to pay the rent, writing screenplay after screenplay. No one wanted. In the spare time, and inspired by the Y2K scare, I wrote a manuscript called The Zombie Survival Guide that nobody's gonna read. I wrote it for me, stuck it in a drawer. Then I got the big boy job on Saturday Night Live.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got a book deal. But that Saturday Night Live and being Mel Brooks' son almost killed the book because they didn't know what to do with it. So they tried to position it as Mel Brooks Jr. writes Younger Frankenstein. And I told them, I said, you're going to kill it, because the mainstream humor people are going to come in and say, this is not funny. And the horror people who don't know me yet are going to think I'm some Hollywood brat pissing on what they love.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what happened. LA Times eviscerated it. And then Rue Morgue did the same. And it was DOA. Thank God my wife said to me, like, you need to self-market.
Yeah.
So I went on my knees to Fangoria and I was like, please, just give me a chance. Give me an interview. We'll talk horror films. I will show these people that I am one of them, not making fun of them.
Yeah.
And I also pitched myself out to a public speakers agency who book like real speakers, like generals and CEOs.
Oh.
And I said, I want to do zombie lectures.
Yeah.
Like as if they were real. And the one nerdy guy in the back of the room, who is still my agent to this day, he said, I'll take it. Let's see what we can do with this.
Nice.
Between those two avenues, bit by bit, month by month, we finally built a reputation. And that got me far enough to be able to get a book deal for what would become World War Z, and then we were off to the races.
That's amazing. Kristen, what are we at for donations now? We're at $6.50 right now for donations. That's awesome. So in the last hour, we've gotten about, or in the last 42 minutes, we've gotten about $100 in donations. So that is wonderful. Just a reminder that you can donate at the link at the bottom of the screen. We're collecting money for Mom Bomb, who helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis. They offer things like laundry services, housekeeping, childcare, meal delivery, and more. So it's a very worthy cause.
They need it. I don't know how single parents do it. I really don't.
No.
I mean, my wife and I have one kid and we're outnumbered. I don't know how that works. Somehow we are.
Well, kids count as like at least two. So with their energy, they're bouncing off the walls.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So you mentioned working on Saturday Night Live. How is it that you got connected with that? And
I want to hear about this.
What was it like working?
Oh God, yeah. So years and years of just hitting my head against the wall and not doing anything. And I knew enough to know that I didn't know what I was doing. We had a family friend, George Shapiro, Jerry Seinfeld's manager.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I asked him if I could just sit down with him and just ask him. I was like, can I just tell you about my life and what I'm doing? And you can tell me where I'm screwing up? And we talked, and he initially just made some small talk. Oh, where you living? And I said, I'm living in the valley. He's like, why are you living in the valley? You could live somewhere better. And I said, well, no, I can't afford anywhere except this place. And he's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, you're Mel Brooks' kid. I said, yeah. And that's Mel Brooks' money. Max Brooks is not taking money from Mel Brooks. I'm doing it on my own. He goes, oh, you do? Thinking. And he liked that. And he said, you write comedy? And I said, well, my agent forced me to write a sketch packet for this Martin Short sketch pilot. He goes, I'm going to give it to Lorne Michaels. And I said, yeah, you do that. Lorne liked it. And he flew me out and he asked me if I wanted the job, and I took the job. Now, but it didn't work out because I was miscast. I'm not a writer's room writer. I'm not a snappy comedian writer. I write better alone. Just was not the right fit. So I survived 2 years. Now, thank God, those were the two I consider two of the most important years in the show history, because we were the class of 9/11.
Oh.
So me and Seth Meyers and Amy Poehler, we all came on 2 weeks before 9/11.
Wow.
Oh.
And it was Will Ferrell's last year. So I got to watch Will's swan song, and I got to watch the show try to deal with how America had pivoted overnight.
Yeah.
And did not pivot. We stuck with the safe 1990s model. And as a result, we got eaten for breakfast by these two giants. One was this young ingenue named Jon Stewart, who was just coming up with this weird little show, The Daily Show. And he's like, you know what? I'll do it. I'll help America try to process what's been happening. So that was one boom. The other one was Chappelle's show. I mean, just a tsunami of comedy.
Yeah.
So it was a crazy time to be on. And I'm so glad that they let me be on for those 2 seasons, because I really got to watch America change, and I got to watch the show change, and I got to meet some great people. Dean Edwards, my office mate, is still my buddy. Dean Obidala, who was our chief researcher, still a friend of mine, and great memories. But I was not meant to be there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's good. So we found out it was like a week ago that we found out we would be interviewing you. And when we were going through like your all the books you've written and all the graphic novels and everything, we discovered that there's a G.I. Joe graphic novel. So we haven't had a chance to read it yet, but Steve,
well, you mentioned
is super excited.
You mentioned watching these shows Peter Graves narrating while you're playing G.I. Joe on the couch.
Yeah.
And so my brother was huge into G.I. Joe. He was born in 1974. And so he got all the greatest American hero toys. And we used to go down in the basement and we would play. We'd choose characters and we'd play and stuff. So I used to subscribe to the comics. So I read, the Larry Hama stuff early on.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how you got tapped to G.I. Joe, and considering you were playing with the toys, you were probably super excited to be able to tell stories about Cobra Command and everything.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, they asked me, IDW reached out to me, would you do G.I. Joe? And I said, yes, but I want to do something weird. I want to just do character studies. I want to do the backstories of characters. So I did 10 Joes, 10 Cobras, and I got to really go deep. Because I grew up in the comics too, and I grew up on the cartoons.
Oh yes, most certainly.
I mean, the cartoons were just amazing.
Yes.
So I got to tell their stories, complimenting and not contradicting. So like Spirit, the Native American tracker, he's an amazing tracker, has nothing to do with his heritage. He's a Southwestern Native American whose people have always grown up in cities. He's an urbanite to his core, but he has a sensory integration disorder, which is a real thing. It's where some of us, including me, cannot filter out stimuli. So we get overstimulated. Yeah. He gets overstimulated. But when the stimulation drops, say out in the wilderness, he can see things no one else can. So that's why he's a great natural tracker. It's got nothing to do with his heritage.
Okay.
Likewise, Major Blood, he's a mercenary. But what does that mean? He's just trying to feed his family. So I go back into like Major Blood, watching like his dad lose his job and just sit in the chair waiting to die. His grandfather who lost the farm and hung himself. And he's like, that's not going to be me. I'm going to do whatever I have to do to support my family. That's Major Blood. So I just go into all of them and what it means to do what they do. So I call it G.I. Joe Hearts and Minds.
Very awesome.
Very cool.
We're excited. I already ordered it for him. So
yeah. No, I mean, I am G.I. Joe through, and some of them are deeply personal. So one of the obscure characters is Firefly, the Cobra saboteur.
Yeah.
Now we loved Firefly. He only did one episode of the cartoon where he snuck onto the base and put in some kind of corrosive fuel in the Sky Strikers, the fighter planes who were runway. And the Joes run, the alert sound, they jump in the Sky Strikers, and they just blow up one after the other. We all loved Firefly, but you couldn't get the action figure. It was really hard to get. Oh. And only one friend of mine, Richard Cade, had Firefly. So Richard Cade happened to be African American. So when it came time for me to write it, I made Firefly African American as my shout out to my old friend, Richard Cade, who I'm still friends with.
Nice.
And I called him, I'm like, dude, you're going to be in G.I. Joe.
Awesome.
Oh, very cool.
Kristen says there's actually a Baroness print in one of the prize packs.
Oh,
very nice.
So one of our mystery boxes that you could be entered in a sweepstakes to win for every $10 you donate. There is a Baroness print in one of those mystery boxes.
Well, I will say, back earlier this year, Kickstarter launched a G.I. Joe compendium set that I ordered, and it's the complete Larry Hamill Marvel run, and I'm super excited. I got to choose either have the cover be Storm or Snake Eyes in blue books, or Cobra Commander in red books, and I chose the Cobra set.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! There's a Larry Hama episode. I actually reference it in a novel I'm writing now because one of my characters grew up reading it. It's the dog fight. It's Ace and Wild Weasel, and it's a whole issue of them just duking it out in the skies. And oh my God, to me it's one of the best comics I've ever read because Hama, he did his homework.
Oh, he did.
Hama, he knows what he's doing. Wow, and he researched everything. He's something
awesome.
I met him and I had him sign my copy of G.I. Joe #1 Silent Interlude, and it was an honor just to meet him, and I kind of fanboyed a little bit. I was like,
he did. I was there. He did.
And he was doing it back in the day when comics were not a massive industry. You did it just because you loved it. There wasn't a lot of money. There wasn't a lot of fandom. I mean, now it's all here, but back then, no. I mean, I compare it to like when my dad wrote for the Sid Caesar show in the 1950s. Wasn't a lot of money then. You did it because you had to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, and I think one of the things that made them sold the comics was during the cartoons, they used to they used to have commercials for the comics, and they were cartoon commercials. So you would see, what's going on? What's Destro up to this time? And then it would say coming up next month in G.I. Joe. And I, at that point, hadn't started getting the comics. And every time I saw those ads, I'm like, I want these comics. I want to start reading them. And
oh yeah, no, we didn't know that we were just pawns in a giant marketing scheme.
No,
we didn't know that every time Hasbro needed to sell a new G.I. Joe toy, suddenly that character would appear in the episode. We didn't know that the reason the Transformers movie opens with all the Transformers getting killed was so Hasbro could sell a whole new line of Transformers because we'd already bought every Transformer there was to buy. We just were like, oh my God, they killed Ironhide. His mouth opens and flame came out and he died. And the Optimus. And now there's Rodimus Prime. What? Who's Rodimus? What? We didn't know.
True that.
Yeah. I heard a rumor that there might be a movie coming of De-Evolution. Is that a thing?
I mean, we will see. They never involved me because I'm just the book writer. They always want the book writer to go away.
Oh.
Which is fine because I got books I need to write.
True. Yes. Please write the books. Yeah.
I've got. And also between my research and my dyslexia, it takes me a lot longer.
Right. Mm-hmm.
If I didn't delve as deeply as I do into my books, I would have had 2-3 times as many books. But yeah, it takes me a long ass time.
I'm willing to wait as long as it takes you because the quality of your novels is worth it.
Well, thank you. I hope so.
I think so. They're amazing. Is there anything that you wanted to talk about that we didn't touch on today? We have about 5 minutes left.
Okay. I think I think also sometimes when you write, because we talked about writing, there's writing just purely for me.
Yeah.
Like, you know, World War Z, zombies. And then there's writing for a franchise like G.I. Joe or Minecraft. But then there's writing true life stories. And that's really hard. I wrote a graphic novel called The Harlem Hellfighters, which I'm probably, everything I've written, I'm probably the proudest of that. Because it's a true story. In World War I, a unit of African-American soldiers enlisted to make the world safe for democracy. Because that was the first war we ever fought just on ideals. It's just nothing concrete. It was all up here. We're fighting to make the world safe for democracy. And Black people were like, well, it ain't exactly safe here at home, so I know what I'm fighting for.
Yeah.
Democracy means something to me because I don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
And Woodrow Wilson, the president, realized, oh, crap, I have really boxed myself in. Because if these guys go overseas and become heroes and come home, they're going to demand democracy here. So the U.S. Army actually tried to sabotage their own soldiers. Didn't give them proper uniforms, didn't give them guns. They had to actually fake pretending to be private shooting clubs to get their own guns so they could train. The Army sent them to Spartanburg, South Carolina, hoping there'd be a race riot so then they could punish the Black guys and not send them overseas. Then when there wasn't, they sent them over to do manual labor. And then when their commanding officer complained, they were given to the French Army. And then they fought so valiantly, they came home as one of the most decorated units in the whole U.S. Army.
Wow.
And as a side note, they had a jazz band by Jim Reese Europe who brought jazz to France. To this day, it's because of him.
Mm-hmm.
So the first American to win the French Croix de Guerre was a Black guy, Henry Johnson. They just named a fort after him. So I always wanted to do this story. Since I was 11 years old, I've heard about it. But it's hard because then how do you balance the reality, the real people? Because they got families.
Yeah.
And you want to tread lightly. So I had to mix the real people with fictional characters who could say and do things that might not offend the family. But also when you write a graphic novel, specifically a historical one, you want it to be accurate because the pictures are as much a teacher as the words.
Oh,
yes.
Sure, certainly.
So in addition to being the writer, I had to be the artist. Kanan White, brilliant, brilliant artist. I had to be his research assistant. So that was a whole new process, which was like feeding him photographs. Here's the uniforms. Here's how they wore their hair. Here's what the weapons looked like. So my job did not end. I couldn't just write the script, give it to Kanan and say, Godspeed. I had to stay with him and keep giving him what he needed to illustrate this amazing graphic novel. So to this day, I'm phenomenally proud of that work.
That's awesome.
That's
you should be.
good.
You don't even think about all those things that go into a graphic novel.
No.
All that research.
No, it's a hard road. I mean, it's like even like with G.I. Joe, I didn't have to do that because it was sort of all set. But Harlem Hellfighters, it was a long process, even down to something you wouldn't even think about, like dialogue. I suck at dialogue. I'm an only child. I grew up in my room. And historical dialogue. How did African-American young men in 1917 talk to each other? Thank God for the Schomburg Center on African-American Studies. They're like the Great Library of Alexandria. You go there, you will find somebody who will help you out. Thank God.
Yeah, good.
Little details, because the details make the difference.
Excellent.
Fabulous.
Well, I think we're reaching the end of our hour.
Thank you so much for joining us and donating your time to help us bring attention to Mom Bomb.
Yes.
It was a pleasure to speak with you.
It was. And again, the donation link is down below. So anyone that wants to donate, and just FYI for those watching,
Jamie Kelly is up next.
Jamie Kelly's up next.
We're interviewing Amy Smart.
We have Amy Smart, and then later in the day, John Tartaglia and Donna Mills, Vincent Rodriguez III, and the Hollywood Museum. So we have a whole lineup of wonderful guests. It's going to
be a great day.
You got a great lineup, everybody. Stay tuned. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Max.
Yep.
Bye.
All right, folks. Well, I know we have Jamie coming on here in a minute.
And we also...
Amy Smart.
why don't we run the ad for Mom Bomb again,
yeah.
just so people know exactly what it is they're donating to.
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
All right. That was good. And I guess now we can bring in the guest liaison, our producers, and get ready for the next show.
Hi, Jamie.
Hey, Jamie.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
How
morning.
are you?
I'm good. I'm running on what is it? 2.5 hours of sleep. So.
Oh my
All
goodness. Oh yeah, you were saying you had a very busy night last night. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got the Edward video all done, and so that was fun. And so I covered my own makeup with Edward makeup, got in front of the green screen and had at, and it was fun.
My goodness.
All right. Well, we will
That's
let you
great. We're
guys
gonna drop
take
out.
over and
Have a great day. We'll be
yes.
watching.
Awesome. Yeah, you too. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
If you're ready, Jamie, Amy, if you're ready, I will pop you on screen. Awesome.
Cool.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Jamie.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm running on a little bit of a low sleep power, but that is okay. Everyone, this is Amy Smart. You've done so many awesome things. I was going through, and it's just really cool to see all that. And the thing I remember, my wife and I binged Scrubs.
Oh,
like crazy back in the day, and so I definitely want to talk to you about that. But first off, what was the first thing that really got you excited about acting? Like the first thing you saw, the first thing that you saw that you go, I want to do that.
I mean, I was a ballerina growing up, and I loved performing on stage. Like that to me was like, we practiced so hard, day after day after day. And then finally we could just fly on stage, and it felt so incredible. But my first impression of an actor really was like Billy Crystal hosting the Oscars.
Cool. Yeah.
To me, he was like this like showy, funny, very confident man that I was like, oh my God. And then I also felt like I'm so not that person. So I kind of thought like, I never thought to be an actor, to be honest, because I thought it required crazy confidence, and like, I'm not a singer. So I'm like, okay, that's not my journey. But, but I saw my friend Vanessa Shaw. I went to see her filming Hocus Pocus on set.
Ooh, oh, that's cool.
And that was my first on-set experience, and it was incredible just to see. It was in a studio, and it was just like so amazing how many people were involved and how elaborate the costumes were and the sets and stuff. And that sort of introduced me a little bit to it. But I would say I started doing some modeling and commercials when I was 15, 16, 17. And I did a music video with Jared Leto.
Very cool.
Which was by this really random band called the Bangular Choir. Like, no one's really heard of it. But we were cast to be sort of like love interest in it. And we ended up becoming friends. And he told me about this acting class in LA. That was my first adult acting class that I went to. And you had to be recommended to get in. And so I was like, could you recommend me? This is so, so juvenile, but it was the beginning of my first acting class. And that to me was what I remember my teacher saying, acting is a study of human behavior. And I thought, okay, I could do that for a long time.
Mm-hmm. That's really cool. And Billy Crystal actually makes a whole lot of sense, especially since you got, started as a ballerina. And so you're used to performing on stage, and Billy Crystal is sort of that blend in between the two, right? Where he sits kind of like Hugh Jackman, and there's a lot of folks like that. They just kind of sit in both worlds nicely. They know how to kind of thread the needle a little bit, and so it's just like the nice hook to kind of pull in the direction, which is awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, so wow, so you got to see some of Hocus Pocus being filmed. Do you remember what scenes?
I know they were like going through the woods, and the three younger characters.
Okay, yeah.
And it felt like there was maybe the little zombies that were there, but the whole woods was inside a stage. So it was like, all sort of fake-ish trees and mists, and it was really so cool and elaborate. And there was like the house, I think it was like the witch house was in there. And they had to be like sort of running through and, getting lost or whatever. And so it was just so cool. But it's really fun because Vanessa Shaw is still a very close friend. We grew up since we were like 6 together.
That's cool.
And she still, goes to conventions and gets recognized for her role in it. And it has such a legacy, which is so cool that she was part of that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And what I love is on sets, what I love is how real and not real everything looks.
Yes.
And then when you see it on screen, it just looks real. But like when it has this sort of like, it's not uncanny valley because it's not unsettling in any way, but it's just sort of, it is surreal to see. So like, I love set pieces and all that. I love making stuff and building things like that. And but
that's true. It's true. They do recreate things that look fairly real, but then in person you're like, man, no, that's not a real tree.
Right?
Yeah. Or it's just like, fake snow, all of the fake things.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's I'll use that as a segue. I'll come back to the other stuff in a minute, but having done a few Christmas movies.
Yes.
So how much fake snow do you think you've had dropped on you over the course of?
Yeah, they like blanket shrubs and things outside to make it look very Christmassy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, when I shot Just Friends, it was up in Regina, Saskatchewan.
Very cool.
I mean, I don't know who names. I think there was a Princess Regina, but like the name is just so sounds like.
Yeah. Well, there's a show. There's a cartoon show called Forget About It. Fugget. And he was part of the mob, and so they basically put him in witness protection. Him and his family, and they put him in Regina, Saskatchewan.
Oh.
And every episode they make some variation of that joke.
Oh my God, I have to see that.
You have to. It's so good. It's on Hulu. And that's why like when you mentioned Regina, I'm like, yo, you're kidding, because this show is so good. It went for like three seasons, I think.
Oh.
And it's phenomenal. It basically take the Flintstones and make them a mafia family.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, it's phenomenal.
Is it for kids?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's adult animation for sure.
Oh, how fun!
Oh, it's amazing.
Okay.
And, if you would like, you'll have to have Kristen. I can,
I'll have to look into that. Forget about it.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is, oh God, it's so funny. And I think the beginning episode, he's driving through town and he hits someone and they say sorry because the whole Canadian joke. It's made by Canadians, just so everybody knows. So it's not like Americans just doing whatever. And so their officer, their witness protection officer, is a Mountie, and it's just yeah, the whole
Okay.
thing is just, you have to see it.
And they always mention Regina. Okay.
Every episode. Yeah, because the first five episodes, I think, he actually says the other, and then his wife corrects him.
Oh. Oh.
Then, yeah, no, Regina. Forget about it. And then they go into and then they go into the theme song for the thing.
Oh,
God.
wow. And now,
Yeah.
JB, have you filmed a lot of your Christmas movies in Canada?
I filmed a concert in Canada. I've not had a chance to do too many things in the movie realm, but I'm kind of wanting to.
Oh, I thought you said you actually filmed, like, did a Christmas movie.
Oh, no. I'm a singer, songwriter, recording artist, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But
for some reason, I was like, did you do a Hallmark movie that shot in Canada?
I mean, I would.
Okay.
I'm down for it. Hallmark would be fun. No, the thing I did for Hallmark, funny enough, was there were greeting cards, and I was the voice of Elvis Presley.
Ooh.
So yeah, because that's how I got my start in music and stuff, was Elvis stuff, and so I got to know Elvis Presley Enterprises and yada yada yada. So anyway,
that's very cool. Are you friends with his daughter?
I did not get to know her. I met Priscilla a couple of times. I got to know the staff at EPE pretty well, at least in like the 90s into the 2000s.
Okay.
And so yeah, I'd love to meet Riley. Riley seems like a wonderful person, and what she seems to be doing with the legacy of everything is really cool. The website that's underneath my my name here is actually the Elvis YouTube channel that a buddy of mine and I started back in 2 years ago now. We just started season 3, and so we're actually writing not a movie about Elvis, but as if Elvis did another movie. We're writing a fresh Elvis movie with new music and a bunch of things like that. So yeah, we're giant dorks. It's a good time.
I love that. That's really fun. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. And yeah, I can yak all day long, but everybody doesn't want to hear about my crazy crap. So I gotta ask you, what was the experience working on Scrubs?
Scrubs was I mean, it was so fun. It was they filmed it in this hospital that had like a retired hospital. A vacant hospital in Van Nuys.
Oh wow.
And I mean, it was just like a big playtime, you know?
Yeah.
So funny. I mean, when you bring comedy to like a hospital, you know, that's like the duality of that. And Zach was great and just so playful, and Donald and Sarah, and I think there was a bit of hauntedness in the basement. I think that's where, like, you know, some of the autopsies went down or something. Like there was like definitely a creepiness in the basement there. It was fun though. It was crazy and, you know, bonkers. Like just the writing was so funny. And you know, I got my character Tasty Coma Wife. I mean, that's just such a funny random name for a character.
Right? Yeah. That's awesome. Yes, exactly. And yeah, that energy really comes through in the episodes too, which is really neat. It's like sometimes you hear about, you know, a show that, you know, everybody seems like they're having such a good time, and then you hear like behind the scenes stuff, and they're like, yeah, we were miserable for the last 4 seasons or whatever. You know, it's and as shows run, like after a while, everybody's like, okay, I've been doing this for like 6 years. This is, you know, sure, it's a nice paycheck, but I'm ready to, you know, I want to do something else.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was, I feel like, I don't remember how many seasons it went. Do you remember? Is it like 5 or 4 or 5, 6?
It went 9.
Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
9 seasons.
9. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, that was a really fun show. I remember they had amazing catering. Like,
Oh, cool.
oh my God. That was back when they spent money and they cared about it. You know, now it's just kind of like, okay, here's my.
Oh yeah, Kristen asks, Amy, have you flown any helicopters into swimming pools lately?
You know, I try to avoid the swimming pools when I can. I don't like to make such a mess.
Right?
Have I don't think I have been in a helicopter since Rat Race. That's weird. But I did get to train for it, which was amazing.
That's cool.
Yeah, I trained on one of those firefighting helicopters where they put water in. It was just like a big helicopter.
Oh wow.
So we got to go up and go around. I mean, helicopters are fascinating because the movement is so slight in the controls. It's like these foot levers and like hand things, but it's so slight, and you know, it's like slight to make a huge monster helicopter be like, whoa.
Right.
So you kind of have to just, it's so delicate. But I loved playing that helicopter pilot. It was so fun. And you know when you're shooting a film, you know, you shoot the take, they call cut, you reset, and you go back to where you started, first position.
Right.
And then, you know, and then action, you do it again. And the funny part was, so we'd do the whole take in helicopter, and then they'd be like, okay, cut. And we'd fly around and we just sit in the air and do these big figure eights in the helicopter just to like hold off to like come in for the dive in.
Yeah.
And it was just like, it was crazy. That was the most I've ever screamed in my life. And the next 2 weeks after, I couldn't speak. I was like,
oh no.
How are you? It was really fun.
That's cool. Do you remember how many takes it took for that to?
Oh my gosh. Well, because they do like different angles. So, you know, it's like reset and then we're going to shoot it from this angle.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't remember. It was a full big day.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. I think on the next one, just say, okay, we're going to get the scream and take one. And then after that, I'm going to open my mouth and you're going to dub from that.
I know.
Just to sing your throat. My God, I can't even imagine. Funny enough, I mean, I love voices and different things and stuff like that. And it's amazing how little it takes to kill your throat for, I was in a Donatello costume for a few hours and doing a Corey Feldman impression because he was the voice of Donatello in the first film. For like 3 days, it was just kind of stuck. It was just kind of stuck like that, and that's kind of how it went.
Wow. I know you must have a mastery over your voice and your vocal cords, and
it's funny. Sounds to me are like textures.
Yeah.
And textures have emotions to them, and so they carry different things with them. Elvis is very different from like Edward Cullen. And I've done Edward in a few things, and then of course Captain Jack Sparrow and all this kind of thing, and just sort of different. And they all have they all have their own emotions, which is fun.
Yeah, so, that was really good.
Thank you. Yeah, and oh God, voices are well. And funny enough, at 5 o'clock this morning, I did a birthday message. Somebody had messaged me, so I got myself covered up my own makeup with Edward Cullen makeup, put the contacts in. I have screen worn stuff from the Twilight Saga. All of Robert Pattinson's stuff fits me like it was made for me. Wow. And yeah, that's a bit of a left turn.
Okay.
And I only know I'm a 12 in Adidas because I bought Rob's shoes from the first film. And
how much was that?
The shirt, the pants, and the shoes were $1,500. It really wasn't terrible.
That's not bad.
No. And the battle costume from Breaking It Down Part 2 is about the same.
Wow.
And so yeah, and that's a custom Belstaff jacket.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You got a deal.
Yeah, not as good as my wife did. She got Carlisle's wedding tux, Peter Facinelli's wedding tux from the 4th film for like $400. That's a
Whoa.
Brioni. That's a Brioni custom suit, probably $35,000 suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. I bet
I
Peter's
know.
like, I should have took it home.
Right. Well, funny enough, I did a reenactment of the wedding in 2021. We went to Forks, and I played Edward, but Carlisle's tux looks enough like Edward's that I actually wore Carlisle's screen-used tux as to play Edward in the
Oh,
in the
wow.
reenactment.
Wow.
So,
Jamie, you're so interesting.
I'm into everything. It is it's so much fun. Well, you'll have to I'll give Kristen, well, Kristen has my Facebook and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
After you watch Forget About It, I would love for you to send me a message and tell me what you think, because
Okay.
Okay. As a massive Elvis fan,
Yes.
I've been an Elvis fan since born in 1980, so since I was born. Massive Elvis fan, so I have to ask, did you have a chance to meet Anne Margaret in Seduced by Madness?
Oh, interesting. My goodness, that was one of my first jobs.
Yeah.
I think I did meet her for like a hot second.
Right.
I was still like, what am I doing? I don't even know if I was just like so fish out of water, still learning. It was like an after school special, which I feel like they don't make them anymore.
Yeah, not like that. Yeah.
No.
It was 2 episodes. Yeah, this was 1996. Seduced by Madness, the Diane Borchardt story.
Yes. Wow, you climbed in there. I did not.
well, not that much. I looked up on Google just to kind of get a refresh, and I was like, wait, Anne Margaret? What? I have to ask about Anne Margaret. So
yeah. I wish I could give you some amazing story. I mean, honestly, like I at that moment didn't even know who she was. You know, because I was
a little kid. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, I'll just play this character.
Right.
I wish my younger self could go back, or my older self could go back to my younger self and appreciate things a little bit more when they were happening.
Yeah.
Because, I wasn't totally in the know of things, and clearly at that moment I was like, just try not to be too nervous and just say your lines and hit your mark.
Well, it's funny because that was actually funny you bring that up, because that was one of the questions. Is I do the same thing with the Elvis channel. We talk about all of the folks that I've had a chance to work with in singing and performing. Like a lot of the folks that work with Elvis, I've been able to work with either on albums or live in concert or all that kind of stuff. And you don't think about those moments being pieces of history until those people are gone.
Right.
And you see other folks coming up to you saying, wow, well, like what I just did. Wow, you got to work. Well, I mean, Anne Margaret's still alive, but you get to work with, you got to work with these people. What was that like? And you're like, I'd like to do it again, because there's so many things I do differently, and
I know.
Just so many different opportunities. I was like, wow, I wish I knew now, like music production and all of this kind of stuff that I wish I knew then what I know now, because there's so many things that you want to kind of do.
Yeah.
What would be, if you could go back to you just starting out?
Okay.
What advice would you? What piece of advice, or what would you kind of say to yourself? Is there anything that you would say to yourself about either about any aspect of it, the journey, or
Oh, that's always such an interesting question, because like I feel like when you're young, you're really naive about things.
Yeah.
You're young and dumb. Kind of like a little bit like, I'm just gonna try it and do this, and you know, you don't have as much to lose, and you don't sort of realize consequences as much. And
Yeah.
I mean, for my whole journey, I got into acting, and I was in classes and doing scene study work and practicing with my scene study, you know, my scene partners, and learning about plays and the history of acting and all the different teachers. And then, you know, acting class and working on set are night and day.
Yeah.
There's no similarities to it. So you could go as many times like on stage and act and do a scene and feel the things and, you know, have these epiphanies. And then you get on set and you're like, huh?
Yeah.
This is not like at all like my class. You know, there's that moment of just like, whoa, this is a
Yeah.
huge, there's so many people involved in making any kind of TV show or film.
Yeah.
And then like acting in front of the camera and hitting your mark and being your off-screen, you know, person in a scene, you know, standing right next to camera, but like making sure you don't look at camera. You know,
Right.
there's so many like funny technicalities that you learn working. So I think I don't honestly know if there is, you know, just like maybe just trust the process,
Yeah.
because you sort of need to go through all the things to make yourself more experienced.
Yeah.
You know, so you kind of have to just like go with it and learn, and maybe just feel okay about where you're at. You know,
Yeah.
not super insecure, like, oh my god, what am I doing?
Yes. Yeah. That's kind of like, I think that's the biggest thing is, you know, like, you know, you were saying about the consequences don't hit quite as hard when you're younger. And
Yeah.
I think because everybody knows you're younger, so they kind of like, well, you know, they're young, that's fine. Don't worry about it, it's fine. And so just kind of being able to enjoy that and enjoy that moment is kind of good, you know, for younger people to be able to sort of to do. And very often you're so in your own head when you're younger because you're, like you said, you're so worried about this and this and this and this, and then you get there and it's like, this is not like we practiced. What? And you know, and it's just a whole other thing. But so yeah, that's really cool. Kristen, can you put that? Thank you. Any stories from the set of Stargirl?
I mean, tons. What specifically are you wondering about,
Right.
Kristen?
What was your favorite aspect of filming? I mean, it's a, you know, obviously, you know, superhero show on the CW, and of course lots of things get talked about whether it's budget constraints and all these different. What was your favorite aspect of filming the series?
I would say my favorite, I'll take it back in a moment. So
Yeah.
Jeff Johns, who wrote Stargirl, it was his first comic. He's a prolific comic writer.
Oh yeah.
But it was his first comic that he wrote. And through all his learning how to write comics, somebody said, you know, write about what you know. And he had his sister, Courtney, die in a plane crash in I think it was 96. And so he wrote Stargirl after his sister. And his sister was like super, you know, great and good energy and confident and kind and, you know, so he sort of took the essence of his sister and made it Stargirl. And so when I met him originally, he was so lovely, and he goes, I want this to be the best job you've ever worked on.
That's cool.
It was so cool. His heart was huge from day one, because he wrote it like 20 years ago, this comic. And so he wanted it to be so special and have so much heart and so much strong family connection. And then like layer it with like these incredible characters, you know, these kind of villains, super villains and superheroes. And so, but the nucleus of it was really the family, the, you know, the mom, dad, stepbrother, stepsister, how we all sort of come together in a non-traditional, traditional way.
Yep.
And live, start to live in this small town, and all this stuff happens. But I honestly loved our family dynamic. The talking about sets, like I loved going to our home on the stage, and the kitchen, and the living room, and the dining room, and the bedrooms, and it just like started. It's funny how when you work for like 12 to 14-hour days, and you're all, even with the crew too, because you don't see the crew, but you're living with all the crew,
right?
They're just not on camera, but you guys spend as much time together. So it's like you all come together daily to do this ritual of making, entertaining people and diving in on so many emotional levels to create these characters. And I just loved, Luke and I had such a fun dynamic being husband and wife. And then Trey, who played the son, and Breck, she's just like a powerhouse. She was able to, train so hard and play Stargirl with her costume and all the, dynamic tricks she does and stuff like that. And then come be a normal teenage girl dealing with like normal things,
Right.
But I didn't, the only thing I feel like I didn't get was like my own superhero costume.
Right.
So, I got a what did I get? Like a bow at the end to start. I took over Tigress's bow and arrow thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
No, it's all good. No, that's
I did get
awesome.
to fight with her though. That was fun. We got to have stunt doubles and do some like really fun badass fighting.
That's cool. Well, that kind of sets up because she was asking about the setups for the special effects on Stargirl.
Yes.
What was that like?
I mean, there was an incredible stunt doubles team that was just like preparing and teaching, and also teaching. I mean, the actors who are doing these stunts, they had to do their jobs, but then they had to spend like a few hours practicing their stunts.
Yeah.
And then on top of the stunts, like being in these crazy costumes. So for me, I honestly, that wasn't my character. She was just like a bit oblivious and sort of down to earth to what was going on. So
sure.
I didn't have as many fun stunts.
See. Yeah. What are the top 3 films that you've been in? Top 3 of your personal favorites. Yeah.
I definitely have to say Just Friends was one of them, because we were in Regina. And when in Regina, you have a great time. No,
right.
It was really freezing. It was the coldest I've ever been in my entire life. We filmed in January and February, and when we landed, it was 40 degrees below zero. And you literally got out of the car and ran into the hotel lobby. And once you got in, you were like, oh, because you felt the cold just like come after you,
Right.
Like you'd be like, and just like you felt frozen for a second. But then it started getting a little bit warmer, and then we finally were able to shoot outside, and it was still freezing. I mean, we had stickered, warming little, what are they called?
Yeah. Oh god, they're like heat patches, basically.
The heat patch warmers, like just stuck all over us, like outside. But it was fun because Roger Cumble, who directed that film, he pushed us to go way farther and way more over the top than I've had any director do. I mean, we do a scene, he'd be like, okay, crank it to 10. And we'd be like, okay, and just like, just be nuts about whatever we're doing. And then he'd be like, okay, pull it back to a 7 now. you know, and it'd be kind of like this like acting camp where we just like do a scene and then he'd be like, okay.
Right.
So it was super fun. So that was really fun. I have to say I did the butterfly effect, and for me that was maybe the most challenging acting experience because it was if 4 realities happened in one person. So I had,
Yeah.
you know, you don't shoot in order. So I was just like,
No.
okay, this is what happens when she's this and this, when she's this and when she's this and when she's this. So I just kind of had to really map it out and really, I worked hard. I work with an acting coach on all this stuff because nowadays it's not like a play where you have an ample time to rehearse and kind of find it.
Yeah.
You know, you get there and you're like, okay, we're shooting it. We have no rehearsal time. So I work with a coach so we can sort of like go over it and kind of have a, you know, it just helps in general.
That's cool.
So that was fun.
Yeah.
And then what my last one, I mean, maybe Rat Race, because that was like the comedians that I looked up to so many of these people. I mean, Whoopi Goldberg, I love her so much. And for her to be in that movie, I was like, I got to bring my A game. These people, you know, you got John Lovitz and Kathy Najimy and all these characters. I'm just like, shoot, man, I don't want to follow the wayside.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so that was like we filmed all over on that film, like 4 different locations. Like we were in Calgary and then we were in Nevada and then we were in outside of California, like in LA. Anyway, it was fun.
That's cool. That's really cool. And WG said, that's my favorite thing I've seen you in. Butterfly Effect. You were amazing nailing all the different timelines. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
And that is, it's really, if you don't have a chance to kind of map it out, it makes it so hard to have all of these different things in your head, like where the person, you know, most people don't think of that when they're seeing things. They see it in order and they don't realize that, you know, it doesn't get, you know, it's not like live stage work where you actually get to experience the through line with the character.
Right.
Yeah, you have to be in those spaces. Steph says, do you feel your dance experience helped you as an actor?
I feel like it did help me. I feel like it got me into learning about being disciplined early on. I did ballet, and ballet was fun, but it was also kind of boring.
Yeah.
Like it was great, but I was also like, you know, as soon as we did whatever, you know, in class, you know, as soon as the music goes off, I'm just like, all right, let's do hip hop. Like I just wanted to kind of spice it up and have fun, but ballet is very disciplined.
Yeah.
And but the lesson I learned the most was all that practicing pays off when you're performing.
Yeah.
And the idea it did get me performing at a young age. I just didn't ever I honestly never realized I'd be an actor when I was young.
Yeah.
I thought I'd be a hairdresser. I was like, I just love French braiding my own hair. And I didn't really think, you know, I didn't have long-term goals when I was a kid.
It turned out okay. So there you go.
It worked out, but you know, life is so unpredictable. You just, you know, a lot of people kind of want to know your story because they want to know how they can go about it. And I think everyone has their own unique story. And you sort of just have to trust. I was really grateful because my parents, I went to community college right out of high school, and I got little jobs, you know, doing little short films and like a couple lines on something. But everyone else I went to school with was in college. So I was like, so I moved out on my own, but I went to community college and I started going to classes, and then I got a job that would take me away, and then I would have to drop out, and then I would work, and then I'd go back and enroll and just keep going on my classes. And then there just felt like there was that crossroads where I thought, you know, I don't know if I could keep doing both.
Right.
And my parents were like, well, it's really going well for you. Just keep doing it. College will always be there. And I was like, okay. I didn't really, you don't really know much again at that point. But
Yeah.
so I never went to college. I just like lived in West Hollywood by myself at 18 and started working and going to class a lot. And, it worked. That's what worked for me. And, I think it's important to just be open to opportunities.
Yeah.
You have to show up in life for life to show up for you.
Yep.
So, and also going toward what it is that you're interested in.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's all I got to say right now.
No, that's great. I think you're right. People think that it's human nature to look at successful people or people,
Yeah.
And to go, oh, okay, look how they did it. I can do that same thing. And it rarely works out like that. And because like you said, everybody's journey looks different. And chasing your passions that you have enough drive to want to really get in there for is a great thing. And other than that, kind of like you said, trust the process. Like, trust that it's gonna, and it's really cool that your parents said that college will always be there, because a lot of folks out there, I mean, mine have never pressured me, and it'd be a little late now.
I know. You ready to go back?
No. I never had a day, so I'm good. It's because I remember there were so many. Oh my gosh. Being in a small town, everybody, thinks they know everybody at least.
Yeah.
And so you get this whole, when you go to college, and they'll like grab you by the lapels and say, you have to go. It's like, I really don't. And you just have to kind of trust your own journey, and take a good look at things and kind of assess and just kind of feel your way through it. And that's sort of, as long as passion and drive, and like you said, showing up, that's really
I also think, for me, I also was really into doing things for the environment when I was a teenager. So right out of school, like out of high school, I started volunteering with Heal the Bay, which is a local nonprofit in LA. And I started, I got trained to go into the classrooms and give little presentations and teach kids about cleaning up the ocean and doing beach cleanups. And, that was also, there was a real parallel happening for me too. It was like I was doing my acting, but then also all the environmentalism was also speaking to me so strongly. And so I think it's really good to sort of diversify your life too.
Yep.
It's nice to have the balance of like finding different things that interest you or different hobbies, just to have like, just to go toward what it is that you feel excited about.
Totally. Okay. So I'll have to do this one in as a, so how often did you crack up while working with Ryan Reynolds? Just wondering about that.
Well, I mean, Ryan, he's obviously, we all know Ryan in a big way, but he's so genuinely funny and clever, and he's like kind of a dark sense of humor at times. But he just has the comedy down. He just has the instincts, the reactions, the understanding of how comedy works. And yes, there's probably so many outtakes with Ryan that we had. I mean, it's funny when you do comedy, because I remember I learned a big lesson in one of my acting classes where I was doing this comedic scene with this other girl, and the other girl was so funny. And I just, I just couldn't help but like start laughing at her on stage while I was doing the scene.
Right.
My teacher goes, Amy, you are in the scene. You do not play the audience in the scene. You have to be that much more committed. And I was like, oh my God, you're right. Oh, shoot. Okay. You know, like
Yeah.
comedy like comes from like hyper drama,
Yeah.
you know? So you have to be like that much more invested even than sometimes drama because like
True.
it's so heightened.
Oh
So
yeah.
I
Yeah.
got like such a slap on the wrist, like you
Oh.
cannot play the audience in a scene. And so it made me be like, okay, shoot, this is hard. And it's hard sometimes because you're like, whatever the
Yep.
person's doing is freaking funny.
Right.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. Focus, bite your tongue.
Right. Oh, it's yeah. Well, and the thing is whenever something is heightened in almost any direction, it is human nature for the mind and the body to don't think about this line by itself for more than 5 seconds, but it's for the mind and the body to find release somehow,
Right.
and then whether that's that's laughter or just like choking, whatever. And yeah, again, that's another line not to think of. Anyway, so
Yeah.
but yeah, but so it is so much harder, and it's so ironic that the dramatic roles and things are, or for the longest time, the only thing that award ceremonies or anybody really paid attention to. And
Sure.
comedy was just like, oh, that's that fun, frivolous stuff. It's like, no, you don't understand. That was clearly decided by people who've never done that.
You're right.
Because when you're in the middle of it, just making and it doesn't matter if you're the one like causing the heightened emotion or if you're the one receiving, like the that energy exchange, you just naturally want to release either laughter or just or whatever.
Mhm.
And so it's so much, there's so much more to it than people really understand. And comedy is so much fun. But I have a Deadpool costume too because I'm not from the film.
Oh, really?
No, yeah.
That
I,
would be really expensive.
that'd be really expensive. I do have there was a prop from the guy who made the guns and the weapons and stuff for the movie. There was like one of the casings from the tests.
Oh,
That's about as close to that as yeah.
that you
But
have
yes, what's that?
that you have?
I do have.
Oh,
Yeah.
where do you find these things?
It's just kind of randomly. They find me. They just sort of
They're like,
randomly show up.
Amy, here I go.
You're right. We have props from 50 Shades of Grey and 50 Shades Darker.
Whoa. What kind of props?
The good no.
The
We've got
props.
right. We have some of the test because they'll do auctions for some of these things afterwards. So we've got some props from the Elvis 2022, the Baz Luhrmann film. Like poker chips and cards and some of that stuff. A jacket. My wife got a comb that Austin Butler used. But no, the for 50 Shades of Grey, they have this giant jumble of red rope, and they're testing the different types of knots and things, and different thicknesses of rope to kind of see, I guess, what they want to use for filming. And so when they had it, they have this wrapped bundle of red rope. So we got that, and it's got like so we've got that, and then I don't know if you've seen all three of the films, but in the second one, there's an auction scene where they hold up like bidding paddles, not the other kind of paddle, bidding paddles, and so we've got that, and it comes with the booklet from the dinner. And the crazy thing is they went to town. The booklet has all of the advertisements, and like it's full. There's every single page, and you never see, nobody even picks up a book that I see, and
Yeah.
they're just sitting on the table, but there's like 20 pages of full-on booklet in this auction. It looks like a legitimate auction book.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Yeah. And the handle is like carved, or it's like, yeah, and it's the wildest thing. And and then now we're Facebook friends with the author, E.L. James, and she actually used a song I wrote for the final, like the kickoff party for the final. I wrote a song from Christian's perspective, just because why not?
She used it? What did she
Yeah.
use it for?
She used it for the kickoff party for her final Freed book.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
That very cool.
Yeah, it's fun. But how did we get on?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. We were talking about Deadpool. No, Deadpool is just
right.
Yeah. Deadpool is just something I break out at Halloween and other times like that.
Oh, that was really good.
Thank you. Well, the funny thing is, there was a drunk. I'll do this real quick because, like, again, nobody wants to hear my crazy crap. But there was a guy. The funny thing is watching people's reactions, and I'm sure in certain respects that you've had this with in different scenarios as well. But acting when there's an audience, and just kind of like costumes is very similar in that they are sort of a conversation piece and a psychological experiment. People's reactions and their different reactions is always fascinating. And this one incredibly drunk guy comes up to me and he goes, "Are you Ryan Reynolds?" Well, actually, Ryan Reynolds wishes he was me, so it's kind of one of those kind of, And he said, "Oh, can you say, 'Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret?'" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, yeah, no problem." I'm thinking he's going to get out his phone or something. He's just staring at me, and I say, "Are you going to get out your phone?" "Oh, good idea, yeah." And so then I looked at, so I said, "Okay, are you filming?" Because just making sure, right? And I said, "So I'm going to say to this guy's Facebook followers and Twitter friends that I'm touching myself tonight. And if you're touching yourself tonight, think of me, because I'll be thinking of me too. And remember, Ryan Reynolds wishes he was me, and Hugh Jackman is still the best name in adult." And anyway, so I went on like that.
That's amazing. Yes.
So I'll never forget those lines. They just came out of my brain. I'll never forget those lines for the rest of my life.
Okay.
So sorry. So that's I guess that one's for me.
I love it.
Thank you.
So do you is that sounds like it would be perfect for you to have some kind of fully, a costume that fully covers your face that you can really play into your voice and what you create.
It's true. And that's the reason why, like with Jack Sparrow, it's like the full makeup, and I've got a fake mustache and beard and all that kind of stuff. And Ryan talking about it being clown work is completely true. Because when you're covered, you can almost try on. I said this yesterday about fandoms and perspectives, but what's fun about acting and what's fun about a lot of this kind of stuff for me is you get to try personalities on like jackets. Like you get to kind of see how they fit, and sometimes something carries with you, sometimes it carries with you and you wish it didn't. But the experiences are so interesting, especially getting to see the reaction in real time. It's a little harder when you're filming it and there's like no reaction, and then you have to wait until like 8 months later when it's finally done for somebody to go, "Oh, that's great." I'm like, okay, yeah.
You're like,
I had that reaction in my head when we filmed it.
Right.
But that's so as I was going through this, I was noticing so many different types of films. We talked about Christmas, we talked about we talked about comedy, but there's also Seventh Moon and Strangeland, and like such a wide range of different types of films. Is there a certain type that you like the best, and what about each genre? Is there something in the energy of each genre that has different types of attraction for you?
I would say these are all really good questions. So I feel like in just drama,
Yeah.
it feels the most satisfying because it just like feels like it just climbs into the deeper, darker, complex aspects. It feels like you're just like, ugh. It's just like there's something that feels cathartic and
Yeah.
important and like, deep
Mhm.
and complex. Comedy to me is the most fun. I mean, it's just fun. There's
Yeah.
usually on set, it's like there's a lot of levity. People are just like, okay, now try it this way, and oh my god, and people are like behind the cameras, watching the monitor, cracking up, or it's sort of like comedy is like sort of in the moment, and then somebody goes, oh, and do this right now, and try this line, and so
Yeah.
it like has like a spontaneity to it.
Yeah, like experimentation kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. See what sticks, see what works and stuff. Um, I mean, I've done horror movies. It's like my least favorite, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
I yeah. I mean, I probably my favorite. I did this movie Mirrors with Kiefer Sutherland,
Mhm.
and it was the first time that I went to the special effects, the company, and like had to have a whole cast of my face, and then they had to like create a whole jaw being ripped off and painted, and I got to sit, when we filmed this in Romania, and I remember just knowing that was going to be a really long day, and it was going to
Yeah.
take like 2 to 3 hours to just like put this stuff over my face and my mouth, and drink out of a straw the whole day because my mouth is, I couldn't do anything, and
Yeah.
put contacts in, and it was just like it was a whole process. So that was fun to have. I mean, they made a whole dead body of me. It was like crazy. It's like creepy, but kind of
Right.
cool. Like, so that was fun. And when we filmed that, it was definitely a haunted like place.
Yeah.
Creepy. It was, I don't know what it was, but they took this like old building and created a department store out of it, but it was in Romania. I don't know. There was some
Wow.
creepiness happening in there, but it was, so it kind of, it's perfect for a horror movie because
True.
I honestly think that movie was really scary. Like,
Yeah.
I only saw what I did, and then I saw the movie. I was like, oh, this movie's scary. It
Yeah.
was like just scary.
Wow.
But and then I did it Seventh Moon. I shot that in Hong Kong, and we shot 6 weeks of all nights in this place called New Territories, which is like outside Hong Kong. And they were very superstitious there, and they made us take 3 sticks of incense every single
Mm.
night before they went around to every crew member, and we had to sort of bless to the north, the east, the south, and the west, like
Yeah.
to make sure no spirits were going to come mess us up.
Right. Yep.
Like that
Yep.
was real. Like we
Yeah.
had to do that every single night because we were basically running over graveyards and like crazy shit. Like,
Ooh. Yeah.
so those experiences are fun, but again, like I think it's because I don't personally go out of my way to watch horror movies that
Me
if I
either.
did, maybe that would be more like, yeah, bring it on.
Right. Yeah. 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 I've always thought horror movies would be more fun to make than to watch. I mean, I like some of like the old '80s slasher, like Jason and Freddy and some of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's more because at this point it's campy and that kind of thing. But yeah, the really major horror stuff, that's not really my wheelhouse either. So that I completely understand that mindset. So did you ask them if you could just take the body home and just like have so much fun with random,
I know. It's probably sitting in some warehouse somewhere, or they just threw it away. They were like, we'll just
Right.
never use this. Big rubber wonky looking thing. Like,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'd be, just see what you do is what you do is if there's ever any problem with like, if you ever get into a major thing with like paparazzi or something, just kind of like tip it over there and just kind of do it over. Like, oh my God, what happened?
I love it. I know. Ha.
Like you're making good use out of props like that. It just seems like so much more.
Oh
Seems
my.
like so much more fun.
You're right. I should have just kept it and put it out for Halloween or something. Like,
There was something because prop store is a great place to get a lot of like props and stuff, and they have. There's another place, Eye Collector has a ton. They auction like Chucky dolls and like actually production used and stuff like that. And I don't have any of that stuff, but I'm like, part of me is like, ooh, if this wasn't so expensive, I would be, like there'd be a bunch of these on the lawn or something like. We go nuts for Halloween. We got like fake tombstones and
yes.
it's so okay, I know we're basically on at time, but Kristen, do you want to bring up that question you had again? And while she's bringing that up, was there anything that you what was your favorite was there anything that you like, oh my gosh, I have to have that you grabbed from one of the sets?
Okay, yes. So Stargirl, they in the living room, I want to go get it. And can I go get it and show you?
Sure, yeah.
It's so weird and creepy, but I love it. Hold on one
That's
second.
cool.
So every day when we were doing Stargirl, we'd go into the dining area, and there was this little salt and pepper shaker that sat on the shelf, and I was like, oh my God, look at that thing. And it was just like weird and cool.
Yeah. Okay.
So for my wrap gift, the Jeff Johns,
yep,
who created Stargirl, he was like, Amy, here you go. It's this thing. Hold on, let me see. It's like this kind of weird, creepy. Sorry, there we go. It's like, what is this? A sleeping bunny, a weird, but it's kind of cute and weird. And I was like, I love it. I want this little weirdo thing. Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
that's cool.
That was my weird keepsake from Stargirl.
That's awesome. There is a character whose name I'm completely blanking on that has ears like that from, I believe it's the She-Ra cartoon. Oh. The original one. Okay. And he's got like multiple colored, but the outside ring I think is pink. And so when I saw the ears on that, I'm like, that almost looks like the character from, because like, I mean, my first thing growing up was He-Man back in the day. So
yeah.
Of course, right? And but yeah, that almost looks like that. Okay, Kristen had this. You were on 6 episodes of Shameless. What was it like coming into like an established? Well, and Scrubs was kind of like this too. What was it like coming into an established cast for Shameless?
I mean, it's really intimidating. I have to give it to Emmy Rossum. I came on as this sort of love interest for her, just to shake it up and stuff. And we ended up meeting for coffee and going over this character, and she was so invested in it, and she was great. It was John Wells who created it, who I had worked with in the past. And he made it very cool in the sense that everyone had to have their lines memorized. I don't think anyone was allowed to have their cell phones on set, but like usually on sets, they give you your lines, in a small version, just to like, while you're rehearsing, maybe you forgot a line or something. So you're like, let me just look. But he was like, there's going to be no sides. They're called sides. There's going to be no sides on set. You have to know your lines so well that you go on set and there's no like not knowing your lines.
You're right.
So I was like, oh my gosh, okay. Because people get a little bit, when you're memorizing stuff, your brain goes to like, for me, if I write out my lines the night before and then go to sleep, it somehow like penetrates deeper and it gets in my subconscious.
Yep.
When you're acting, especially in a show where you're just like getting new lines and oh, we're going to shoot this scene instead. And then you're like, oh, I didn't prepare that one,
Right.
Because they do change things sometimes last minute. Anyway, so that was kind of intimidating, but like so fun. I loved going on Shameless. In fact, Shanola Hampton, who I met on Shameless, she's one of my really close friends now. Now she's on Found, but she's such a cool, she's become like a really, really close friend. And that show was awesome to be on. And they all grew up together. I mean, it was just like so cool that they started, all at a certain age. And now, look at them now. It's like so cool. It was really fun.
Very cool.
And I loved playing Fiona. I loved playing my character.
Yeah.
She just was just like, I loved playing devious characters. It's just fun.
Yeah.
I just like it.
Oh yeah. I kind of like, what was it? Well, when somebody asks for an autograph for Jack Sparrow, I put nearly sincerely.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Just
I like that.
because it is. There's. Well, I mean, it's funny. The more straight hero characters, it almost, because everybody just kind of assumes them to be a certain way. There's almost more pressure, whereas the devious characters, you can just, like you said, you can have more fun. You can play. You can get in there and play a bit, because they just, as long as you're kind of hitting the energy, the rest doesn't matter as much. Whereas like, the straight heroic lead kind of stuff, like Edward Cullen or Superman or something like that, there's a very specific kind of boundary that you have to be in. And and it just seems like it's a lot more pressure to kind of
Right.
I totally okay, well, we're probably we're over time, but one final question, if you don't mind. If you had to pick one set to be on forever, out of everything that you've done, if there was one that you're like, you know what, I could, yes, I want to do a lot of different stuff, but if I had to be here and this is where I was going to stay, what would it be?
Probably Stargirl. I wish it would have kept going. We just had such a great time doing it, and we were hoping so much that it would keep going. So I would definitely choose going back to that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That was fun.
Well, Amy, this has been an absolute joy.
Same, Jamie. That was so great.
Thank you. Yeah, this is so much.
You.
So good. Yes.
Yeah.
And everybody, Amy Smart.
Yay, you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Also, I'm just going to plug this movie that I had come out called Rally Caps. It's on VOD, and it's a really cool, sweet, heartfelt, complex baseball kids movie, but it's really for kind of all families and whoever. It's kind of for everyone, but it's a really sweet movie that just came out a week ago. So.
Cool. That's all. Give us the title one more time.
Yeah, Rally Caps.
Rally Caps. Awesome. Yeah. So everybody, go see Rally Caps.
Check it out.
We'll be checking that out for sure.
Yeah.
And such a pleasure talking with you. And thank you. Is there anything? Do you have anything coming up that you can talk about?
No. And then I just had another film come out on Lifetime called Held Hostage in My House.
Okay.
Which is it changed a little bit, but it's still a fun sort of whoudunit movie.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Lifetime, Held Hostage in My House.
Yes.
And cool.
And Rally Caps.
Yeah. And Rally Caps. So
okay.
Awesome.
Amazing.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy and Jamie. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us here today. Hello to all the folks jumping on our live stream. I'm going to do a really quick donation update, and then we will get to our amazing next guest, John Tartaglia. So we will be up in just 1 second. A quick reminder, every $10 donation, you'll see that donating, that link scrolling on the bottom of the screen or on all our socials. Every $10 donation gets you an entry into one of 3 mystery box prizes. So that's super exciting. We also have 3 Mom Bomb gift sets left. So if you are donating over $50, those next 3 people to donate over $50 get that gift set. Mom Bomb is such a wonderful organization, and we're going to play a quick little video just to introduce the charity.
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
Thank you so much to our producers for playing that. So our next guest is the super talented actor, puppeteer, director, creator that we all know and love from things like Sesame Street, Avenue Q, Beauty and the Beast, Shrek, Julie's Green Room, so much. Are you ready to come on screen, John? Awesome. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
It is so nice to meet you. I know we have a lot of fans in the comments right now. My opening question that I love to do with guests here is, what's your elevator pitch? What do you like to say about your work, yourself? And it can be as serious or unserious as you want. It's always up to you.
I don't think I've ever been asked for my elevator pitch. I would say I come from a long line of entertainment family, and so I literally grew up as early as I can remember performing, entertaining, experiencing theater, experiencing live music and live shows. So I always knew I wanted to do this. I don't think I ever had a chance, honestly, to do anything else. And I discovered puppetry when I was about 7 years old, and that started me on this amazing journey that's kind of created my career. And so I would say that I'm so lucky to do the thing I love to do, and to do it in so many different ways, between performing and writing and directing and producing and creating. So I feel like I'm a very, very lucky person.
Oh, I love that. That's beautiful. That's a great elevator pitch.
I gotta refine that. Now I gotta be ready next time.
No, I love that. This is another of my questions that I love to ask people, because it is maybe a little bit silly, but do you have a boring fact that you would be willing to share about yourself? Like boring, low stakes.
I mean, I guess the best thing I could say is for a short period of time, I was a horrible busboy at a restaurant when I first moved to New York City, and I spilled a glass of red wine, all over a lady's white fur coat.
Oh no!
And that was like a moment where I was like, this is not a skill set for me. But honestly, I actually loved doing it. But yeah, I would say I'm a horrible busboy.
Yeah,
is that kind of in the realm of
I love that. I feel like that's a foundational New York City actor experience too.
Yes. I was a singing waiter for a while. I like doing that better, but handling lots of expensive glassware and not dumping wine on people, I don't know. I'm not very good at that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to highlight this lovely comment. Yes, Mom Bomb is such a great organization. Please donate. What Jamie and I have been saying all weekend is put what fandom you're in. So if you're like, I'm here because John's my favorite, put that in your comments and we'll see it. So please do donate. So you spoke to this a little bit, but I'd love to hear more about how you got into puppetry and theater, because I don't feel like I run into people every day that are like, yeah, I'm into puppetry. That's my thing.
Yes. It is a unique art form that there's kind of a growing community now because of what we're doing right now, talking online, and the ability for people to get that information, which I didn't have as a kid. But, I knew I wanted to be, I knew I loved to perform. My mom's an actress, my dad's a musical director. So I grew up, when they were married, I grew up, going to see shows that my mom was in, going to see shows my dad was playing, and I would sit backstage and watch how the show came together technically, which I think definitely informed my directing life later. But I loved sitting in the audience. I just loved characters and voices and performing. And so when I was about 7, I discovered the original Fraggle Rock. It was on HBO originally, and I became a huge, massive fan of it, kind of obsessed with it. And there was this moment, I mean, I loved the show itself and the characters and the music and everything about it. And then there was this like very like, you know, my synapses went woo moment where I realized, oh, there's people who do this for a living. There's people who like are making these characters come to life and doing these voices, and how are they using their hand to, I don't know, you know, to make this thing move that makes me feel this deep emotion, you know. And I just thought that was such a cool thing to do. And so I started teaching myself and learning more about it, became really, you know, obsessed and enamored by Jim Henson and everything he created. And I just knew by like age 8 that this is what I wanted to do. And I always say, I think it's because puppetry combines all of the different skill sets that if you love performance and being a performer, you know, that are important. So, you know, it's singing, it's acting, it's movement, it's, you know, you're writing your own scripts, you're creating your own puppet stage, you're building your own stuff. So it just kind of uses all of your creativity. And also I could get away with things, you know, when you're like 8 years old and you want to make your family laugh and you can like put on this puppet that can say, you know, maybe like naughty things or silly things, like, you know, to get a laugh out of your family is like the greatest thing in the world. So that's really kind of what started it.
That's amazing. I love that. I think for so many actors, that ability to perform for your family is so foundational. That's really amazing.
Absolutely. I was lucky to have a very, very supportive family that like that loves to support that.
That's amazing as well. Yeah. On this theme, so I come from a dance and music background, and I'm also just a musical theater nerd in general. I am super curious, and I also have friends who really love puppets too. So I'm like talking with them as well. When it comes to timing and physicality, what are some things about puppetry that maybe folks who don't have any experience with puppetry wouldn't automatically think? Because I think we kind of see people doing puppets and we're just like, yeah, it's like Sesame Street. We don't think harder, but are there kind of more complexities there than what we might just know as audience members?
That's a great question. I mean, I feel like it depends on what kind of puppetry it is and where it's being done. Like, you know, when you're doing puppetry in theater, for example, like what we did with Avenue Q or The Lion King, you know, you can't see what your puppet is doing because you're performing as that character. So you have to be present, and it would be relatively boring for the audience in those cases, not all, for us to be staring at our puppet, you know. So we're having to kind of learn this like muscle memory of what's right for the audience and what looks good. And, you know, you're always competing for, like in the case of like an Avenue Q, there were 800 seats in that theater. So there's 800 different points of view, and you have to make sure the performance is strong enough that the audience can tell, no matter where they're sitting, they can tell what's happening, right? So there's that's a challenge when you're doing live theater, you know, and obviously just what goes with theater, right? Which is like, you don't get you can't stop, you can't do it again, you can't do another take, you have to just keep going. So there's that challenge. I think when you're doing television puppetry, we're watching what we're doing live on a television monitor so we can see what the camera's doing. But, you know, you're having to basically do the work that like a sitcom actor is doing, where you have, you know, 3 cameras cutting at the same time. You've got to hit your marks, you got to say your lines, but you've also got to make this puppet move and align in the shots the correct way. And most of the puppets we use are like, you know, this big, they're not giant. And there's these, you know, 5 foot to 6 foot people underneath the camera that have to, you know, navigate our bodies in whatever uncomfortable way they have to be navigated to get the puppet to look good. So it's really, it's like, it's the kind of thing where, and you get used to it, it becomes second nature. But I think it's the kind of thing that like, you don't think about when you're watching the show, you know what I mean? Like you're not thinking about what's happening underneath the camera and how we have to kind of contort. There's this great old expression, Frank Oz, who's one of the most brilliant puppeteers in the world. He's the original Miss Piggy and Grover and Yoda. And, you know, he always would say, like, if you're uncomfortable, then you're doing it right. And that's pretty true. It's like, if we're uncomfortable under the camera, it probably looks great on camera for the puppet.
Oh, no. That's amazing. We've got a great question from Steph here. Do you have a favorite role you've played and a favorite role you've directed?
Ooh, let's see. Well, I guess I would say in theater, I mean, that's such a hard question. I think it was probably Lumiere in Beauty and the Beast, because that musical means so much to me. I love that show, and I loved being Lumiere because he's exactly, I feel like he was like who I was as a kid, where he was like putting on a show and like, you know, wanting to make everyone feel welcome and entertaining, and just being in that show on Broadway and singing that Alan Menken, Howard Ashman music every night was just the greatest I never got tired of doing that show. I loved it. I think as far as a show role, and I guess on TV, my favorite role would be Gobo Fraggle. I mean, to get to play this character that I grew up loving so much as a kid, and now get to take that character on is like it's the happiest I've ever been doing that show. As far as being as a director, favorite role I've directed, well, it was fun. I got to direct Shrek a few years ago, and having been in the show, getting to direct it and then work with the person playing Pinocchio in that production and getting to kind of pass on the things I learned doing that role. That was kind of a cool, like, bizarre life experience. Like, you never think you're going to direct the show that you were in, So, so I guess that would probably be my answer.
That's amazing. We have so many good, like, deep cut questions in the chat here. So we have, hi, Helene, is asking, I loved how Avenue Q had a puppeteer school for their actors. Is that true for other shows?
That's a great question. Yeah. I mean, it depends on what the show is. Like, we had to do that with Avenue Q because the show was kind of written for me and Stephanie and Rick and Jen, around the skills that we had as puppeteers already. And then there was that moment where, the producers were like, oh my God, we have to hire, the show has to go on after you guys leave the show. We need understudies and we need other companies. So they created this, like, what we called, like, Avenue Q boot camp, basically, where they would bring in musical theater actors who had enough skills, basic understanding of puppetry, and kind of teach them the basics. And they would keep growing and keep learning. And I know a lot of musicals have done that for specialty. Like, I think, like for Jersey Boys, they had, like, Frankie Valli Camp where they would send, because it's such a hard thing to sing. As far as puppetry goes, I know, like, The Lion King, they tend to hire musical theater performers who mostly don't have puppetry skills and teach them puppetry. There's kind of a training for that. I'm trying to think of other examples of that. Like, I think, like, Matilda, for the kids in Matilda, they would train them. So yeah, I mean, it depends. If a show has a real specialty like that, especially with puppetry, like Life of Pi. I don't know if you guys saw that on Broadway, but yeah, that had beautiful puppetry in it. And I think that they also have kind of a boot camp for that, which is really, I love that, because to me, it's like, as a musical theater performer who is also just naturally a puppeteer, I love that we get to share those skills with more musical theater performers. So there's more puppetry, and then people are interested in it, and it kind of continues on, and, people have this extra skill set that they maybe didn't have. Yeah.
That's awesome. That was a great question. I've got another one here from W. John, were you naturally ambidextrous from a very young age? You said you found puppeteering at 7 years old. Would you share a little bit more about how it became a passion then for you?
Oh my God, ambidextrous. Well, wait, isn't that where you can do with both hands, right? I am not ambidextrous. I think most puppeteers have, like, their dominant, like, their better hand.
Okay.
And I'm right-handed, and occasionally we have to put on, this is a fun fact, occasionally, like, in big group scenes where you'll see, like, every Sesame Street character or every Fraggle or everyone will wear two puppets at the same time.
Oh my gosh.
Just to get more, because so you're not trying to hire 50 puppeteers, you're hiring 25 and you have 50 puppets. And you can, I mean, it's so sad how bad, like, oftentimes our weaker hand puppetry looks. Like, they just don't look great. So I wish I was completely ambidextrous. You definitely have to be good with both hands, but my right hand is definitely the puppet hand for sure. But yeah, I just see the comment that and some puppeteers are, right. There's some puppeteers who can switch hands pretty easily, but I am not that person. And I forgot the other part of the question. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. How did that become more of a passion? Even though you recognized that spark when you were young, how did that kind of build up? Especially as such a a young human. You were a little kid.
I think I kind of read obsessively. I mean, this is the old days before the internet, right? So you had to, like, go to the library, or, like, if it was something on TV, you had to kind of catch it and maybe tape it on VHS if you were lucky. So I became really obsessed with all things Muppets and Henson, and I read a lot about how Jim hired his puppeteers, and there was one puppeteer who was incredibly influential to me named Richard Hunt, and there's a wonderful book called Funny Boy all about his life. But he was an openly gay puppeteer for the Muppets, and he was just his characters were really big. He did Sweetums and Janice and so many wonderful iconic characters, and I loved those characters. But I remember reading that Richard got hired, like he cold called like Jim at like 18 years old and was like, I want to work for the Muppets, and he got hired at 18. And so I remember telling my mom at like 8 years old, like walking into the kitchen while she was making dinner and being like, just so you know, when I'm 18, I'm going to graduate high school. I'm not going to go to college. I'm going to move to New York City and work for the Muppets. Okay, bye. And I was very, very blessed that that's what happened. But so I kind of like, it's weird. I almost knew at 8, like most kids are still figuring out like, what do they want to do or what do they want to be? Or I knew at 8, I was like, oh, this is my goal. My goal is to live in this place called New York City. My goal is to work for the Muppets, for Jim Henson. At 18, like this is the same path. I can do this too. And so I think that having that sense of purpose, that sense of like passion, that sense of knowledge of what I wanted to do kind of drove me. And then I just became a sponge and absorbed like everything I could learn about television puppetry and Henson and Muppets and you know, and still doing theater. Like that was the blessing, is like, you know, I had this dual life where I was like doing all the leads in the high school shows, and I loved doing theater and singing. And so I never thought that I would make my Broadway debut doing both, like puppetry and theater. But I always I never said, oh, I only wanted to do puppetry. It just, that became like a goal that I wanted to do that. And then the side, I wanted to also do theater. And so I'm very lucky I've been able to kind of navigate both mediums, you know?
Yeah, that's so wonderful. I have another, I don't know if this is a deep cut. So my good friend Bob, DJ Bob, the DJ Bob Show, he does wonderful podcasts. Uh-huh. Yeah, he way more knowledgeable about puppetry than me. So I was like, okay, bro, you gotta give me a good question. And so just you'll have to see if this means something to you. He says to ask about the Almost Mickey Mouse Club experience. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah. So I was first of all, I was a huge fan of the new Mickey Mouse Club, with like Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears, all that. Watched it obsessively, and I wrote a letter to Jim Henson when I was about 7 years old, telling him what I said to you, which is like, I want to come work for you. I want to work for the Muppets. Mm-hmm. I want to do what you do. Didn't hear back for a while, but finally, like a year later, got back this beautiful signed photo from him and like a letter from a secretary saying he'd read my letter. And so I was like, oh my God, I've made contact with my hero, right? And then a few months after that, I was at school and I got called to the principal's office and I thought I was in trouble. And they were like, oh, there's a lady on the phone for you. And my mom was at that time, my parents were divorced. I was a latchkey kid, you know, so I was like at home by myself a lot. My mom worked, you know, a job. She was a single mom. So I was worried it was my mom calling, you know, something was wrong. And I get on the phone and it's this lady from the new Mickey Mouse Club. And she's like, you know, I'm the talent coordinator. I think her name is Kate Link. I don't know if she's out there, but she was so nice. And she was like, I'm the talent coordinator for the new Mickey Mouse Club. And we have this thing called Guest Day, where every Friday we have a famous celebrity on and a real kid gets to interview him or her. And Jim Henson's going to be on. And he suggested that maybe you'd be a good kid to interview him.
Wow.
And I was like, what? Like, you know, I mean, A, I'm being asked to possibly be on this show that I'm obsessed with. And B, my hero suggested my name. So I think I was one of many kids he may have suggested, and many other kids that were interested in Jim Henson. But it started off with like 30-something kids, and then it got narrowed down over like a week. It got narrowed down and narrowed down and narrowed down. And finally, it was me and one other kid. And they ended up picking the other kid. I was devastated. Oh. I've since become friends with him, and actually, like, we've shared kind of like, he's like, well, you got the career that I wanted, and I'm like, yeah, you got the experience I wanted meeting Jim Henson. But if I had met him, I would have gone to like the set of the Muppet 3D movie that he was shooting and spent the day with him, and basically my dream. Mm-hmm. And it, you know, it didn't happen. And I believe everything happens for a reason. So it didn't happen. And then a few months later, he passed away. So it was just, it was this like it was such a close moment of like almost getting the chance to have that thing happen that didn't happen. But so that show means a lot to me because it was kind of, you know, it was kind of like my entry almost into meeting Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that there was still that point of connection, if not quite as close. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah. Just to know that he knew who I was and that he was thoughtful enough to say, like, here's this obsessed kid in New Jersey who wants to meet me. Maybe he'd be the right person.
I love that. He's like, I know the perfect kid.
Yeah. This people have questions, yeah.
I've got, hey, Bob, coming in with another great question. One of my dearest friends is the amazing Jocelyn Stevenson, one of the creatives of Fraggle Rock. What's it like what's it like having her in the writer's room and the essence checker during the reboot? Also, hello.
Hi, Bob. Jocelyn Stevenson is a legend. She worked for many years for Jim Henson and the Muppets and Fraggle Rock, and has gone on to be this incredibly impactful and powerful creator in the world of family entertainment. She's really special, and I'm so lucky to call her a friend. I was meeting her originally. I met her, I think like 15 years ago, and I was so intimidated because I was like, her name carries so much weight in my world, and I was like, oh my God. And I had just started performing Gobo. Actually, maybe it was 11 years ago. 11 years ago I met her. And I just started performing Gobo for a series of promotions. It was the first time I'd ever done the character. And I was, am and was such a huge Fraggle Rock fan. So meeting her, I was so intimidated. Like, does she like me? Does she like? And it was at this Fraggle Rock reunion party, the 30th anniversary. And she was like, oh my gosh, so nice to meet you. You're doing such a great job. Like, she immediately made me feel so welcome and such a part of the world. And then when we knew that, we were going to bring the show back and reboot it, we really felt it was important to have some of those original voices as a part of the foundation of the show, because, we weren't rebooting the show because, it didn't work. Let's see if we can fix it this time around. It's like, no, we're reimagining and rebooting this incredibly beloved, successful hit show. So how crazy would we be to not involve, people who worked on the original, right? And Jocelyn had such a knowledge of the reasons why certain things were the way that they are, the reason why certain characters work well. She'd gone through the process of mistakes in the beginning of the original series to know what we should avoid. So her wisdom and her knowledge has been so incredibly valuable. And she's just a lot of fun. So we laughed so much in the room, and having worked directly with Jim Henson, she so often reminds us in the room about, that silliness is so important, and to find a fraggly way to tell something, these very kind of serious subjects, right? Like a lot of the episodes of Fraggle Rock deal with very serious subjects, but to do it in a way that feels fraggly and silly. And she's a dear, dear, dear person. We're very lucky to have her.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm just going to remind us at our halfway point in the hour that we are here to help support Mom Bomb. They're a wonderful business and organization that helps give grants to moms and dads who need extra support. You can go to that link that's scrolling on the screen, or go to any of our socials. Kristen has posted a bunch there. Otherworldly Fundraising on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, our website. Go ahead and donate. We have every $10 gets you an entry into the sweepstakes for, I believe it's 3 mystery boxes. That's very exciting. We also have, for the next 3 people that donate over $50, you'll get a Mom Bomb gift set. This is great. The holidays are around the corner. It's a really cool charity. And thank you so much, John, for donating your time to be here.
Of course.
I have a little bit of a selfish question. So I grew up watching Muppets, and every year have to watch the Muppets Christmas Carol. I love that. I think the premise that they're all Muppets, but except Scrooge is just so funny. So I desperately want to see a Muppets Pride and Prejudice where they're all Muppets. Yeah, except Mr. Darcy. I want him to be the only non-Muppet. So this is my ridiculous scheme. Do you have anything like that where you're like, this needs puppets? Is it a book, a TV show, just a movie, something you want to create that needs Muppets, that is just something, I don't know, that's been rolling around in your brain that you're like, I just want this?
I don't think I have anything specifically, but I feel like as you say that, I'm imagining reimagining history. I don't know. I feel like it would make it so much more interesting, right? To do maybe historical events with puppets, acting them out, or taking some classic films and just doing them all Muppets. This obviously never came to be, but there was talk in the 90s before Into the Woods, the movie, came out in 2014 with Meryl Streep and everybody. Mm-hmm. There was a short period of time where they were trying to think of it as a Muppets film.
Oh, I would see that. Yeah.
I know. I'm I understand why it didn't happen, but I'm like, oh my God, Stephen Sondheim's music and the Muppets together. Come on.
Oh my God. Yeah. I don't think we'd recover. I think that would be amazing.
I think you're right. So yeah, I think that you never know. There could be something down the line. I have to think. You're inspiring me to think about what it could be.
I love it. We have another fun question. Do you ever find yourself slipping into character voices? And do you have a favorite character voice that you like enjoy the most?
It's funny. I mean, the answer is yes, and not because you're like having like a a mental breakdown where you're like not sure who you are necessarily, but like sometimes it's just like when you do a voice for a long period of time, your vocal cords get a little like adjusted to that. So when we're shooting Fraggle Rock, 6 months of doing Gobo, he's very pingy up here, and so I find that it takes a little while for my voice to reset from that. I speak a little more nasal, like unintentionally, because it's Gobo. And when I was doing Avenue Q, with Rod, he was very like this, and so I would find that sometimes on like days off or when I was really tired, like my tired voice would get a little like that, So I think sometimes you do kind of, you're especially when you're doing a show 8 times a week for a couple of years, like that really kind of readjusts your how you hold yourself and your muscles and everything. So yeah, never like where I like meet somebody and I'm like, hello, like I never like step into a voice like in like a crazy way, but it definitely, your voice definitely readjusts. And then let's see, favorite. Oh, I mean, I loved doing Rod. I just loved his voice because it's so stupid and it's like, he's just a fun character to do, and he's very. There's just something ridiculous about this sound that I liked. I also do Architect Doozer on Fraggle Rock, and he's very, he's up here, and I love talking like this because it's very official and makes me sound smarter than I am. So yeah, there's fun voices like that, that you just kind of, you look forward to doing those characters, yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned, having to do 8 shows a week, and that's a lot on your voice. And I'm also curious because I think this does vary kind of actor to actor. I'm a big fan. I like structure and routine. I like to keep going back to the same piece over and over again. But then I also have a lot of entertainment friends that are like, nope, it needs to be interesting. It needs to change. So how do you feel? Do you like the 8 shows a week? I'm doing this over and over, or do you have to like work to keep that interesting after that time?
That's a great question. I love the structure of 8 shows a week. I love the community of it. I love, like being in the theater. I love being in that space. I love connecting with the audience. I'm never one of those I've never been one of those performers who can't not give 100% on stage. Like even if I'm feeling sick and I'm like, I'm going to take it easy this show. Like, there's something about that privilege of being on stage and that connection with the audience. I just have to give it all, So I never really got tired of like, oh, I don't want to do a show, or I don't want to, like that. But I think, I made kind of a promise with myself that I would never be I've had the unlucky experience of seeing shows, on Broadway when I was growing up, things like that, where you could tell that performers were just walking through it and they were just kind of, and by the way, it is easy to get there because after a while, once all the excitement wears off of opening night and the Tonys are over and all that stuff, it's a job and it's an amazing job. But you get to the point where your body can literally kind of click in and do it. And you have to really work to keep yourself present and to really keep yourself in the moment. So you don't just do the same thing every single night, But I kind of made myself a promise that if I ever felt in a show that I was able to do that, to kind of just turn on automatic, that I would think about leaving. Because I just feel like no audience member deserves that. I think if you're paying hundreds of dollars and you've traveled that many miles to see a show, you should get an A+ show always, and I think that's just the privilege of being on Broadway or doing that level of performance. And I remember the day in Avenue Q, and I'd been with the show since the very first reading, the very first workshop. So I had years of doing the characters and the music stuff under my belt. But I remember it was like 2 years in, and I remember during like a matinee and during a moment in the show where I should have really been present, I was like, maybe I'll have like pasta for dinner. Like I was like somewhere else, you know what I mean? And the audience probably had no idea because my muscle memory, everything was there and I was in the show. But that's when I was like, oh, that's not a good sign. You know what I mean? And I just feel like there's someone else waiting to be in that position who wants to give 100% and has all that stored up to give. So I don't want to take that away from them because I'm just collecting a paycheck. And so I just felt like it was time to like artistically do something different. So I think that's kind of where I come from. I just feel like, and that is like the showbiz kid in me, like from being raised by a showbiz family, like you give it all you got, and then when it's time to move on and make room for somebody else, you do that. So So, but I actually do love doing 8 shows a week. I miss doing 8 shows a week. You know, there's something wonderful about that structure and that routine, you know.
Absolutely. And that's, a beautiful way to honor the life cycle of where you were with that project too.
Yeah.
I have to say the audience, I want to put the comments up. The audience loved those voices. I just want to make sure you get that shout out. They are just having the best time. Helene says, I love recognizing your characters so easily.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there were other comments too. There's so many I can't keep track. But someone is saying now I have the idea for where the witch from the Frog Prince turns into Bernadette Peters. We have so many ideas in the comments.
Endless. There's like endless choices.
We've got another question here. Oh, so just want to say I will give away this. This might be my parents, and he's saying, just want to say this is one of the coolest interviews ever. Are there things you do to keep your voice in good shape?
Well, first of all, if you are, is this actually like your parents?
It's my dad, yeah.
Okay, well, your daughter's awesome and is a great interviewer. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, especially when you're doing like a long run of a show, you really have to kind of. I remember hearing this like before I did Broadway, and I was like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" But now I get it. Is you do have to kind of live like a nun, they say, in the sense of like, you when you're doing a really difficult vocal show. Like anyone who's played Elphaba in Wicked will tell you this. Anyone who's played the lead in Next to Normal will tell you this. When you have that expectation on your voice, whether in my case I never was doing that kind of singing, but like I was doing hard voices that are hard to sing in. You have to basically like treat it like an Olympic sport, and so you have to, rest all day. You got to be very careful how you use your voice. You can't go out to a bar yelling until 2 a.m. You can't drink a lot. You have to be careful what you eat before a show. I went through a period in Avenue Q where I was, losing my voice a lot, and I didn't understand why. And it was because I was eating certain things that like were horrible for like acid reflux, and I didn't know. I had no idea. So you really have to treat it like like a muscle, and like the way an athlete wouldn't sit up till 4 a.m. if they're if they're I'm trying to think of an example of it. Sports are not my thing, but if you're an ice skater, right? Like you wouldn't want to be dancing at a club until 4 a.m. and exhaust those muscles, right? You have to rest. You have to think of it like that. So, you have to go to the gym and make sure that your body's in good condition. You're eating well. You're getting a lot of sleep. You're drinking a lot of water. Hydration is everything. So yeah, it's a little bit like you learn your limits, right? Like when we were doing like the Tony Awards, we were doing a lot of talk shows and things like that. In addition to Avenue Q 8 shows a week, I had to basically just be silent all day, because I just wouldn't have a voice otherwise. So it's interesting. It's like the things you never would think about that, but it's you just have to treat it like it's like it's a muscle that needs to be very carefully used.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's awesome. So much love in the comments. I know we have a lot of Stars in the House fans here.
Oh, yay.
Lots of puppets and Broadway fans. You mentioned Shrek earlier, and I love that because that was actually on my list. I grew up doing a lot of community theater, and I feel like it is a rite of passage to be in a Shrek production. Like it happens. And I've seen lots of productions I've been in, but it was very fun with all my community theaters. How does it feel for you? You spoke to this a little bit. To get to see, kids and kind of the next generation of theater nerds get to be in that show that, was a big part of your journey as well. And because there's so many beautiful shows on Broadway, but not all of them make it to our community theaters.
That's a great point. Yeah, it's so wonderfully bizarre. And I say wonderfully bizarre because it's like when you're in that kind of a show, and you're part of the experience of like, the rewrites and the cuts and the fixes and and just the kind of for lack of a better way of putting it, like the going into war of doing a new musical where it's like you're in these battles and you're watching things explode over here that like and you're watching like your favorite songs get cut. That's like it's a very emotional thing, and it's hard. It's a unique experience, right? And so when you're going through that, you're never thinking of like, 15 years from now, I'm going to go to, like I just did a few months ago, my friend's, middle school son's production of Shrek Jr. and watch them sing these songs that you sang every night, and watch them do these jokes that you know where they came from, and that joke got added in the third preview out of town in Seattle. Like it's just really bizarre, but it's so wonderful. I find myself getting very moved, especially with that show, because of the the lessons behind it and the moral of that show. And I love that it's a show that it's shocking how many productions there are of it. I feel like I think I read that it's like the third most produced show like across the country.
I believe it.
And I do too. And I think it gives, Freak Flag, the whole message of that song about, embracing the things that make you different and make you, unique and that makes you powerful and strong. I mean, especially for the world we live in right now, and the fact that kids are hearing that message and experiencing that message on stage is like, it just makes my heart so happy. But yeah, it's very it's surreal, I guess is the word,
Yeah.
And I just never thought I'd have that. I remember the first time I was sitting in an audition room like 3-4 years after Avenue Q came out. And I remember sitting in an audition room and in the next door hearing someone singing Purpose. And I was like, oh my God, that's so weird. Like, you know what I mean? And it was like, I got really emotional. I was like, oh my God, they're singing my song. Like, it's a very, it's a really cool experience. And it's neat to think that show, because Shrek wasn't really, we only ran a year on Broadway. We weren't a huge hit. We didn't have the life that I think that they were hoping to have. I think they thought it'd still be running today. So it was sad. When we closed, it was very kind of like, this thing we all put our life and our heart and our soul into was over. And it was like, okay. And, we knew there was probably going to be a national tour, but we thought that's probably it. And so the fact that it's had this immense life now is just, I'm so happy for the writers and for everybody, because it was a labor of love.
Yes, definitely. We have about 15 minutes left.
Okay.
And I've got so many great questions in the comments. If I haven't gotten to your question yet, please repost it, because that helps me to make sure we get to them. I wanted to, this one's funny. So Crystal says here, what's the most awkward position you've had to work with a puppet? And I wanted to say, I wish I could recall the show right now, but there's this clip going around TikTok of this puppeteer lying on his back to hold the puppet. And he's literally, another person is like dragging his legs. Have you seen that one?
That's my friend's show. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. So that's having its moment on TikTok. So have you had kind of extreme situations like that?
Yes. I mean, we really do, especially in the days before, now with movie technology. I mean, you can have a puppeteer dressed in a full blue suit standing behind a puppet and get rid of them, right? So it's really come so far, like what we can do. So you don't have to, as much as you did before, figure out where you're going to hide the performer. But then situations like that come up where it's like, that was the best way to get that shot, And they probably, I'd almost guarantee, and I don't know this for sure, but I'd almost guarantee they didn't think like, oh, I'll just drag you down this bridge to make it, like, they probably just realized in the moment that's the best way to do it. And that's sometimes what happens. I mean, I've been shoved in the trunk of a car to get a shot. I have the most, and it's funny because I've become more claustrophobic as I've gotten older, but I wasn't really claustrophobic when I was younger. But when I was like 20, I did a series, and they wanted the character to be laying in bed. And the only way to do that was to literally put me in this essential like coffin where I was like, had my arm through the bed to like what you see of the bed for the puppet to lay in bed. And I was just laying flat with like this much clearance, which now thinking about that, I'm like, oh God. But like at the time I was like so excited to be doing it. I was like, put me in. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think I said the trunk of the car. I've been under, I had a shot where a character looked like it was driving a car, so I was literally shoved into like below, like where the brake and the gas were in this car, and like so you just kind of, I don't know, you just get used to it, and you figure it out. On Fraggle Rock, I do Sprocket the dog, and he always is he's supposed to look the most real out of all the characters, right? So we do him through floorboard, sitting straight up, and he's a big puppet, so I'm literally like this, reaching through like 4 inches of plywood and plaster, and sometimes he's in a sofa, so I'm stuck in the sofa. So yeah, you name it, I've probably been shoved into it or laying underneath it at some point. Yeah,
definitely a hazard of the industry. Crystal also says, as a puppeteer, do you still get struck around iconic puppets?
I do, because there's always those moments where it's like, as a kid, I grew up wanting to do this so badly and wanting to work in this world and wanting to work with these characters and these puppeteers. So I still, when I'm around, like it's surreal to be around, Miss Piggy or Kermit or, and I'm, they're puppets. They're not real things. There's many of them. There's many Kermits, many Miss Piggies. There's, it's been 30 years almost now since I've been, no, actually 30 years since I've been doing this professionally. And like, you know, but there's still that moment of like, oh my God, like Miss Piggy, you know, and I feel that way about the Fraggles, you know, like that was my favorite show in the world. And even though it's work, like every now and then when I had put Gobo on, I'm like, oh my God, I have Gobo Fraggle on my hand. Like if 7-year-old me had known. One of the coolest experiences was recently I was doing an event at the Center for Puppetry Arts in Georgia, which if you've never been to, if you're in Atlanta, go to the Center for Puppetry Arts. It's the most amazing museum about puppetry, and they have a great Fraggle Rock exhibit now. They have a great Jim Henson exhibit. But if you know the character Madam, performed by Waylon Flowers, who's a very famous puppet from like the 70s and 80s, it's very kind of campy, hilarious puppet. But I used to love Madam. And she was just sitting like on a table. They were doing refurb on her, and she was sitting on a table. And I turned around. I was like, "Oh, that's Madam!" Like I've never seen her in person. So there's still that moment of like these beautiful pieces of art that get created. Like they're such an an indelible part of our lives and our childhoods, and then to be in front of them. That's actually one of the greatest gifts about doing Gobo is when I get to do meet and greets with him now and watching literally people sob as they're meeting the Fraggles. Like it's like I'm like, I get it. That's me. I get it. I feel the same way.
Yeah. We're coming up with about 10 minutes left, so I have two questions I really want to make sure we get to.
Sure.
So this one I started last year. Kristen is our fearless leader, and so last year I started doing some of the interviews. Kristen's the best. And the question I always like to ask, kind of regardless of industry, is what advice do you have for aspiring puppeteers and just theater nerds in general?
Oh gosh, I think it's twofold. I think one is truly don't, because I think I'm an example of this. Don't get so lost on one point of view in your dream that you miss the opportunity to discover other dreams along the way, and that you don't miss the ability to learn other skill sets. I feel like if I had just said, I'm only going to do this one thing, forget everything else, which by the way, I mean, you have to have a passion. But as that passion is being developed, and as if you're like, I see myself on Broadway, that's my goal, and you're starting here, keep yourself on that highway, but don't be afraid to take stops at the rest stop or stops at the exit every now and then, or a couple of exits now and then, because you do pick up skills and you learn them. I am not a dancer, but I love to dance, and I would take dance classes in New York City and take everything from like jazz to ballet to hip hop. And when I was working on Sesame Street, one of our puppeteers knew that. And when we had Destiny's Child on, Beyonce and Destiny's Child, they asked me to choreograph that moment with Elmo and Beyonce. I was like, what's happening? But he was like, oh, I know you take like dance classes. So I know you know dance, you know how to move, you understand how to teach someone movement. Now, that's insane and a bizarre example. But if I hadn't had that skill set, if I hadn't taken those classes, even though I didn't want to be a dancer, it was just helpful, and so, I never thought I would be a voiceover artist. That wasn't something I dreamt of. But when I had the opportunity to learn that and learn those skills and to do that, it paid the bills for a while doing, voiceovers for commercials and animation. So I think it's just about being really open-minded to what the universe brings to you and to not close yourself off to experiences because you're so laser focused on one thing. And then the other thing I would say is, I wish we had the ability, like everyone does now, to have an instant audience. When I was a kid, I would have died for that. Are you kidding me? Like my mom and my grandmother would have loved to not be the only people forced to watch my shows. The fact that now everybody has this immediate access to a worldwide audience is, if you really think about it, is incredible. And so I feel like for performers, it's a dual gift because you have an immediate place to put your content and share what you do and what makes you unique with the world. And you have an immediate way to learn because, you're going to see what works and what doesn't, right? There's a lot of things that aren't great about that. But I think that there is something magical about the fact that, if I wanted, when I was 8 or 9, I could have been making short films with my iPhone and putting them on YouTube for the world to see my puppetry and learn from that, and gotten to make something. So there's something kind of exciting about the idea that every artist now can make their own thing. And so I always tell people, that's what Jim Henson did, that's the lesson I had to learn. I spent a lot of time imitating other people because I wanted to be them. And it wasn't until I kind of did my own thing and created my own thing and created my own path that I found success. So I think it's really about making your own stuff, taking advantage of technology to share it, and finding your creativity and not being closed off to where it might lead you.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's so beautiful. We've not had that answer from a guest before. I love that. That's great. The other thing I wanted to make sure in our last 5 minutes here is, do you have any anything you want to share about upcoming projects, work you're interested, any of the self promo? I know it can be awkward, but like, have at it. We want to hear it.
I know it's so awkward to be like, do this, go check out this thing. Well, the thing I'm really excited about a few things. We're gonna be launching Fraggle Rock Live on tour, which in 40 years of Fraggle Rock being in the world, it has never had a live experience before. So it's the first time, and it's been really exciting to put together this kind of it's really for all ages. It's, if you are a fan of the classic show, you will love it. If you have kids that are watching the Apple TV Plus series, the new series, like, they'll love it as well. It's really for everybody. We wanted to create a family experience in the theater, so that parents aren't tearing their hair out because they hate what their kids are watching, and the kids are loving watching their parents rock out too. So it's going on tour starting in January. You can go to Fraggle Rock Live, FraggleRockLive.com to find out more. It's going to be beautiful walk-around versions of the Fraggles and puppet versions of the Doozers and oversized versions of the Gorgs, and it's going to be really special, really magical. So I feel really honored to get the chance to help bring that to life, because it's something that the original series didn't get to do. So it feels like we're kind of taking it down a new path, and hopefully we'll have more Fraggle Rock, on Apple TV Plus, Back to the Rock. Hopefully we'll do more of that. I'm going to be directing a production of Frozen in Florida, in Florida at the Mulch Jupiter Theater in December, January. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
And lots
I'm
of other.
such a Frozen fan. I love to hear that.
You? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm really excited to do it. So I love the Mulch Jupiter Theater, and I love Frozen the musical. So I'm excited to kind of get a chance to bring that to life and tell that story. Some other fun things I can't yet talk about, but like lots of really exciting.
Love to know that that's like in the future.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask the very Gen Z question. Do you have socials that you want people to follow you on?
I'd love to identify that as a Gen Z question. Yes. You can follow me at Johnny Tartags, JOHNNYTARTAGS, on Instagram. I'm on Facebook under my name, John Tartaglia. You can also on Cameo, you can request videos. I'll make you a Cameo video. You can look me up there. And I have my Sunday Fun Day show on Sirius XM. I'm on there every Sunday from 2 to 8 on the On Broadway channel. So you can always give me a follow there and give me a follow on Broadway. So I'm
amazing.
Did I do the socials right? I think I did the socials.
Yes, you did. You did amazing. Top marks. That is amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I know it can be overwhelming, but I just want to say there's so many comments of everyone loving you. So grateful you're here today.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching, and for this is such an important thing. So I'm happy to.
We've got someone saying this Gen X wants to know socials too. Amazing. Thank you for being here. I know you have a hard stop in a couple minutes. I'm going to remind everyone, please donate. Let's see. I'm refreshing our page. We are at 47% of our goal. That's amazing.
That's amazing.
We really are about halfway through our weekend. So I love that we're about halfway through our goal. Please donate. You can see that screen on the link on the bottom of the screen. Also, all our social medias, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, you'll be able to find all of those links. It's a really wonderful charity that helps moms and dads who are struggling and need that extra support. Again, a big thank you to you, John. It was so lovely to meet you. And thank you for taking the time. Yeah.
Thank you for having me. I hope everyone has a great weekend.
Yes, have a great weekend.
Take care.
Thank you so much, everyone. Please do donate if you're able. Thank you so much, John. Reminder that every $10 gets you an entry into the sweepstakes for the mystery box prize. So there's, I believe, 3 of those. We also have 3 gift sets left for Mom Bomb, and that's super exciting, especially with the holidays coming up, or if you just want to get a chance to try the product. You do have to donate over $50 to qualify for that, and make sure that you put your name when you fill out that donation so that we can see who it is and contact you. Also, Jamie and I started this trend yesterday. Add what fandom you are to the donation because we love to see where everyone is coming from. I think I'm going to bring Doug. Can I bring you on screen? Awesome. I can bring He's still getting ready for our next hour.
Yeah. Well, we don't know what this hour is going to bring just yet, but we're going to get through it. We're going to
Yes, it'll be great. I know we've still got folks watching, and I have to be a Trekkie and say, I got to be a nerd and say, I love Star Trek so much. So I love the painting behind you.
A friend of mine actually painted that for me. That's
amazing.
Yeah. Of course, my ex-wife said, "Oh, he's ugly. I'm going to throw this away." I said, "No, you are not."
Oh no, not Spock. And actually, one of our producers is saying, let's play that Mom Bomb video again so that everyone can hear about the charity.
Absolutely, please.
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
I love that. That is so sweet.
I do too. That's it.
Yeah.
And said it better than either one of us could have, probably.
Yes, yeah. And the website has a lot of cool resources too, where the creator of the brand and charity talks about her journey with cancer diagnosis and has resources for other families and parents and kids going through that. So it's a really beautiful website there too.
Well, hi, Keisha. We get messages. You probably noticed when you type in, you're not seeing them, but we're going to read them to you anyway.
Yes. I see Donna in our waiting room. I like to make sure that our guests are ready to go. Donna, can I pop you on the screen if you're ready? Yes. Awesome. I'm going to put you on screen. Welcome. And I will hand this over to Doug.
Oh, well. Thank you so much. Miss Mills, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
I'm so happy to see you and happy that you're here joining us with this. I mean, you do support so many different causes. You have been active as, I don't know if I would say an activist or not, but you have been active in so many different things that we're just so pleased to have you here with us today.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I have. Down through the years, many different things, and the environment kind of being the headline one. And, there's just a lot of stuff to get done.
Yeah, especially now.
Yeah.
With everything in flux right now.
Yeah.
And you I was gonna call it ECHO, but I thought people would think there's an H in there. It's ECO, ECO, I believe, is
right.
the environmentalist organization that you support.
Environmental Communications Office is what it was. Yeah. It doesn't really exist anymore, but a lot of the things we put in place are still in place. I mean, back then, nobody was recycling. We got studios to recycle. We got the studios to be much more environmentally aware, stuff like that. So that's what ECHO was.
I've done a little bit of research. I was aware of you forever. I mean, we're in the same age bracket. So finding out that you actually began in New York, I'm sure, with Secret Storm, but you were also doing Broadway at the same time. You were doing a Woody Allen play, Don't Drink the Water.
Yeah, right. Yes.
But you were doing, to me, there are three of the toughest forms of show business is stage work, soap operas or daytime dramas, and stand-up comedy. And you nailed two of the three coming out the gate.
Yes, stand-up comedy, I don't think I would try. But yes, soaps are hard. They're hard, way harder now than they used to be. Back when I did Love Is Many Splendid Thing and Secret Storm, we got to come in and rehearse the day before. We'd go to a rehearsal room with the director, the other actors, we'd block it, we'd, work on the scenes. And the next day when we came in, it was basically a camera rehearsal. And that's so you had some time, not a lot, but some time. These days, not so much. I did General Hospital for a while, and I love the people at General Hospital, but it is hard. They do 2 and 3 shows a day. So there's no time to rehearse. There's no time to if you can find your scene partner and run lines, you're lucky. It's very tough. I give those actors all the credit in the world for the major performances that they turn in with so little preparation.
Well, and you surprised me saying that it's tougher now than it was then, because you were live back then, weren't you? Weren't you broadcasting live?
Yeah, I think at the beginning, I think some of the Secret Storms that I did were live. But then it started going on tape. But being live, I mean, if you didn't think about it too much, it was just the same as then. I mean, you're not going to stop anyway. You know, so it was just the same as if you were, taping it.
Right. Well, I mean, doing Broadway, you learn your role, you learn your lines, you learn your blocking. You do the same show, 5 to 8 times a week. But with the soaps, you were doing a different play every day, and it was even with that one day of rehearsal, that's very little planning when you're getting your script or your sides the day before.
Yeah, I used to learn. I could learn like 40 pages a night. I mean, it just
wow.
Because when you're in it, you're usually in it pretty heavy, and so you got a lot of lines to learn. So I got to where I, almost could look at it and know it. It wasn't.
How nice.
Never struggled to learn it.
Wow.
But yeah, it was tough. But the thing with stage is, even though it's the same thing over and over again, it's different every night.
Oh yeah.
The audience is different. The vibes are different. Everything is different.
Were you doing them concurrently?
I think I was. The thing about Don't Drink the Water is, in the show, I played the Sultan's wife.
Ooh.
Yes. And I had the lines. And I had a burqa thing across my face, so you never really saw me. What I was basically doing, I was understudying the ingenue in it. So I never got to go on, however. She was very healthy, and I never got to do the role. But that, I had to rehearse it, and I had to be ready at any time.
When you did Broadway, the Woody Allen Don't Drink the Water, were you aware then what he brought to the table? Were you aware at the time where Woody Allen was going to go in his career, and realize the importance of what he wrote?
He was kind of in the middle of it then. He was, becoming popular, becoming so well known. And he was you didn't see much of him. We took it out of town. I was out of town. We were out of town with that show for a month or two before we brought it into Broadway. And you didn't see much of him. You would see him like rush into the theater. There'd be some, huzzarai, and, they're changing this and they're doing that. And they hand them the new pages. And that. So I never got to see him much. I knew that he was a very important writer and everything. But I never got to really know the guy, know who he was.
Right. When did you make the move from New York to California? When did you come to Hollywood?
I came to Hollywood in 1970, and I came to Hollywood after having done Play Misty for me with Clint Eastwood.
One of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
I think probably my favorite Clint Eastwood movie.
Yeah. I think it's, it still stands up. And, it was his first directorial effort.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first thing that he directed. And the story of how I got that was kind of odd. I was doing Love Is Many Splendid thing. And when they asked us to re-sign our contracts, I made sure that I got in my contract nighttime guest shots because I knew I wanted to go out to California. I thought that was a way to sort of an entree. And I did one with Burt Reynolds called Dan August, and which was great. He was great to work with and everything. I came back from that, and like a week later, I got a call from my agent saying, "You got this movie with Clint Eastwood." How did I do that? I never met him. I never auditioned. I never anything.
Wow.
I said, "Well, his friends with Bert, and he ran into him in a bar one night and said, I'm looking for a girl for this new movie I'm doing. I can't find anybody I like." Bert said, "I just went with this girl from New York. Maybe you like her." Showed him the dailies. He hired me right from that.
Wow.
So
I heard. No, go ahead, please.
I came out to California. I came on a Saturday, did wardrobe here at Universal. And everything, went up to Carmel the next day, met Clint in the bar where we started shooting. And that's how I came to California.
Whirlwind.
Yeah.
Sounds like a whirlwind.
Yeah, it was.
I heard Tom Hanks explain, somebody had asked about Clint Eastwood's directing style, how he would, just quietly tell people what to do, which was opposed to what directors were doing at the time. And Tom Hanks explained that during Clint's time on Rawhide, that was when directors were still using the bullhorns or megaphones.
Yeah.
And every time that they would say, action over the bullhorn, it would freak the horses, freak the cattle, and they had to stop and calm everything down. And Clint said, that I stuck with that. If that does that to animals, what's it doing to people? So he came about with this quieter way of doing that at the time, or had you done enough film work or television work to see that difference?
I just knew that he was very laid back. He wasn't like in your face about anything that he wanted. I think he basically hired the actors that he thought could do the roles and then let them do it. He wasn't trying to impose anything on
right.
actors. And it was a very nice set. They said, "You're going to Carmel? Oh my God." The first movie that you're going to do, and you're going to do it in Carmel. How lucky can you get? Yeah, it was wonderful. But he was terrific, and he brought that movie in under budget and under time.
Wow.
Because he knew exactly what he wanted. Every shot that he did, he knew what it was. He knew how to do it, and he knew when it was done, when he had it, and he moved on.
Excellent. I wonder whatever happened to him. It's a shame his career didn't go anywhere, isn't it? It's just so sad.
He's got so many masterpieces.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You played the ingenue, you played the girlfriend, you played the princess in peril, and then you turned everything around with Abby Cunningham, I believe.
Yep.
Did you embrace playing the villain? Because I've always believed that playing the villain was the most fun you could have as an actor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I was at a point in my career when I didn't want to play the victim anymore. I didn't want to play Miss Goody Two Shoes anymore. I wanted something meatier, and I actually went after the role of Abby because I saw it in a breakdown. I said, that's the role. And I told my agent until he made them bring me in to read because they didn't want to. They said, "Oh well, we know she's good. That's fine. We'll consider her." And I knew they wouldn't really because they saw me as Goody Two Shoes. And I had to prove to them that I could be other than that.
Yeah.
And so I went in and I read, and an hour after I read, they called me and said, "You got the role."
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I've got the title for your autobiography then, From Victim to Vixen.
Good, very good.
Let's go with that.
I like it.
Let's get the writers in here. Come on. You went to Knots Landing in 1980, but you had worked with Larry Hagman earlier than that in a sitcom. Is that right? The Good Life.
Yes. Yeah, I did. I moved here after shooting Play Misty for me, I moved down. We shot up there, of course, and I moved down here. And actually, I didn't have a house. I didn't have an apartment. I didn't have anything. And Jessica Walters very kindly let me stay in her guest house. She had this very nice guest house, and so I stayed there for I don't know how many months. And then I got, I was auditioning for things, and the movie wasn't out yet, so you didn't know if it was going to be a hit or whatever. And I auditioned, and I got this series. I got a pilot, which was The Good Life with Larry Hagman, and then it sold again. And so I went right into that. And it's funny, after that they offered me a lot of sitcoms, and I turned them all down because I didn't want to get known as a comedy actress. But then remember that I did comedy. And I wanted to do comedy. So it's, you can't win. But that was a fun time. Larry was an amazing, wonderful man. He was great.
And a musical. You did a 2-part. First of all, let me stop and say, anybody watching, please send your questions in. We will read them aloud because some people are listening in the car. Some people can't watch. So as the questions come in, we will read them aloud. Miss Mills will answer them, or she'll say, I don't want to answer that. I don't know how she'll react. But we do have one coming in here that says, do you have a favorite project you've worked on?
Well, I guess I would have to say that Knots Landing is my favorite. Playing that character for 9 years is every actor's dream.
And won several awards.
Yeah. And it was a wonderful time. It was a wonderful time in television. It was a wonderful time for actors. A lot harder now, I think, than it was then. But that's my favorite role. There's a lot of different roles that I played that I've loved doing, but overall, in the big picture, Abby is my favorite.
You've been working in television recently. Mm-hmm. What's the biggest difference you can think of, or you can tell us, between working in television when it was just 3 networks and working in television with streaming, thousands of stations, there's places to go to watch whatever you want to watch. So what as an actor, what do you feel is the biggest difference between television then and television now?
And I think people miss this. They love looking forward to. From one week to the next, there was always a cliffhanger. There was always, they'd keep you coming back. So they would talk about it at work, and then they'd plan a Thursday night dinner, and then they'd watch, the show, and they had people over or their family around and stuff like that. And the anticipation is something that I think was important. I think now the fact that you can binge the whole thing, it doesn't make it as special. That's my thought on it. Anyway, I think shows were more special then because you had to wait for it.
Right. And viewership back then, because you only had the 3 networks to choose from. The world would stop for Who Shot JR and the Friends finale and MASH finale. The world would stop and everyone would gather, make a party out of it.
Yes.
And that's sadly missing now.
Yeah, it is. We don't have that same sense of anticipation that we used to have. And also the viewership. These days, if a show gets a couple of million viewers. They're like, oh, okay, yeah. We used to get 60 and 70 million viewers a night. I don't know how you can, if you're the business end of this, how you can say, oh, it's better now.
Well, I imagine it's better for the variety to the viewer, but it's lost a little bit of its magic. I mean, that anticipation which you talked about before. My daughter is one that cannot wait 1 week to the next. She loves the whole streaming thing. But, I remember, having to wait and plan. You would plan your evenings around certain shows. That was amazing. You've already mentioned how much you love playing Abby. And Kristen sends in a question. How fun was making Ladies of the 80s, A Diva's Christmas for Lifetime with Laurie Anderson, Morgan Fairchild, Linda Gray, and Nicolette Sheridan? I'm going to read the whole question.
Yeah, Kristen. It was wonderful. It really was to kind of reunite with a lot of people. The only one that I hadn't worked with was Lonnie, who's the sweetest person in the world. I'd worked with Morgan, and I did a whole lot of Bob Hope specials together. So I've known her for a long time. I knew Ray because we were on the same lot all the time, so I'd see her all the time. And Nicolette, of course, was on the show. So it was really fun. I thought it was a good franchise. I thought somebody would try to scoop it up and make it into a series, like the Ladies of the 80s in Paris. The Ladies of the 80s, in South America. I thought that, but nobody did. So I don't know. What do I know?
I did not know you had done the Bob Hope specials. I had missed that, which were mostly comedy and music.
Yeah.
So did you get to exercise your singing abilities on the Bob Hope specials?
Only once, but with the most special, I got to sing White Christmas.
Wow.
That was a very special thing that he did every year, and he always sang it with somebody else, woman. And one year I got to do it with him.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, it was divine. I mean, I felt so privileged. It's a wonderful thing. And I'm not the best singer in the world. I started out as a dancer, and dancers usually don't sing too well. So it was challenging for me. I was scared to death, but it was fun.
Did you dance professionally? Did you dance professionally? I think we froze for a minute.
For a second. Yes. I was, believe it or not, in the first national company of My Fair Lady as a chorus dancer. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, when I got that, it was like, that was the best thing that had ever happened to me. Amazing. And I've done some other, industrial shows and, different things. But that was kind of the biggest thing. That was really cool.
Wow. As you can probably tell, I'm a fantasy sci-fi guy. So when Alice in Wonderland in 1985, the two-part, one of the first miniseries, I guess, but the two-part Alice in Wonderland came around, I watched it then. I just skipped through it again this week just to remind myself of it. That was a who's who of Hollywood in those two shows.
Yeah.
You had Red Button, Sammy Davis Jr., Ernest Borgnine. I mean, and I thought, a musical, Ernest Borgnine? I didn't know Ernest Borgnine could sing, but let's give him a shot.
Yes, I know.
And you were part of the, I guess, Flower Bed Trio or something. You were the Rose.
I was Rose.
But you didn't get a chance to sing in this musical. Were you hoping to?
No, I think it was better that I didn't.
It was too much fun slapping Sally Struthers around. Is that it?
Yeah. No, that's funny that you went back to. I should go back and look at it. I haven't seen it in years.
Oh, all the people that are in it. I mean, Imogene Coca, Anthony Newley, just a plethora. There's a big word. That'll get you 3 extra points on the SAT. A plethora of Hollywood just showed up. Television and movies both. Just, it was amazing to me. But I could see how nobody got very much screen time because you had 50 actors.
So many, yeah.
And they weren't the main star. Alice was. So, you know, their story's going to get glossed over a little bit.
Where did you see it? Where is it available?
I find it's on YouTube.
Is it?
Yeah, both parts.
I guess everything's on YouTube.
You became a producer during a time. Now, modern female actors know that if they really want to play a specific type of part, they need to come up with the product themselves. They need to find the writers, find the producers.
Yeah.
You started producing long before all of that started happening. How did that come about? How did you start producing some of the movies and TV shows you did?
I'd see there were a number of stories in the news and from books that I just wanted to do. I wanted to tell. I wanted to play. And so I just started working with writers, getting scripts written. You know, at that time, I had deals. I had a deal with ABC. I had a deal with CBS for 2 or 3 movies. I don't know, guaranteed to me that I could produce and star in. And so I had this kind of power. And so, and I had stories that I wanted to tell. One of them was about a woman who, whose husband, it was called Runaway Father, whose husband left her with a couple kids, and just stories, of women who kind of overcame a lot of stuff, and I liked those stories, and I wanted them to be seen. So that's basically why I did it. And I did some of it while we were doing Knots Landing. So that was kind of hard, just because that's a lot when you're shooting a series and trying to, do movies. It's one of the reasons I left, actually, because I really, there were movies that I wanted to do, and it was becoming like,
right,
try and do it all at once.
Well, I remember the story of, excuse me, of Michael J. Fox when he was still doing Family Ties and Back to the Future at the same time, which is why most of Back to the Future was at night, that he would be doing the TV show during the day. They'd throw him in a limo. He'd try and take a nap and go to the set and then work all night, nap in the limo back to the TV set. That, I mean, that I can't imagine how harrowing that would be.
It gets really hard sometimes. People don't realize the kind of hours we work. They don't. I mean, they go, you work more than 8 hours a day.
Let's remind everyone why we're here. I don't know if we have the little video to throw up, but we're doing all of this for Mom Bomb, which
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
I like that.
Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice.
We go ahead.
Wild organization.
We talked about ECO, but you also you developed at some point arthritis, and that can go from annoying to debilitating. I mean, depending on that structure. And you became the spokesperson for BEAT, BEAT. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I don't even remember what BEAT was.
I thought it was BEAT.
Yeah.
Arthritis organization, but I'm sure the A is arthritis.
So represented a drug. I don't know the name of the drug now either. It's not available anymore. But, I just have had it. I still have it. I'm very active. I play a lot of tennis. I work out. I do all that kind of stuff. So that keeps it at bay somewhat. It makes it hard, but you kind of just have to power through some of the pain. And I think starting out as a dancer, I got used to pain. Your toes are bleeding. It's just part of life. So I got used to powering through, but I knew that it was a very debilitating thing for some people. So I tried to, I think that the drug that I represented was very helpful. It went off the market, and I'm not exactly sure why.
Yeah. Who can figure out big pharma anyway, right?
Exactly.
You returned to daytime drama with General Hospital in 2014, I think.
Yeah.
The mid 20 somethings. So, and you got an Emmy for that.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry.
What brought you back? Did you miss the atmosphere of doing a daytime drama? Is that what drove you to come back at that point?
No. 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 That was kind of right after I took off almost 20 years to raise my daughter. And then when she went off to college, I got, that kind of, okay, what am I going to do now? Because I loved being a mom, and I loved doing everything for her, and, being a mom.
Yeah.
But then when she was gone, so I decided, and I thought about it a long time, and I went through a lot of different things. I really thought about becoming an interior designer because I've always liked that. I've always done it. But, and to go to school and to do it really right. But then I decided, the thing I like to do the most is acting. So I'm going to try and get back in the business. Well, when you've been gone for 20 years, it's easy. People go, oh. So I really had to look at it, and that was one of the ways. That was something that was offered to me. So I thought, well, that's a kind of way back. And so I did that. I did it for about a year. And like I said, they're really lovely people there.
Oh, yeah.
I had a good time, although it wasn't the most rewarding acting experience, just because you just don't have enough time. Not for me, anyway. I need more time. So, I wanted to, do nighttime television.
Thinking back to your dancing, something I've noticed is people who began their careers as dancers maintain this really high level of fitness and body awareness throughout their lives. You are obviously in incredible condition. I look at Julie Newmar, who's in her 90s and still has a dancer's body. And you look at a lot of the male dancers who are still just lean and moving. Dick Van Dyke, who's closing in on 100, I think. But I mean, he's still up there on stage hoofing it. I mean, that's amazing to me. That's part of your lifestyle, isn't it?
Yeah. The wonderful thing about having been a dancer is there's a discipline that you just make part of your life when you start out that way, when you are a dancer, when you're young. That I think serves you all through your life and serves you well no matter what you end up doing. Because discipline is something that keeps you on track, keeps you going, and certainly it keeps your body, in shape. And you have to keep at it. You have to keep doing it. You can't rely on what it was before or what you were before. You have to just keep, doing it. I work out almost every day. Not every day, because the other days I play tennis.
Which is not a workout at all, is it? I think tennis and swimming are the two actual sports that exercise nearly every muscle in your body.
Yeah. It's a very good sport. And so I really though think that the discipline that you learn as a dancer is the thing that keeps you going.
We have a question, and I'm going to preface it with one of my pet peeves. I'm watch current movies. I watch current TV. I listen to current music. I know who those celebrities are, but my concept of a celebrity and television's concept now of a celebrity, they don't jive at all. I keep going back to Battle of the Network Stars. Those were celebrities. And Kristen asks, do you have a favorite Battle of the Network Stars moments from the original or the reboot? And I want to thank you, Kristen, because I'm about out of questions. Please keep sending me more. But do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite memory or a favorite moment?
There are so many. It was such a fun thing to do. I do remember running in the race, and strangely enough, I could be in dance class for like 3 hours and keep going the whole time. Don't ask me to run. I'm like out of breath in a half a block. So I remember on the track of the race, the running thing, and I was like halfway through, and I went, "Oh my God, I couldn't make it to the end." I did, thank God. But yeah, and also I think along with Tom Selleck as the male won the first prize. I have it still. I just had it resilvered.
Wow.
The first, it's big. Silver.
Wow.
Proudly
displayed.
Which that's an iconic thing now. Battle of the Network Stars, and it was fun when we redid it. They did it.
And that's the impression I, as a viewer, got, that you guys were having a ball. You were getting to play and getting probably meet people that you would not normally get a chance to meet or interact with.
Yeah, because all the shows were there, all the different people from all the shows. I mean, you see a lot of them at different events, and those it's still that way to some extent, but it's not all the same people all the time. There are, fundraisers and network parties, and network galas, and all kinds of different things that you see all your fellow actors from different shows. You see those kind of things because you don't see them on set. Usually, they're at different studios. But,
did you during those shows, you getting to meet all these other people? Did you meet anybody that like awed you, that made you a little fangirl all of a sudden, that brought you back to, oh, this is why I'm in this business. I get to work with people like this. Was there anybody that stands out to you that you met that really surprised you?
Well, the one that comes to mind, I mean, aside from the one that I got to work with, which was Julie Harris, who was like a goddess to me. But at an event, having pictures taken and everything, George Clooney, I was like, I mean, and he's so charming and so handsome. That was really fun. I keep turning up my sound because I see people here are saying they can't hear me very well. I don't know if this helps.
But it sounds a little muffled, but I've got old ears, so I can hear you pretty good. So I don't know. I love that Alejandro Mogolo, Don't Call Me Cookie art piece. I'm actually wearing a shirt he designed today.
Oh, for heaven's sake. It's funny.
I don't understand the question, but maybe you do.
There's a scene that I did in Knots Landing with Howard Duff. He's talking to me like, you're a woman, you should be in the kitchen, you shouldn't be a businesswoman, blah, blah. And I just put him down, something fierce. And during the scene, he calls me Cookie. So at the end of the scene, I say to him, you think women should be in the kitchen and not be in business and everything, but you've never worked with me before. And that, don't call me. I love it. I think I should use that scene. Women have these rights, Anyway, there was kind of early on women's lib kind of. And then the art piece, there's an artist who made a cup and put it on the cup, and that's really nice.
I think I went to like some of the very first Star Trek conventions. Conventions started with Star Trek in the 70s. Now conventions are huge and celebrities from all over appear in these. Have you considered doing conventions, or have you done any conventions to meet the fans face to face, sign autographs, answer questions?
Yeah, I've done a number of the autographs ones. I guess my friend John Glover, who was on
Smallville.
He does all those. He does them all over the country, and I guess they're bigger. But the autograph ones that I've done have been nice, and I don't think they call it a convention. I think they just call it an autograph show. And people come and they can take pictures, with us, and I've done it by myself, and I've done it with other cast members too, with Joan or with Michelle, or all three of us. It's a fun thing, and the fans really enjoy it.
Conventions have now extended themselves to cruise lines. There are cruise conventions that you meet the celebrities, but there's a list of rules. You can't bug them. You can't ask for autographs. You can't ask for pictures. You will get a package at the end of the cruise with everybody's picture, everybody's autograph. But it's more like sitting with Donna Mills at a wine tasting, or sitting by the pool, or going on excursions. Would that be something that you'd be? I mean, it's a cruise. Who can turn that down?
No, maybe not.
Not on the water.
Yeah, it seems it might not be a lot of fun. I'm not that crazy about cruises.
Kristen asked another question. How did the Knots reunion go at Disney last weekend?
Oh, she knows about that. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah.
Great. Very, very, very. It was gay days at Disneyland, and that's who put the thing together with Joan, Michelle, and I. And it was really nice. They're such devoted fans and such funny, wonderful. That it was a lot of fun. We did an interview session with clips and gag reels and stuff like that. And they got questions, and then they I guess they had this was all to benefit Broadway Cares Equity Fight Aids, the charity. So all the money that they paid went to that. They paid for that I could come take a picture with us. Stuff like that. So it was very nice. Not easy getting to Disneyland, however.
No. Have you maintained? Speaking about knots, have you maintained a relationship with any of the people that you worked with that you talk to on a regular basis?
Yeah, Joan and Michelle, we're very close, actually. We talk all the time. We've done a number of things together where it's us with like an interviewer, and then the audience asks questions and stuff. And we've done on Springs a couple of times. And yeah, so I stay quite close with them. I still talk to Ted. I actually saw Ted maybe 6 months ago or so. Saw him and saw Bill and Constance in Palm Springs. Yeah, that was really. She lives on the East Coast now, so I don't see her too much. But she was here. She was staying in Palm Springs for a little while, so I got to get together. That was nice. It was a very close knit group. It was a very wonderful working situation because the producers and writers included the actors in their, in everything that they did, and they talked to the actors and they let the actors have some say so in the characters and stuff like that. So it was a wonderful place to work.
It seems like the key to that was a level of trust, that you respected each other for what you were doing, but there seemed like a trust, and that's where a lot of these long-lasting true friendships come from. Was that your impression as well?
Yeah. And the show was on the air 14 years. I mean, that's the second longest running. It's longer running in Dallas. It's the second longest running to Gunsmoke series.
That's
although
amazing.
I just did an NCIS. The show's been on the air 21 years.
Wow.
And
in various forms.
Well, there's different ones, yeah, but this is just the basic NCIS, yeah. And a lot of the crew members have been the whole time. It's like it's a lovely atmosphere, I must say. Really nice.
You've been in TV and movies since the mid to late 60s. You're still working today. You have always been an incredibly beautiful female actor, but there has always been a stigma to that in Hollywood, where some people say I was mistreated, or I was, treated as a piece of meat, for lack of a better term. Have you noticed any change from that level, from the studio level, from that level back then to now? Have you noticed a change?
Yeah, I think there was a big change. I think people are more respectful of women now. It used to be, in the whole 14 years that we did Not Blended, we had one female director.
Wow.
Oh, there are lots of female directors. A female director on the Lifetime movie. Actually, on the Dawn Cutler series I did also, we had 2 female directors. So it's becoming a much more level playing field, and there's much more respect than there used to be. I'm not saying that there aren't, moments when they try to take a young actress, whatever. But I think it's much better than it used to be.
We have a question that came in. The Hollywood Museum will be joining us later today. How was being at the Hollywood Bowl last night?
Kristen knows everything that I do.
I know. Well, she's stalking you. I mean, let's just be real. Let's just cut to the chase. She's a stalker.
The Hollywood Bowl last night was so much fun. It was an ABBA concert.
Oh.
And yeah, it's I guess you call it a cover band, but they're ABBA all the way.
Mm-hmm.
And, it was really fun. We had a great time, and the people were so into the music, they loved ABBA. They knew every song. They, were up and dancing, and it was a lot of fun.
My favorite concerts to go to are the ones that feel like you're at a party.
Yeah.
The Jimmy Buffett concerts were like that. You felt like you were at a party. I'm sure the Taylor Swift concerts feel that way too. So my favorite concert experiences were we're all here and it's just total love.
And it was Taylor Swift, even in the movie theaters. I went to a movie theater to see her concert. The kids got up and were dancing in the aisles there in the movie theater. It was so cute and so sweet. Yeah.
Well, you've gone from dancer to actor, singer, producer. We haven't talked about directing. Have you ever felt like you wanted to direct, or have you directed and I just didn't know about it?
No, I haven't. I've produced a number of movies. I've never really wanted to direct, only because I don't think I have enough technical information about cameras, about stuff like that. I think to be a director, you need to have more of that kind of mindset or more of that kind of knowledge, and I just don't. And I know lighting. it's about all. But no, I've never really wanted to.
That's me either. But I'm curious about something. I hadn't planned to ask this, but because you have been through the different stages of movie making, so many producers, directors are busting on the science fiction, superhero, Marvel movies, saying it's not real cinema, it's ruining the cinema. Do you feel that, to me, we went through a stage of everything was Westerns. Then we went through a stage where everything was coming of age. And we went through a stage where everything was science fiction. Now we're going through a superhero stage. What are your feelings about the state of cinema at this time?
I think it's all part of it. Superheroes, science fiction, all of it. It's just another arm of the industry, and I don't think it's ruining things for lots of movies that are just movies about people or situations or whatever. I think there's room for all of it, and many people really love those kind of movies. So, they're not going to go away. That's for sure.
No. So if Marvel Disney calls Donna Mills and says, "We have an idea for a role in the next superhero movie,"
I'm available.
Marvel, DC, on the phone right now. Come on. Help us out.
I would love that. It'd be fun.
That's what I hear. That's what everybody seems to keep saying, which is why Robert Downey Jr. is coming back after leaving. He's coming back as a different character. The only downside that I've heard was the difficulty in never seeing the sun for a couple of months and doing everything inside of a warehouse in green screen, and not knowing, what it's going to look like until it's done, that you're just always indoors. I would imagine, knowing that how much you love your health, love the outside, love tennis, that would probably be the only downside for you.
Yeah. And it's going to be hard to have to be so technical about everything, green screen stuff and all that. I don't know. It would be interesting. Something that I've never done. I think it would be fun to do. I might not want to do it all the time, but it would be fun to do one of those, just to have the experience.
We're coming down to like the last 6 minutes, and I'm going to take a cue from other people who do this on this site and ask you, first of all, what advice would you give to young people wanting to come into this profession as actors?
You know what I tell young people who want to be actors, if you love acting, if you've done it, if you felt it like at high school, they do plays and stuff like that, and you felt that feeling of portraying an emotion, or that, and you really love that, pursue it. Don't pursue it if what you want to be is a star.
Has your daughter shown any interest in following into the business?
No, which I'm really glad of, because although she's in the Divas movie with my mother, but she she's never really, she modeled for a long time. She's very beautiful, very tall, and she did that, and she liked that, but she doesn't have the acting bug. She doesn't have that thing that makes her want to. And I'm glad. I think it's a difficult time for actors, and the whole thing with AI and everything now, and what's going to happen, how is it going to be? It's scary. So I'm grateful that she's chosen another path.
Well, when we were doing this last year, it was during the writer's strike, and we weren't allowed to even mention the name of your show or the name of your character. We had to say, we had to dance around all that. But one of the biggest surprises that came to me was Mr. Cranston, who is a well-known actor, standing up and saying, "We're eating ramen. We're turning off the AC. We're using fans." That people. I was raised thinking every actor had a mansion, a limousine, huge gardens. I mean, that's all we saw of movie stars and TV stars on television and in the newsreels and stuff like that. And to find out that they're living month to month, a lot of them, the same as the rest of us.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to be an actor.
Well, you have to have your ego has to be so plated. Because I've heard that it's the most disappointing profession from time to time that you can get into, and sometimes people are not kind.
And I've always said, people audition, how you do it on tape. But I always said, if you got 1 out of 20 auditions, you were doing really well.
Wow.
So that's 90 rejections. Things that you wanted to do, roles that you wanted to play that you didn't. So yeah, it's a tough business. It really is. You've got to really know yourself and not let those rejections frame you.
In these last 2 minutes, first of all, do you have any upcoming projects that you want to tell us about that we can look forward to?
Well, the NCIS that I did is going to be on, I believe it's October 28th. That's where they have it scheduled now anyway, so that was fun. And I'm about to do Ryan Murphy's new show, Dr. Odyssey.
Wow.
So I don't know when that'll be on. It'll probably be like the beginning of next year, something like that. But that's, it looks like it's going to be a fun show. I don't know too much about it yet, so this just happened. So, really nice. But, and he's such an amazing entrepreneur. So, yeah, I think it's going to be really fun.
Oh, Kristen says Dr. Odyssey looks like ER meets Love Boat.
Yeah, it does. It's about a medical team on a cruise ship. And so, and believe it or not, I don't know what my role is yet. I think they're still writing it, so I'm waiting to find out. But I've seen promos for the show, and it looks like it's going to be really interesting.
Well, we are down to the last 30 seconds, so I want to thank you again for coming on and being just so charming and so wonderful and so full of answers. And to remind people that Vincent Rodriguez III is coming up after this. We tried to get the first and second. They were busy, but we got the third. So he's coming in. We've got that coming up. And please continue to contribute to Mom Bomb. Miss Mills, thank you so much.
I say that too. I hope that people are contributing because it's very worthwhile.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it back to the studio.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. I'll just pop on with a quick little donation update, if that's okay. I know Morgan is ready. Thank you so much, Donna. Thank you so much, Doug. Amazing to have you here. Go ahead and please donate. I see all our likes and comments and views. Please help us reach our goal. I know Kristen and I and the whole team are determined that we're going to way surpass our goal. We can totally do this. You can see that link scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Mom Bomb is a wonderful brand and organization that works to give grants to help parents, moms, and dads that could use extra support. So please go ahead and donate. You can also find all that information on our socials. Let's see, producers, anything else I should mention? We still have 3 gift sets left, I believe. So if you donate over $50, you'll get one of those Mom Bomb gift sets. We just do have a limited amount, so you'd better hurry up and give if you want to get that. And every $10 donation is going to give you 1 entry into the sweepstakes for our mystery box. So that is so super exciting as well. Let's absolutely crush this goal. I think we're getting Morgan. Can I bring you on screen as we kind of get ready for the next hour? Hey, Morgan, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's been such a great weekend so far.
Yes, you guys have done such a brilliant job setting everything up. Thank you for letting me be a part of it.
I'm so glad. I'm so excited. I think we're still waiting a little bit for your guest. Tech happens. We will get there. I know Jamie and I were doing this yesterday. Do you want to introduce yourself to the audience?
Well, if you don't mind, sure. Hi, my name is Morgan Strong-Komnick. I am a young adult and new adult author and also a kindergarten through 3rd grade teacher for a foster facility in Missouri.
That's amazing. I'm a music teacher. I love working with kids. That is such a fun age group you've got there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I know one thing we've had this weekend is a lot of different fandoms.
Yes.
And that's really fun to see, everyone coming together with the different interests and finding our overlaps. Do you have a particular fandom you feel attached to, or do you like a lot of things?
Well, I like a lot, but my biggest is I am an otaku. I love Japanese culture. So anime, manga, cosplay. And when I heard Mr. Rodriguez likes Power Rangers and Ninja Turtles, I was really stoked to get to interview him. Yeah, kind of dive into that world and everything. So yeah, I like that. But I'm just a nerd through and through and happy to be with you guys.
Yes, that's amazing. I'm a big musical theater nerd.
Wonderful.
So I think what I recognized was Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. That was kind of my instant connection.
Yes, I listened last night to the Hollywood Museum's quiz, like Broadway, and that was really fun. So and some challenging questions as well.
Yeah, and we stumped audience members, which I think is always a good sign when we're like stumping the fans. Like,
absolutely.
yeah.
No, it was really fun.
It was.
And you had my Prince Charming on there.
Oh my God. I know. I know.
I wanted to gush so bad, but I'm like, no, that's not professional, but he was a doll.
So sweet. No, that was the first movie I ever saw. It's my favorite movie. I've never recovered having where we're talking about Paula Multiman from Cinderella from yesterday. Go catch up on yesterday's live stream.
Yes.
So you can gush with us.
The true Prince Charming.
Oh my God, yes. So sweet. Have you seen Descendants Rise of Red yet?
Yes.
I need to see it still. It's on the list. It's on the list. The press clips are so sweet.
Yes. Him and Brandy are magic. Still after all these years, it's so great.
Yes.
I like Disney too, if you can't tell. I love Disney.
Yes. I think that's pretty much everyone here loves Disney. Absolutely. Right. You're in good company.
Awesome.
That's amazing. I'm wondering if our producers have an update. Also, Steph, if you're listening, do you want to play that clip from Mom Bomb one more time? Because they do such a beautiful job.
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
That's so sweet.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely love that.
Yeah, we're at 49%. I just text our giving page there. I think that's amazing because we're about halfway through our programming. So we're about halfway to the goal. I love that.
Yep, just keep going, guys.
Yes, please keep donating. And Jamie and I started asking folks to do this yesterday. Put in your donation. You can add a comment, say what fandom you're from or who you watched. And definitely don't click anonymous unless you really, really want it to be anonymous because we can't reach out to you for prizes and stuff if you do click anonymous. So just a heads up. Our producers are saying, yes, we want more money. We want to beat our goal. That's amazing. All of the money goes to the charity. So that's super cool. Everyone is so generous to donating their time. And Kristen is our fearless leader getting this all together.
Woohoo! Absolutely. Now, did you guys do this charity last year as well?
So every year it's a different charity, which is really cool. I think that keeps it interesting. It's nice to give different charities. Yeah.
Well, I love that.
Yeah.
Well, you came highly recommended from another author friend of mine, all you guys. So
that's amazing.
Yeah. So he couldn't help out. So he's like, hey, you try. I'm like, well, if they want me. So
yes, absolutely.
Guys, they're such a well-oiled machine. I'm very impressed. So
oh, thank you. It's the whole team works together for sure. Can I ask a little bit while we're waiting? Can you tell me a little bit about your writing, that kind of thing? I'd love to hear more.
Absolutely. So I write a new adult and young adult. So I have to rate my books since I teach kindergarten for my district. So I have a paranormal mystery series about a young lady who can see and communicate with spirits. And she's trying to help them move on to the afterlife. So she meets two spirits who were unfortunately killed and they can't move on until they figure out who the murderer was. So it's kind of a race to figure out who the murderer is before other people are killed. And then also it has a lot of coming of age, oh, well, this boy asked me to the dance because she's 15. So it's her trying to balance her spiritual life with her regular life, and powers and enemies increased for the series. And it was a lot of fun. I wrote it when I was 14.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not 14 now. I'm much older than that. But it was kind of a sign of perseverance because it took me about 4 years to write because I was a studious student. And then I got 39 rejection letters in 4 years, but I got a 40th and it was a yes. And then my life's been amazing because of that. So it's kind of, I like to tell my students that. I'm like, hey, don't give up. It just takes some time and tweaking and everything. And then I have a Monster Hunter series for college age, which is really sassy and snarky and fun. And I really enjoy that. And both of my females are nerds. So it's fun to try to capture all the nerd references in there. And I write poems and short stories as well.
That's so awesome. That's amazing. I love that persistence. I think Donna Mills was just talking about that of if you get 1 in 20 auditions, you're doing really well. So
absolutely.
That's amazing. I'll have to check those books out. Do you have a website or a good place for people to find you?
Yeah, so I have a website. It's just morganscomnick.com. Every month I do a kind of book related post. If I have something coming out like a sneak preview, or I might interview another author or fellow creative to support them, because I can't write a book every month. I wish I could.
That's fair.
Right, because I also teach for a living, but I also do a nerdy top 10. So I've done everything: Disney, video games, Pokemon, Power Rangers, Miraculous Ladybug. I'm just naming things that I really like. So I like to do that. Yeah, I also write for an online magazine called Geeky Cool 3 times a month. So it's Geeky and then KOOL. And they're really fun. So every month I do a fun post, I do a manga review, and I do another nerdy top 10 on there as well. And there's a lot of incredible authors on there as well. If you want all things geeky, Geeky Cool is really fun to read.
That's amazing. I think that's definitely what our audience wants.
Awesome.
Hello, Jamie is back again. So while we're waiting, Jamie, come join us. Come join the fun.
Hello.
Hello.
Jamie is one of our other fearless interviewers.
I grabbed some fun stuff, and I don't know if we have any Twilight fans. This is a replica of the Peacoat. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if you're a big Twilight fan, you are gonna get a huge kick out of what. Obviously you've seen the first film.
Of course.
And obviously you've seen the first film, and when he first turns in the sunlight, this is the skin of a killer Bella and all that kind of thing.
Yes.
This is the actual shirt Robert Pattinson had on when they shot that.
Get out! Oh my gosh.
This is I've got a YouTube channel that I'm just kind of starting. On Instagram, I've got my own account, but I've also got Eternal Edward, which is all like I do Edward Cullen cosplay. I'm a massive Twilight fan. I devoured Midnight Sun, and I've actually got I'm kind of forming a timeline of things that are not in the books. Let's see. Oh yeah, here are the shoes.
Oh.
Here's the weird part. So soccer cleats.
Oh.
Which you don't think would be necessary, but when you're in that area, it's actually Stonecliff Inn is just off where they filmed this was just off a parking lot.
Okay.
And it's there's all kind of moss and stuff on everything. And if you don't have these, I probably would have broken something.
Oh no.
But I had these, so we were fine. So they're size 12 Adidas. These are Rob's. These are the ones Rob wore in the scene as well. And if you notice, everything is blacked out, so you can't see the brand.
Mm-hmm.
They literally took a Sharpie. It's literally black Sharpie.
Really high tech.
I love it.
So high tech. Anyway, I didn't come in the middle of a conversation, did I?
You're good. We're hoping our next guest is on the way.
Okay.
And we were just catching up on some of the awesome writing that Morgan has done.
That's awesome.
I'm curious for both of you, because I feel like we have lots of nerdy crossovers. Have either of you ever done NaNoWriMo?
My wife does. My wife is currently doing it now.
Yeah. Okay.
I've done it twice. Yeah.
That's amazing. Did you like it? I've never done it myself, but I've had friends who have.
It was a lot of pressure on me personally.
Mm-hmm.
But I highly respect it. I know a lot of authors who it's very important for them to utilize it. So I think it's good for those who can dedicate that time and that focus.
Yeah. It sounds intense.
Yeah.
It's a good. Well, it's for a lot of folks especially folks who are kind of just starting, but not only that.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes hard to do that initial push, and so one thing that is really good is sorry, there's a little flatness over here and it's bugging the crap out of me. It's a good sense of structure, I think. So everybody needs a little bit of structure, but sometimes that can be a good impetus for that. But I definitely hear you, Morgan, about it's so much time.
Yeah.
And for me, everything kind of percolates in my head, and then it just kind of like spurts out in like
Sure.
I'll just write like a whole bunch, and like the entire thing will form in my head, and it'll play like it's a movie, and then I just write it.
Yeah.
And yeah, what is your? Well, I'm sure you've probably already been asked this question. What is your process for writing?
I compose and type personally, unless it's poetry. I have an old-fashioned notebook and I sit outside in nature. And but normally, yeah, if it's his book, I compose and type, and I do it in order, which apparently, I love it. Which most authors don't write their books in order. I found out. I guess I'm the oddball. They make it like that's like a puzzle piece. They just type inspiration and they put together. I hate puzzles personally, so I'm like, no, I go in order, and then I fill in blanks later. That's just my process. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think on some level, I kind of get. I guess it depends on what strikes you first, but I can understand doing that because then you kind of get to go on the emotional journey with the characters.
Yeah. Exactly.
So you can write that impact more, and as you're doing it, you can go, oh, actually, no, this brings that impact stronger, and so yeah, I totally understand that.
Or your characters say, no, I'm not doing that. Rewrite that.
Right. Yeah.
That happens a lot.
Yeah. Well, here's the funny thing. Kind of switching gears to Superman. They in the 80s leading into the 90s. Lois. Oh, I think this is gonna. I need to fix this so it doesn't fall. There we go. In the 90s, late 80s into the 90s, they were writing Lois and Clark getting closer, and they wanted. The idea was for them to get closer and closer and closer, and then eventually he would ask her to marry him, and she'd say no.
Oh. And
then things would go back to the triangle kind of, but even though she didn't know the secret at that time, so yeah, we'd go back to the triangle, the triangle for two as they call it, and so. But then when it came time to do the issue, they all just said they basically said that Lois just rejected that in their heads, and so that's why that is one of the reasons they got engaged in the I think it was late 80s when they did. Yeah.
I love that. Well, you create them, but they're like children. They don't always listen to you. So
it's true. It's true. Yeah. The characters have the characters have a mind of their own, and the more life you put into them, and the more you construct them as a character. I don't do a lot of like novel writing, but just kind of writing for either skits or stories or movie ideas or things like that, and or building narratives. And it's true. Eventually, you just kind of they have enough power to kind of move under their own power. And so they don't need, you're there to kind of like watch where they go.
Yeah.
But it's almost like you're, those old electric football things where you plug it in and like the whole board vibrates and you just have sometimes you just have no idea. You just kind of, you're the spectator almost. It's coming out of your own head, but you're the spectator because you've given the characters enough agency.
Yeah. I feel like I'm almost like a vessel for them.
Yep.
Like they tell me what to do and my hand or just does it. And I'm just like, oh, okay. That's how we're going to do that.
Yep.
Can I ask, Morgan, what has your experience been like with editors? Have you found that they really want to change a bunch of stuff? Have they been more supportive? I feel like there's everyone has a very different experience depending on the editors and the situation.
Right. Well, I am small press / indie, so that does help. And everything. So I have more rights to my characters, not to be disrespectful to big companies, just it's the truth. I haven't had any negative experience with my two editors. They both knew me as a person first. And I think that really helped. And we were able to compromise on a lot of things. But my first contract was interesting. I had to change a last name randomly and I had to have a Twitter account because back in the day, that's what authors used. And now that's not what we use.
Yeah.
But it was in my contract. I'm like, okay.
Wow.
But yeah, you have to, I think, get to know them as a person and know when to put business and friendship aside, and still
Yeah.
respect that you're human and everything. And they end up loving your characters if they're the right editor as much as you do. So I know my current editor, she's amazing. Her name's Mandy Collins. She works with me at geekycool.com. And she's so great. And she'll call me out on my BS, but then 5 seconds later, she's giving me a heart emoji and on. So
that's cool.
That's what I need. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. That's the best kind of relationship. You were talking about a lot of authors were on Twitter back in the day.
Yeah, like 10 plus years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I will always call it Twitter for the record.
I do too. Yeah.
Every time I hear the other one, I always think of the 1989 Batman film. When they're like, he's been using brand X, and it's like the dead guy on the table. Like, not good, But anyway,
right.
Is there a particular platform that you find that authors tend to gravitate toward now more than others?
Well, currently it seems to be TikTok.
Okay.
To be honest, I am 35 and I am old. So I am trying to get onto the TikTok train. But I've seen a lot of success for some of my fellow authors. So that's good. Facebook's still good for advertisement as well. And I like Instagram, actually. I think that's a good way to get new viewers as well. And I'm sure there's others that I'm missing. But again, I'm in my mid-30s, guys. Give me a break.
I'm older than you, so.
Well, you don't look it, Edward. You look great.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I might have 10 on you. I don't know. Anyway, I definitely. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this real quick because I was told to have my props ready. So, okay, I will kind of share this. I don't know if you're a fan of this series too. Some people are, some people aren't.
Oh, okay. I know it.
Okay. So this is not the tie that was used in the first 50 Shades film, but this was bought from the same guy that sold them. It's Anto in Los Angeles. But this, however.
Oh my gosh.
So
wow.
This is okay, what is it? It's basically testing different types of knots and different types of rope. So this wasn't seen on screen, but this is like the bundle that they used.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of the stuff that I have that's technically Vampire Diaries is a book. It was a book first.
Jamie, I think they tried to tag you on Facebook, hon. I just see a message on there.
They did? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, not to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I appreciate it because I'm doing,
and just a little update for our audience too. We are trying to get some tech difficulties worked out. Vincent should be on the way, so thank you for bearing with us. And it's so cool that we get to talk with you, Morgan. So it's a win-win.
Thank you. But I'm not being too boring, hopefully.
No, not at all. And we get to see this collection from Jamie. This is very cool.
Well, I changed the website that I put underneath because I have an Elvis channel with a buddy of mine. It's EAP Society. It's all about Elvis history. Because we're massive Elvis Presley fans, and that's where I got my start in a lot of stuff. But Jacklife is all about like nerd culture, and it's going to be some of the weirdest types of nerd culture that is just like I want to find every kind of nook and cranny of it all. And this is from the Vampire Diaries. Tyler's uncle, I believe, stabbed Damon with this in one of the early episodes. And this, is it looks like a real chair.
It does. Wow.
Yeah. So you can get getting real close. But yeah, I mean, the closer you get in, the more squishy. And one of the oak stake, the white oak stake daggers, and again, and I have a wooden one and a fake one. So, but one of the things I was going to talk about is because we want to eventually do live events and a lot of other things with Jacklife that will also tie into Otherworldly Fundraising That's the goal, knock on wood. And see, the 10th Doctor, 14th Doctor. Thank you. Yeah, funny enough, I did that all of once and won a costume contest for it.
Ooh.
I do have to say my heart is with Tom Baker.
Aw,
That's a good one.
That's a great one. I am going to interrupt because our guest is here. Can I get a thumbs up, Vinny, if I can put you on screen? All right. Amazing. Thank you, Jamie. Morgan, I think we're going to let you take it away. If you're
Okay, thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello there.
Oh, hello.
Good. Welcome to our show, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hey, thanks for having me on here. My apologies. I definitely got the time zone incorrect.
Oh, no good. I'm in Central. Are you in a different one?
I'm in the West Coast. I'm in
Okay,
California.
yeah. So yeah, they're East Coast. You and I are both different.
We're different. We're different.
That's a good thing though.
We're in the other places.
Yeah, I love your hat, by the way. Very stylish.
It's I love these hats. My hair is also a mess, but I love that I said a mess and it looks like perfect.
Yeah, you were like.
What's funny is like I'm that guy who when I'd wake up from like a really lovely slumber on a weekend and wake up and go into the bathroom and blow dry my hair for some reason, just because I want it to be before I go into the kitchen and have my or in this case, so I can wear my cute hat. So I appreciate it. I love hats like this.
I do too. That's great. Well, thank you for being an Otherworldly fundraiser for Mom Bomb. Great cause. So we love having you here. I'm super stoked.
I'm glad to be here. I was like immediately like, yeah, let's do it. I'd love to be of service, and I love Q&As, and I have a lot to share as an actor, as a teaching artist, and as a creative, and someone who supports and advocates for mental health. So let's go.
That's an amazing resume right there. I love that.
Oh, thank you. Well, you are an author and a teacher, so know that I'm already a fan of yours.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, we can talk about whatever you want, but I do have some questions if you're cool with that to start.
Of course. Oh my God, I love questions.
All right. So we'll start with the basic one. Okay. So when did you get the acting bug?
Magic. Because magic is also a part of my life too.
That's great.
When I get to acting bug, well, I guess I was the kid. Well, when I was a baby, I would rock myself to sleep, but that's not technically acting, but that is like racking, supporting of it supports. But acting specifically, I remember as a child, I would kind of memorize commercials. And I've seen this in other kids too, because I teach kids and I also have worked with a lot of kids on set. In fact, I filmed one of 3 sequels to the Hallmark Christmas movie I did, and the girl who played my foster daughter last year, they brought her back, and she was doing this thing that I remember doing, and it's this: I would mimic people's faces and their emotions, and I would do that on TV. So I'd watch something on the screen, and then I duplicate it, which is actually a drill we do at my acting school, and it's a very common, very basic drill, and it's something I actually do now as an adult because now I'm a bit more, I'm even more curious and pragmatic than I ever was comparatively, and I've undergone a lot of new self-developmental change in the last few years, because I found out that I was neurodivergent, and when I started to research that, all these things started to make way more sense, and it was like pieces of a puzzle that all of a sudden started to gel in a way that they never did before. And I started to have conversations I never had, and I started to meet people that I've never met, and it just kind of started to snowball, and now here I am, and it's been a little wild, like the wild west, in the good and bad way. But yeah, I was a kid who was just kind of like was very influenced by the things I was seeing. So I remember mimicking commercials and being
Mhm.
memorizing them, jingles.
I was gonna say, did you know every like fast food jingle? That I was that kid.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I was also. It was that era where we didn't have social media and YouTube and stuff,
Right.
so it was all about getting that VHS, hitting record on the TV, or if you had a Betamax or a second VCR, this is so illegal. Don't do this. But whatever, live your life. I would record a movie that we get from the Blockbuster or the warehouse.
Sure.
And I record it so that I had it. And then on a tape, you could fit like 3 movies if it was the 6 hour.
The 6 hour,
recording
yeah.
versus the 2 hour.
Right?
But all that to say, I didn't sell them obviously, but I just wanted to, I would rewatch movies over and over and over again to the point where I could do the scenes for you.
Wow, I love that.
And we still do that as a bit, but I remember that's like, you asked me like, how did I get into acting? Now that since recently teaching acting and getting more familiar with these exercises that I use to, train children or professionals, young or old, and everything in between, like those are the drills, like duplication, mirroring, it's duplicating sound, duplicating, here, say this, then now say it back to me, now say it again, but add something to it, like creativity and your thought process, and taking the idea and building the idea to something that's brand new that you could have never come up with if had you not gone through that process. So like all that stuff started when I was a kid. I just didn't know that what was going on at the time. Like what would it all turn into? And it really paid off well in my favor, because I think my career is what it is because I was that kid. I just kept kind of.
Well, I'm glad you were. That sounds wonderful. That is great. Now I see you have all sisters as well. Is that correct?
I do. Oh my gosh, you did your research, Morgan.
I did. Well, I have all brothers. I have all brothers.
Oh my God, we're like polar opposites.
Polar opposites. So I'm curious, what's it like to be in a house with girls, like growing up with sisters?
I remember thinking I was pretty cool because I knew how to do a French braid, and I knew like how to do things. Like I was like, I could braid your hair if I wanted to, because like my sisters, it was like something I knew in my house. But no, in my household it was really cool because my sisters are all very individualistic, and all have their own superpowers and personalities and outlooks. And when I was a kid, I learned so much from each of them, and they added so much to my life growing up. I'm not as close to them now as an adult. We're all like busy living our own lives. But I have some amazing memories of being with my sisters, and like in the car at the same time as a kid, and then as a young adult, like when we'd visit, like I'm 22 and we're visiting for Christmas or Thanksgiving or something, and then now we're all in a car again, and I'm like, this is different and this is awesome. But yeah, my sisters were kind of, it was a challenge for me, but it was also, I think, very formative for me.
Yeah. Well, I love that you kind of felt empowered because because of my brothers, I played with Barbies, but I got to grow up with like Hot Wheels and Army Men too.
Oh yeah.
So I feel very balanced, and I can relate to all types of students because I had that kind of diverse background and acceptance. But I still bicker with my brothers, but it's from love. So
I think this comes with family.
Yeah, exactly. That's what siblings do.
You're never gonna not have that. But yeah, I think I can relate to that. I feel like I got the best of a lot of different worlds because I was actually looking this up this morning. Yin and yang, or yin and yang. Yin has these feminine qualities, and then there's a list of them, and it's like intuition and nurturing, and then the yang or yang is the masculine qualities, and that's discipline and I don't think the yin yang concept was trying to be sexist. It's going back thousands of years, but it's just interesting to think about that because, like what you're saying, I really do feel like I had my natural inclinations as a cisgendered guy, and then with these 3 older sisters, and I didn't know had inklings of my sexuality
Mhm.
preference when I was young. So that's how I know it was authentic to me, because I saw a lot of signs then.
Mhm.
So it's just interesting to be around my sisters,
Yeah.
because I had this nurturing quality around me all the time, you
Right.
know. And then I, I had interests in martial arts, and not so much trucks, but it was like martial arts, Ninja Turtles, Power Rangers, music.
That's my next question. I learned about
Oh,
your martial arts actually. And
oh yeah.
I don't know if you can see it. I have a Power Rangers clip for you today.
Shut up.
Yes, the original Mighty Morphin symbols.
I wish I was wearing now I was gonna say I wish I was wearing my Mighty Morphin Power Rangers t-shirt, which I don't own yet. And why? Oh my gosh, let me write that down.
Right.
I have a Ninja Turtle one, Super Mario Brothers, and Disney and Avengers, and like I even have a Dragon Ball Z one. Like, where's my Power Rangers one?
Nice.
Shame on me.
I almost wore my Power Ranger shirt for you. I'm like, no, I gotta look professional, but I'll wear the clip. But
wear it.
I love
it.
it.
I love it. No, I love it. Like, maybe I need to get my own clip now.
Yeah,
Just,
there
put it right
you go. Or you
Like,
at least get a shirt. At least get a shirt.
I will, absolutely. I'm going to do some shopping. I'm going to do some retail therapy as soon as we're done here. But so what was your question exactly about Power Rangers?
So well, if you're going to Power Rangers, just tell me, do you have a favorite original Ranger?
I have a huge crush on Austin St. John.
Oh, he's great.
The biggest crush of him as a kid, because when I was a kid, dealing with my sexuality and also just who I wanted to be, like we needed role models, right?
Yeah.
I recognized his beauty, like physically, but I also loved, he seemed tender and kind, and he was the leader. And I really gravitated toward that. I was like, he's so kind to the group, and like he loves his friends and the team, and he'd sacrifice for them. So I feel like I got all these different aspects of him. I learned a lot by watching that character and his portrayal of that character. And then I was heavily influenced by like the color red and like wearing all red and and also just like, and then the Green Ranger too.
Oh,
because he had the gold shield. And then later on, the gold shield was worn, I think, by Jason the Red Ranger.
Yeah, he did for a little while.
He did for a little while, and then the Green Ranger became the White Ranger. And so, I was such a huge fan of the series, and it's funny because I grew up, and then fast forward to like my very first stunt action class at XMA in North Hollywood before they moved locations. They're now called 87. 87 North. As an 8711, because Mike Chat, a former Blue Power Ranger who ran XMA, is now one of the head instructors at 8711 for one of the biggest stunt coordinators in Hollywood, who was the guy who directed and was a stunt, the mastermind behind all the stunts in Fall Guy, starring Ryan Gosling.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah,
Ryan. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just talk about full circle. Like it was just very like, whoa, like I grew up watching you on my screen, Mike Chat, and he became my instructor. And so like Power Rangers was a huge influence in my life. It taught me so much about like being on a team and the idea of being a hero to save the world, which later on kind of translated for me into being the hero of my own life.
Yeah, absolutely.
And showing up for myself. So that I could show up for others. So yeah, that's my
that's so good. I love all
my deep
of them.
dive. That's my deep dive into Power Rangers. Oh, you mean you love all of the different?
I love all the originals. Kimberly is my favorite, just because I wanted to be her. I wore like you. I wore all pink when I was little, like for Kimberly. I like Morgan. My closet. I remember my mom would take me to there was a specific store at the Ceremony Mall. I grew up in Daly City, California, a suburb of San Francisco. And there was a store that I cannot remember at the moment. So one day I will. But they had brands like Stussy, and then they had certain brands of jeans that always came out with different colors of jeans. Okay.
So of course, what did I buy? Green colored jeans.
Nice.
I had red colored jeans.
Nice.
Of course, I had blue jeans. But then so there were days I would wear all red or all green because I loved the Power Rangers. So I totally get that. I'm with you. I'm totally with you on that.
Well, and I love how you learned from them because I've actually met several of the original Rangers.
Yes.
Yes, and I
that's
actually got to be an
wonderful.
assistant for Johnny Young Bosch. So that was amazing. Adam, the second Black Ranger. So he
Dude.
Dude,
Oh,
I
he
can
was
tell you
wonderful.
I can tell you some con stories.
Dude, he's dream. I mean, I bet you could. I mean, I'm also like waiting to join that con universe because I'm the voice of Raiden on MK1.
Yes, we would
And
love
I'm like,
to have
oh,
you.
like I missed my chance the first year they invited me. I missed an interview and con because the strike.
Of course, yeah.
I wanted to stand in solidarity with SAG-AFTRA,
Yeah,
and we're still dealing with stuff. I mean, we ratified, we got that negotiation, you know, we got past that, but now video games are now on strike because of the interactive contract, because they basically we want AI protections, and it's not happening. Just like, come on, companies, you're not going to win this. Like, you're not going to win. Like, you can't make that game without us.
Right, exactly.
AI is not a replacement.
No,
it is a tool.
Yes.
It's a wonderful tool, but because we're human beings, we're susceptible to greed and pride, and you know, the 7 deadly sins and all that stuff. And so it's like, it makes sense why we're here, but it's just unfortunate, and it's tough because, you know, artists are not the ones who are, just like teachers, are not always paid the value that they bring to society, you know?
So get me started on that.
Right. Okay. Just, oh dang, Morgan took off her invisible nails, and she was snapping in shapes that I could not recognize. Right? I was very overwhelmed.
No.
Is there a question here?
Yeah, so it
answer
said
that?
Yeah. So it said the strike is still going on, as you mentioned.
Yes.
So what would you like the people, how can we help with you guys with the strike?
I would love to answer this question because I just did a video about it the other day for our union. So something you guys can do to help the strike is be curious about it.
Sure.
Like educate yourself about it, engage with us. So if you follow me on social media, whether it's TikTok or Instagram or Facebook, like repost something I post about it, engage about it, share it to your platform. Maybe even ask me questions that I could turn into a post, and then, you know, like, get the conversation going. And I say conversation, not
absolutely.
Like let's be curious as to what's going on and what are the themes, what's at stake, and how this affects us, short term, long term, how it affects our industry, how it affects like how you consume content as a consumer, because a lot of people don't think that and don't want to, and I get it. It's easier to think like everything's hunky-dory and entertainment land, and everyone has limos and chauffeurs, and you know, it's like, no, like when I go to a red carpet, like I do this hair, like this is like, I learned how to blow dry my hair, I get it colored, I have gray in it, I'm getting a little older, you know, I go to the gym, I make mistakes, I can also eat 2 bags of chips before bedtime, which is not something I suggest, but I'm a human being like everyone else, you know, like we're human beings, and we make mistakes, and the business is not necessarily designed for us to thrive, you know. So we as artists have to partner with managers and agents and publicists to make sure things go smoothly. So when it comes to like things like a strike, you know, if you can just support the actors that you love, like maybe if you have a favorite video game right now, post about that game. Say, I love this video game, and this video game actually has motion capture in it, which is one of the things that's threatened right now with the strike. So I want to support them, and I support these actors, like tag those actors, tag SAG-AFTRA. You know, it's like, hey, I love Mortal Kombat. I saw Vincent Rodriguez III on the Otherworldly Fundraising, and I wanted to support the SAG-AFTRA strike. So I'm tagging Mortal Kombat, I'm tagging Vincent Rodriguez III, I'm tagging SAG-AFTRA, and I'm saying, let's fight for AI protections for these actors so that they can get back to work. Yeah, and we can make more games, you know. And
the God of Thunder needs to be represented.
Say again?
I said the God of Thunder needs to be represented.
Yeah, I mean, we need it. We need the support. Like a lot of that's what managers and agents and you know exists. It's because it's kind of wild to think how many people are involved in the things that you love.
Oh yeah.
It takes a village. And I know you know that, but not everyone else knows, like every TV show you see, like every even short film, like you even like if it's union, it employs a whole team of people. Like on Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, I mean, a writer's room, our executive producers who all have very specific jobs. There's a story editor, there's people in charge of editing, the music department, you know, the character development, our line producer who handles the money, how we pay for all these things. You know, there's always someone on top leading the fold.
Yeah.
And it really is a collaborative group effort. And Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is one of the biggest projects I've ever been a part of. And I can say with 100% confidence that I am so proud of what we all made during that 4 years we worked together, because it was pretty miraculous. And we had an amazing set, amazing crew, mostly female, leadership, mostly female. You know, we innovated, and we got actually a lot of compliments on set.
Oh, yeah.
Guest stars and from guest crew members, like makeup, hair, people who'd come in like to be a sub or just temporarily. We got compliments like, this is unlike a typical Hollywood TV set. Like this is like the Disneyland of musical TV comedy sets. And because we were just improvising and having fun, and we got our work done, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But the material, it needs to be executed. And so thankfully we had a group of people who loved improv, loved to laugh, and who loved music, loved to dance, loved to sing. And not everyone was trained in those things. And so we had great leadership to help support us and get the best art out of us. And it was just one of the best times of my life.
Oh, well, that's great. You keep bringing up the next question, so you are so with it.
Oh, Kristen Marie. Hey, Kristen.
Yeah.
She said, did you have a favorite song?
Favorite song,
Ex-Girlfriend?
yeah.
Everyone asks me that, and I feel bad because my answer is not probably the best. I don't have one. Because it's like having kids. You don't, I mean, I hear like you're not supposed to pick
You're not
one.
supposed to have a favorite.
You have a favorite. So, but with this, I actually don't have a favorite. And that's because I love the show. I love the songs. I love the genres that we performed from. And there's handfuls of them that continue to kind of float into my headspace as little moments of joy. So I remember for a while I was so into Dream Ghost. We're your dream ghost, dream ghost. Da, 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 da.
Love it.
What you missed while you were popular? Let's Generalize About Men, Friendtopia. They weren't always my songs. Settle for Me. Which is just so, because it's the cleverness of it. There was some of them I can't say because they're too tricky.
Sure.
But yeah, it's and I love my songs so much, especially because like some of them were written for me. Like Rachel Bloom wrote a Gene Kelly number for me called "I've Got My Head in the Clouds," and that was after we did.
I saw several YouTube of you, and that was a really good one. I like Thought Bubble. That one really resounded.
Yeah,
with the headphones. I'm like,
yes, is the John Johnson song that I didn't know who John Johnson was. I felt embarrassed because I was thinking Jason Mraz, you know, or Michael or John Mayer, and then Adam Schlesinger, he rest in peace. Love you, Adam. He was like, listen to some John Johnson. That's who we were listening to when we wrote the song for you. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm all about that research, especially when it comes to music, because I'm a musical buff. So it's like, all right, let's research. Let's get into it. Okay, what's this vibe? What's this? Okay, what are the vocal onsets? Is it aspirate? You know, it's because I also trained with Tom Burke in New York, and there's voice teachers teach in all different ways, but he was creating different ways to teach voice, and I got to be a part of some very preliminary and now like fully thought out ways that he teaches voice and trains musical theater actors to sing in different vocal styles. So I was there then for that, and so I got to apply that to that song Thought Bubbles and to Ping Pong Girl, and
yes, that was a fun one.
sports analogies, and no, so it was a blast. And I also like, let's see here. I mean, Boy Band Before Josh's, because I love boy bands, and freaking not like that.
No,
And then
you have a good boy band quality, and I love that. I was an NSYNC girl, so I
me too. Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of NSYNC, and I love it. I really do. It's fun. I just did a solo show in Pittsburgh at the City Winery, and I'm doing 3 more cities. So I'll be. So if you guys are in Honolulu in October, or New York City in October, or Vegas in November, I will be performing in those cities. My solo cabaret. I sing songs from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, from my career. I tell stories about my life. I dance. I sing. I do magic. I talk about my life being an openly gay Filipino actor, and the struggle of becoming an actor, and also the struggles I went through at home to be the person I am today, who could still pursue a career in that. And so yeah, it's a new thing, like something I took from Rachel Bloom, because she'd do these live shows and we'd all perform with her, and we were just right there with the audience, and it was always so fun. It just felt like we were just all having a good time, and anything was fair game. Like we would hear random things from the audience, be like, did someone just say that? And then Rachel would make a joke about it, and then we'd yes and the joke, because because now at this point we're like, it's all fair game, so we just build build the game, build the bit, and so it's a whole lot of fun. And on that note, I didn't want to ignore this question. I saw it, you guys. Can we get more Crazy Ex-Girlfriend? Was the question. I would love that. Right now it's not on Netflix anymore, which is tough. And so I would love a live show. Like, I'm putting that out in the universe. I honestly, if I could like magic wand that, if I could Harry Potter, like Pacificus Totalis.
That's great.
Crazy the girlfriend de Cadabra or whatever. I don't know. Like we would have like a mini series.
There you go.
Like a short mini series, or like a movie. I think a series would be more fun, because it'd be more time with these people. Would be fun. But also I think we should do like a live show, like a little live tour. Because a lot of the Crazy Ex-Girlfriend fans are still out there. They still want to come out. I meet them and I chat with them, and they're like, come to this city. I'm like, okay. But yeah, so right now there is no more Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. It got taken off Netflix. So we're looking, I think Rachel Bloom has not announced what the new streaming platform would be, but right now it is available, like I think on Apple TV and Google Video and Amazon Prime Video for purchase. And if you want to buy the DVD, you can, but if you try to buy it on Amazon, they are sold out for obvious reasons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I tried. So I have like my two box sets of all 4 seasons, because they don't sell a box set. So unfortunately, but like, yes, can we get more Crazy Ex-Girlfriend? I'd love that. And sign me up.
Write the letters, guys. Write the letters.
Write all the letters. Also, there was a question about MK1 that I didn't see, but there it is.
Yes.
Steven Fisher. I'm a huge MK fan, and Mortal Kombat started out in 1982 with real actors playing the characters. That's right. Carlos Pancina, yes, was the original Raiden. Yes. Motion capture is so very important. 100% right. I agree with you. And as someone who grew up watching those kinds of actors, action actors like Carlos, I'll fold in Mike Chatterandabutt, or he goes by Mike Chat, a former Blue Power Ranger, Lightning Speed, and he was also in some very much older martial arts shows that were popular around that time that Power Rangers was out. That actually it was a show, I try to remember the name of it. It was a martial arts show. You guys are like yelling it at me through the screen, I can tell. but it was basically a show that hired action actors and had them kind of play themselves in a universe, in a narrative where they have their archetypes and like their own martial arts, like brands and icons, and they compete in a ring. And they all have various different strengths. So one like had a stick with hair, with their bow at the end of it, like their long, like their braided hair at the end of it. And that was like a whip. And then some would like were fists or arms. Like it was trippy. It was like real life Mortal Kombat essentially. And so yeah, during that time, when Mortal Kombat was coming out, I'm fully aware that they used real life actors to do those moves.
Yeah.
What's wild is now things are at a whole nother level. So I'm friends with people who were like 2 stunt doubles for X-23 for the Logan movie, like Logan's daughter.
Yes.
2 of those people were my instructors, like Tekla Hudirova and Risa Kilar, Miss Kilar.
Wow.
Like those were the 2 stunt doubles because they were very short, but they can do like flips in the air and they can like kill, and like they're specialists in nunchucks and bow staff, and so those performers, I've met more of them, and seeing their motion capture work these days, it's kind of insane what they're able to do, because things have really grown. Well, things have just grown. Like one of my buddies, Chris Cortez, he was just here a few weeks ago at a party of mine. I love that guy. Imagine a more jacked, tanned, ridiculously handsome version of me. That's Chris. Like, I look at Chris and go, who made you? How does this happen? And then he's a former Cirque performer, so his body is insane. And he was in the last Avatar movie, and he posted this clip of him doing a trick. It was like a tumbling pass with a staff in his hand, and he shared that what he did was something that had never been done. He invented it, and he posted it, and I went,
right. I was like, how epic.
How? Why? How? You could, because you can injure yourself doing those things, but he somehow made it up, and like for the movie, and it didn't exactly get a close up, or you didn't know it was necessarily him, because there's so many things happening in a movie. But just to see that level of creativity, that discipline,
absolutely,
just like Carlos, like that example, like stunt performers, action actors. Like, this is an art form, man. And so like, it's, thanks for mentioning that, because we got to protect the artists who make the things that you guys love.
Of course. Well, we know you do a lot of onstage acting and singing, but I also hear you do voice acting.
I am a voiceover actor. So you guys know about Raiden and MK1. That was the kind of the big one that happened during the pandemic. I had to not talk about that for a few years. That was weird.
Oh, I bet.
I was like, I can't tell anyone. Like, how many these sessions am I going to have before I can announce it? But yeah, I've been doing voiceover acting. I don't know. I started in the middle of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and just for context, I think I submitted a few hundred voiceover auditions before I ever booked one.
Yeah.
Before I ever booked one, and the first 2 I booked were overdubs for Chinese animated feature films that made it to Blu-ray, and that was when I was able to hear myself and see myself. I had to pick the English subtitle. I'm like, hey, that's me. And those were my first 2 jobs, Neza and White Snake. And so White Snake was the first. I auditioned for 6 roles, and guess what role I booked? The villain.
Oh, more fun.
Yeah, they showed you photos of these dudes, and like he was tall. He looked like, it was very classic, like he looked like an emperor, and it was like old school, like feudal Japan, like that kind of era.
Oh, nice.
And just like, and he had like a silk thick thing around his face. You couldn't quite see his mouth, but he was covering a scar on his face. And I remember it said something in the breakdown that he was called Little General, and they said that his real form was a snake. And I remember thinking to myself, okay, so he's snake-like, so he's sinister, so he's down here, and he's conniving, and he's measured, and it's funny because I booked the part, and then when I got there, they're like, we liked what you did in your audition. We want to make him more aristocratic now. So we kept the snake aspect of him, but we made him more posh, which made him feel more dangerous. And so that was my very first job, but I remember milking it. Because it was my very first voiceover audition job that I booked. And that turned into more jobs. I was the voice of Arlo's dad in Arlo the Alligator Boy on Netflix, which is an animated feature musical, which turned into an animated series called I Heart Arlo, which had amazing voiceover cast. Jonathan Van Ness from Queer Eye. What? Jennifer Coolidge.
Love her.
Yeah, it was nuts. The cast of it was pretty insane. I was very honored to be a part of it, and they wrote songs for my character, and that was really cool too.
Oh, well, that's great. Yeah, and I saw you were in Molly McGee as well.
Yes. Season two of Ghost and Molly McGee. I played J. Jeff, the boyfriend of G. Jeff, who you didn't know was a gay ghost.
I love that. So I got to work with Greg Baldwin, who also has a voice in that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Uncle Iroh from Avatar. So that was,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's a voice actor as well. So you guys are in a show together.
Oh yeah, it's wild in the voiceover world how many people you get to work with.
Yeah.
But like I worked like for Mortal Kombat. I've worked with John Cena and worked with J.K. Simmons, and because there's a crossover of Mortal Kombat and all these different cartoon series
like
characters.
Marvel and DC, right?
Well, it wasn't DC.
No.
It wasn't Marvel DC. It was oh yeah, I guess it was like DC because technically those comics were you're right. You're right. Oh my gosh, you're right. Yeah, so it was wild to like it was wild. I was like, wait a minute, how is this possible? Like what legality did we
So that kind of answers my question that you don't perform in the studio with a whole bunch of other actors. It's mostly just you. When you're doing voiceover.
Yeah, you and your director typically and the engineer, and it takes acting. Like it's real play pretend, and it's just your voice. So the emotion of the character, the outlook on the character, their personality, it's all fused in there. And so yeah, I done a good amount of voiceover, and it's been a lot of fun. And it's just been more recently that I've done video games. So Dune, the Dune movies came out, and right after they came out, the video games for them came out, and so you can hear me on the last two Dune video game trailers.
That's
awesome. I think on the last one, I'm Paul Atreides.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, we would love to talk more, but it is time. But if you're interested, can we have you back next year?
Yeah. Absolutely. I'd love to. I'd love to.
Well,
absolutely.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you so much for joining us on Otherworldly Fundraisers, guys. He is incredible. So make sure you check out all of his medias, which I know you have a YouTube. I did subscribe.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I am on the YouTubes. I am on Instagram. I'm primarily on Instagram, and I'm on TikTok. And right now, I have a Hallmark movie coming out. I think it's December 5th. Season's Greetings on Cherry Lane. That is one of 3 sequels from the Hallmark movie I filmed last year, Christmas on Cherry Lane. So I star in that opposite Jonathan Bennett, Aaron Samuels from Mean Girls. Very excited about that. And I think project I did for Disney Junior just came out on Disney Plus, and it's called Kindergarten the Musical. I play a Filipino dad to one of the Filipino kindergarten kids, and I got songs on there too, so you can listen to that, watch that on Disney Plus. And I'm doing these solo shows. So I'll be in Honolulu, New York, and Vegas, maybe San Francisco, and I think in the new year I'll be in the Philippines and LA. So watch out for these solo cabaret shows that I'm doing, and just follow me, and I'll be posting about it.
I love it, guys. He is a gem. Make sure you check out all of his wonderful endeavors, and best of luck on all your projects. I can show my students the kindergarten musical. I look excited.
Yes. Oh, please do. It's adorable. Yeah. It's so sweet.
They're 5 to 9. So I'm like, that
they would love it. It's for them. They would love it. Yeah.
Aw. Well, thank you again so much, and we'll see you next year now. You were so fantastic.
Thank you, Morgan. I'll see you next year. I'll see you next year, Julia. Pleasure to meet you unofficially, Julia. Thanks, everybody.
Right, take care. Thank you.
Be well.
Morgan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. The producers are just having me give a little update before we go to the next hour. Thank you so much to all of our wonderful guests who've been here today and our awesome viewers. We are at 49% of our goal. Mom Bomb is such a wonderful organization that helps give grants to moms and dads that need extra support with childcare, with food, with all those really important things. So please help us reach our goal. We want to surpass it. We just have a little bit more programming left tonight. On the screen, you can see that link to donate. You can check out all of our socials. You'll see the Just Giving link on our socials as well. Let's see. Steph, do you want to play that video one more time for us so that our new audience members can see it?
Mom Bomb helps moms and sometimes dads in crisis by offering grants for things like meal delivery, childcare, housekeeping, laundry service, and more. Because mom takes care of the whole family. But who's taking care of mom?
That is so sweet. I think while we're getting set up, can I bring Jamie and Rhonda on screen? Hello.
Oh,
Hi.
I moved to an area where there's more than one seat, so.
Amazing. Good to see you again, Jamie, and so nice to meet you, Rhonda.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Okay, we're just having a little technical difficulties, but do y'all want to do your introductions while we work behind the scenes to fix the tech stuff?
Sure. Yeah, we can talk about stuff. So for those of you that don't already know, this is my wife, Rhonda Kelly, and as of October 9th of this year will be our 15th wedding anniversary, which is pretty cool.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Time flies when you're having fun. That's exactly right. And so yeah, we're now Jack Life is kind of an our thing, but you know, Rhonda's a lot like me. She's doing a lot of different stuff, and so I'm kind of like growing the initial things, and then she kind of hops in when she's able. And so she'll be seen on Jack Life as well, which is really cool. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's
thank you.
yeah, and she knit me the Tom Baker scarf.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah. So we've got that. So that's done, and I've got the wig, but I don't have the rest of the outfit. So
working on that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna need a prosthetic nose.
So if anybody out there,
Tom was an amazing doctor, but we do not share a nose. That's for sure. Let's see. We're both major Superman fans. We met because of Elvis. Oh, very cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah, so we've got so when we were first dating, she called me and she said, "Hey, did you know there's a Metropolis, Illinois?" I said, Yeah. She said, they have a Superman celebration. I'm like, Yeah. I went to the Superman celebration the first time, I want to say in 1989. I was 9 years old, and the last time I had been was 1998, 1999, something like that. And so this was 2006 or 7. I can't remember which. And yeah, I think it was 2007. It was 2008. They did Search for Superman. And yeah, so then we went down as Lois and Clark.
So fun.
Which was actually no, the first year you were Lana. Yeah, well, you were Supergirl. We made sure that she was not the Supergirl that was Superman's cousin, so she was Kara Danvers.
Yeah.
She was the extension of the Matrix Supergirl. And yeah, and then the next year, we went down as Lois and Clark, and then after that, Steve Eunice asked if we would do if Rhonda, because she's a writer, would do reporting, and me being the overachieving dork that I am, I thought, hey, let's make this video and put so much more work on myself for no reason at all. And so
that's what you do, because you're good at so many things.
That's what I do. So if you go to wgbs-tv.com, there are still some of the older videos. Back before I got my my touches of Southern accent a little more under control. So we had a lot of fun, and that was really cool. Yeah. And we're looking at possibly bringing that back as part of Jack Life, maybe. So, because technology is so much in a better place for that stuff now.
True.
It makes things a lot easier, so it's not such a hard thing. But yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
Now, what is it? You tell everybody a little bit about what you're writing.
Oh yeah. So growing up, I always really enjoyed, reading for one thing, but also I always had an interest in writing. So I used to do like articles, and I did an internship out of high school, like with a small student newspaper. So, and I've been told by many people, like they feel like that is one of my gifts. So I always had it in my mind that, you know, I wanted to be an author and write. And I was really inspired by from a very young age by the story my grandma told me about a great uncle who I never had the chance to meet. Unfortunately, he was in World War II, did not come home. And it was my grandma's youngest brother. So I am currently working on a historical fiction novel based on his life and experience. And it was, I'm Canadian, I'm originally from Toronto. So it was the part of the war that he was involved in was Canada's first entry into the war. So directly after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. So yeah. So,
and that was in Hong Kong.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm a big historical fiction fan, so I will have to keep my eye out of it.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. You know, who knows what'll happen with it, but I do have some friends here locally who are published authors who have said that they're willing to help me out when I'm ready to do query letters and things like that. So who knows, but I just feel good that I'm finally sitting down and at least getting it on paper and doing it. So, but yeah, I'm a huge historical fiction fan as well. I read a lot. I don't know. I'll just throw this out there. Since that is one of your favorite genres, I don't know if you've heard of Fiona Davis. She is one of my favorite historical fiction authors. She's fairly recent, like within the last 8 years or so. She bases a lot of her books on places and people from New York. So one of them is called The Lions of Fifth Avenue. So it's about the New York Public Library. Yeah. A lot of people recognize that title when you mention it.
Yeah, I'll have to add that to my TBR. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, so she has, I think, probably 7 or 8 books out now. And like the minute her book comes out, I have to read it. Like, that's how much I love her. So
yes. Oh, and this is perfect timing. Donnell, I see you there. Can I put you on the screen if you're ready to go? Amazing. And I'm going to hand it over to Jamie and Rhonda now.
Cool.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Donnell. It is so very nice to meet you. We had the pleasure of going through the museum back in February when we were out there. And I enjoyed it so incredibly. There's a picture of the Hollywood Museum, and that is just that's amazing. So how long has just for the folks, because we read through all of the signs and paperwork and stuff and had a really good time. How long has the museum been in existence?
We've just celebrated our 21st anniversary.
Wow.
Congratulations. That's
very cool. Very cool.
It's so exciting because, you know, when we first started, because we didn't have government funding or other people's money, we started by appointment only. And then we graduated to 2 days a week being open from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and then 3 days a week. And now it's 5 days a week, Wednesday through Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Closed on Mondays and Tuesdays.
That's really cool.
I will say it was definitely, we went out to LA for a movie premiere. So that's a pretty huge event. But going through the museum was honestly one of the highlights of my trip out there. It was incredible. It was amazing.
Thank you so much. You know, it's a passion project for me. And I wanted to leave something for people from all over the world, you know, tourists, you know, visitors. It doesn't matter what country you come from. There's one word that everybody understands and knows, and that one word is Hollywood. So I wanted to be able to show people from all over the world, locals, professionals alike, what the true story of Hollywood is, how Hollywood got its humble beginnings from once upon a time, what it's become today, and how the Hollywood community grew because of this entertainment industry.
That's awesome. And like one of I love miniatures especially. So the layouts of like the lots was really cool, and all of and the autographs and the artifacts and my goodness, how were you able to find so many? I mean, by and large, were they just finding at auctions? Were they donations? Like, how did a lot of that come about?
Well, you know, that's a great question, but I just have to share with you that I am sitting in the historic photo gallery, and on the walls, as you can kind of see the red wall behind me over here, there's about 1,000 vintage black and white photos showing how the Hollywood community, what it looked like when it first was discovered, or more than 100 years ago, as well as so many of the movie premieres, and then all the great stars from Hollywood's golden era. And I think it's kind of fun. We've even got a section that I'm facing now that has those miniatures of the studios, as well as the photographs of the movie stars wining and dining in their favorite nightclub and studio commissary. But behind me, I don't know if you can see it, is a piece of the original Hollywood sign, complete and bullet holes, if you can imagine.
Wow. I bet you there's a couple stories there.
There is. And our visitors can get up close and check it all out. And young starlet, in the 20s, Peg Entwistle, came out from New York. And she was an actress who had appeared in many plays in New York, on Broadway and off Broadway. And she wanted to try her hand in Hollywood. And she was so disappointed because she was getting one or two walk-on parts, but not enough. And where she was staying, they had told her that she needed to find her own place, and she couldn't do it. And of course, in those days, there was no such thing even as a telephone in everybody's home, let alone fax or email. And she just one day took herself up to the Hollywood sign and jumped off the H. And within a few days afterward, by snail mail, by U.S. Postal Service, she received a letter saying that she had been chosen to have a walk-on part in a film.
Oh.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
A tribute to her too with this display.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's wow. I mean, such a sad story. You just goes to show, hang in there, right?
Exactly.
What do they say? Patience is key.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Patience is key, especially in movies, because that does not move. None of that moves quickly. Well, it moves slowly, and then for a short, brief period, it moves quickly, and then it moves slowly again.
Well, and where I'm standing, I have to say this room seems to be so interesting. Forget, the thousands of costumes we have, the memorabilia, the star cars, Hannibal Lecter's jail cell. Oh, although, by the way, after Sir Anthony Hopkins received his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Jodie Foster brought him here to the Hollywood Museum.
Oh, cool.
That's awesome.
Because he came and he saw the jail cell. And he was very intrigued by the fact that so many of celebrity friends had been here and found exhibits that corresponded to their movies. So we've had so many of the great stars from film and television here. I mean, the three ladies from Knots Landing, Michelle Lee, Joan Van Ark, Donna Mills, all of them have come. In fact, we just saw one of them yesterday evening. It's just amazing how many stars come here to the museum.
That's awesome. That was actually, that was going to be one of the other things we were going to say is like, who all is coming? And that's great. And especially since we just talked to Donna Mills earlier, Doug did, and that's awesome. Steph asks in the chat here, do you have a favorite piece in the museum that's your favorite?
Well, you better tell Steph that I do, but I can't say. That's like asking a mother,
Yeah.
who's your favorite child? I mean, she may have that quietly, know perfectly well who it is, but she just won't say it. That's the same for me. We have so many fabulous exhibits. I mean, we have the largest Marilyn Monroe exhibit, Elvis Presley. I mean, TV, favorite TV. So much fun. Our TV shows from the 80s and the 90s and 2000s. It's actually back to the 50s and when it first started, the I Love Lucy show. So we have a lot of that. It's just extraordinary. Our favorite game show hosts, I can't tell you how many of the game show hosts have been here, not only to see the museum, but to visit their own exhibits.
It's really, I love that you mentioned Marilyn Monroe, because that was a huge draw for me. That's one of the main reasons I wanted to come to the museum, because you have so many incredible pieces of Marilyn. And the fact that, you showed that beautiful picture of the building. So it was originally a Max Factor building. And, Marilyn, that's where she first, I believe, became a blonde. Is that correct? Where they first dyed her hair?
Well, it's an interesting story because Marilyn Monroe was born a blonde. But like many natural blondes, by the time they become a teenager, their hair starts to turn darker and medium brown to brunette. And we know with Marilyn's first wedding photos when she married Jane Doherty, I have to say that what really got to me was that her hair was dark in that black and white photo. So her hair had turned, but it was Max Factor who gave her the blonde that we recognize. And she was given that blonde color in our world famous makeup room for blondes only, where Max Factor did all of this work because of the invention of 3-strip Technicolor film. So there's a redheads only room where Lucille Ball got her signature red hair. There's a brunettes only room with all the great brunettes of the time. And as well, we have a brownettes only room. And I wish I could ask all of your viewers, oh my gosh, who knows what a brownette is? I certainly did not when I first came here, but I learned. Max Factor thought that brownettes were anyone who had medium brown hair or lighter. That was about 70% of brunettes.
Yeah. That's really, and you know, and as a guy who also enjoys makeup, it was really interesting going into the rooms and just, we took pictures just kind of as like a I don't know, like it's like a science experiment almost, and took pictures of ourselves with the lighting in the room because, you know, as you say, each room is for, you know, one hair color and one style only, and it's just, it is truly amazing the way the lights hit, the way the lights use the color, and everything just hits. It's I love that Max Factor had such a science with that, to just know how to make the different colors pop for different people. It's just so cool.
Well, you know, I appreciate you saying that because it truly is a science, even though there's a tremendous amount of artistic qualities involved in the creation of the different colors. But Max Factor really had a science with all of this. And I always giggle because the world famous makeup rooms are not named after colors of your complexion or skin tones. They're named after hair colors. The blondes only room, the brunettes only room, the brownettes only room, and the redheads only room. And so, I mean, I should just ask, and I think a lot of the listeners and viewers, I think they're going to think, oh yes, I do know that. I can relate to this. We have so many times friends that change their hair color, and it's a fabulous hair color, just not on them.
Right.
And you know, and that's because they did not use Max Factor's scientific method to figure out what hue of red should be used when you change your hair from dark brown to blonde, or from redhead to blonde or brunette, you know. And I think the proof in the pudding is when we had Jacqueline Smith come to the museum. She was obviously in Charlie's Angels, and she was actually one of the last actresses that had her makeover done in the 70s here in the brunettes only room. And we chatted about that, and she said, oh my goodness, what I went through and how they examined every feature on my face and the color of the hair and the color of the hue of my skin, and did I have enough pink in it, or was there too much blue, or was there too much yellow? And she said, I would have never thought about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and well, in between the hair and also makeup science, and how
we're talking about an individual, you know, Jacqueline Smith, who is fabulously gorgeous, a natural beauty to begin with.
Yeah.
X Factor, you know, he was very precise in all of his calculations.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It really is, you know, the more you dive into different things, whether it's acting or makeup or costumes and everything, the more you start picking the little details and you see all of these things. And I love that the Hollywood Museum has so much of that. You can,
and the history of it, the progression. That's what it
and
makes
the advertisements, the Max Factor advertisements, you know, talking about the innovations. I mean, all of that stuff was incredible.
Yeah.
It was so cool to see. We were there in February, so we got to see costumes from the Jefferson. Oh, go ahead and put the question back up on the screen. According to what I read, Max Factor purchased the building in 1928. Do you know what it was used for before Max Factor bought the building?
Yes, Max Factor bought it in 1928, a half a minute before the Depression and the crash 1929. But it was used as the Hollywood Fire and Safe building, and it's a solid poured-in-place concrete building. And a lot of the movie stars stored their valuables here, including, if you can imagine, their automobiles. It was, Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks. They had their 12-cylinder Duesenberg stored here while they would travel from the West Coast to the East Coast, because, in those days you couldn't do it in 6 hours. You had to take a train, and it took days. And if they were going to go overseas to Europe to, go to a movie premiere or do publicity, it was weeks on end. So they used this facility, many of the movie stars, to store their valuables.
Very cool.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's awesome.
And that made, oh, sorry.
I was saying, but that made Max Factor recognize this is a very safe building. It's a fireproof building because it's solid poured-in-place concrete with steel reinforcement. And so Max Factor thought this was great because in the beginning days, when he would mix color into his powder project, like, eyeshadow or rouge or powder, he actually used explosive charges to mix those colors. So he felt very safe and comfortable that the building would not catch on fire.
Slightly important for experiments like that. That's just, and
I have to say, I'm not sure if you knew or not, but we have this fabulous elevator that goes from floor to floor.
Yes.
And this elevator holds 12,000 pounds. And Max Factor used to put his trucks to be able to load up the finished product after the raw product was created, these fabulous makeup products. And he would then load up the trucks on floor by floor because the upper floors were once upon a time Max Factor's factory levels. And bring the truck back down to the ground floor, and they would take the truck out the back loading dock into the alley and either to downtown Los Angeles, to the department stores, or to the train station to be able to send the products all across the United States.
The bar on the elevator at Oscar Cinema.
And I have to just share with you, our publicist Harlan is here with me, and he just reminded me, he said, you're talking about the elevator, but talk about the bar. I don't know if you knew this or not, but Max Factor on opening night, which was in November of 1934 here at the museum, he was so excited. It was the night of elections, so election night. He put a bar on the elevator because in those days you had to vote, what shall I say, not being inebriated. So you had to vote sober. And so Max Factor made mention of the fact that, there would be a bar so people could have something to drink. And he invited 200 stars, and over 2,000 people showed up. And
that was actually going to be my question, because we read about the historic kind of events that happened at that building and like the number of stars that were there.
Yeah, well, I do remember seeing, I'm so glad you told that story because I do remember reading it. But, obviously hearing it from you is a lot better than hearing it from me.
But, it's fun because, I have to tell you, Max Factor, our elevator, it holds 12,000 pounds. So, he would load 40 people in the elevator. There was a bar in the corner of the elevator. They would slam the door shut, mix cocktails, and he would then open the elevator door on each of the upper levels. And while the guests are sipping cocktails, they're able to tour the factory levels and see the newest and greatest developments of how Max Factor manufactured his product, It's so interesting when you think about it.
That's perfect marketing.
Well, and I'm kind of laughing. The story is so great about having the bar in the elevator that when we do our Oscar viewing parties and our Emmy viewing parties here, everybody wants to have that bar in the elevator. I'd love to take credit for it, but I cannot. It was Max Factor who came up with this great idea.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Well, it's cool that you're carrying it on, though. That's amazing just in and of itself.
Well, can I tell you one more little bit of trivia, just because?
Oh, yes, please do, yes.
So in the lower level, where we have Hannibal Lecter's jail cell today, where Anthony Hopkins came and walked down the jail cell corridor himself and took a look at his cell where he resided for quite some time. during the filming of Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragons. You know, I have to share with you that once upon a time during Prohibition days, Max Factor had a speakeasy down there in our lower left. And his brother Jake the barber ran the speakeasy. It was a bowling alley and speakeasy.
Very cool.
That's cool. The vibes down there when you toured that area are
they were incredible. Okay, Kristen asks, do you have a favorite Jose Iturbi film appearance? Mine is Concerto for Index Finger from Two Girls and a Sailor.
I love it. I love it. You know, I have to share with you, I mean, I loved everything that my godfather did. He brought such dynamicism to it possible. I think it's Chopin's Revolutionary Etude, or maybe it's Rhapsody in Blue, or I don't know, Rachmaninoff Piano Concerto. I have too many favorites again, you know, but he was quite a musician, quite a pianist. You know, he was the first musician to sell 1 million copies of a record. And I think we'd all think it was probably Elvis Presley or the Beatles, but it was Iturbi in the late 40s playing Chopin's Military Polonaise for piano. And in those days, 1 million copies of one record, that was a lot. That truly was.
Huge.
And to, you know, to be able to remember this, he has his star on the Walk of Fame for that very reason.
That's cool. That is really cool. And Kristen, thank you for asking that question. Yeah. So we were there in February. So like I said, we got to see like the Jeffersons, and we got and I spent so much time just right there. And I know that
Jeffersons. Oh my goodness. Yes.
So sorry, say again.
It's great, the Jeffersons. And, you know, I have to tell you, Sherman Hemsley, I don't have it up on display, but I have his tuxedo that he wore personally for public appearances. It was his own tuxedo and his own platform shoes that had a 3-inch platform and a 6-inch heel, stacked heel. It was phenomenal.
I love it. That's fantastic.
Women have nothing to complain about that were with it, you know? Hey.
Yeah. That's what I do for my Superman boots. So I'm 6'4". So now I know that area. Oops, sorry, I moved my camera a little bit. I know that area kind of changes out. Is there? Are there? What is it? Just so folks know, kind of like coming attractions, kind of thing. What can you give us a tease of exhibits that either are just in or just about to come in for the museum?
Well, you know, that's so interesting we're chatting about this, because as I'm chatting with you, in the next room is the granddaughter of Roy Rogers and Dale Evans. And we are putting our heads together of how we're going to pay tribute to her grandparents, Roy Rogers and Dale Evans. So that will be coming in the next several months.
That's amazing. Awesome. I'm definitely, well, my father is a massive, I mean, I love it too, but my father's a massive fan. He watched as a kid, so I will definitely. How close are they going to be out there? Probably they're going to Colorado. After knowing that's there, they might kind of make the trek a little further out.
Keep going.
Just kind of keep it going. Let's see, what was the other question I was going to ask you? What would you say the hardest, the most difficult piece, or maybe a genre of pieces were to acquire for the museum?
Well, you know, it's always a combination. Sometimes things appear to be very easy to acquire. Oh my goodness, this dress or that suit or this artifact. And then when you get it, you realize how much restoration is needed before you can put it on display. And then how can you protect the fabric? How can you protect the leather? How can you protect, you know, the metal, whatever the artifact is made of? And to be able to do that in a safe way, because, you know, you want for your visitors to enjoy it. You want for them to be able to see it, but at the same time, you need to protect the artifact itself, the material that it's made of. Right now we have on display from Joseph of Hollywood all the fabulous costume jewelry, and I repeat costume jewelry because you would never know it to look at it. It's so beautiful. From Hollywood's golden era all the way through to today. And the greats like Joan Crawford and Betty Davis wore it, and then all of a sudden, Elizabeth Taylor and Marilyn Monroe wore it. And then in the 80s, stars wore it, and so on and so on until now. Ryan Murphy's Hollywood, the stars wore that, as well as Queen Charlotte from the Bridgerton story.
Oh, cool.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, you did have some stuff from
Yep.
the
I remember
show
that.
when we were there.
And it's really neat to see like some of the. I know we're out of time, but I just wanted to say it's really neat to see those things and know that they're kind of in circulation a bit now too. And we're collectors. We've got some things from like the Twilight Saga, like Screen Worn and some of that stuff. And so we're big nerds. So we feel you for sure. That's just amazing.
Come back visit us and see what we have from Star Trek, and
yes.
Amazing.
It's so amazing. Star Wars, Planet of the Apes. My goodness, all of them. There's something for everyone here at the Hollywood Museum in the historic Factor building. Yes.
I know
There
it
is.
took us a long time to go through it to really take the time. So there's so much.
Oh yeah. So okay, very last thing before where can folks find you online?
Oh, well, that's easy. We're at www.thehollywoodmuseum, and for Facebook and Instagram at Hollywood Museum.
Excellent. Very cool. Well, Donnell, thank you so much. This has been an absolute joy, and I'm just, even for no other thing than the opportunity to say how much we absolutely adored the Hollywood Museum, and we cannot wait to go back and see more. You do a wonderful job. It's gorgeous, and the time and the care that you put in everything cannot be overstated. It is amazing. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you do. You are literally, I'm a big historical preservation guy. You are absolutely preserving history, and thank you for taking the time and the energy to do that.
And I will also add that your price is so reasonable.
Yes.
Like, I was shocked that, it's so affordable to be able to just see so many iconic pieces of history. So thank you for making it accessible.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both so much, and we'll see you in Hollywood.
I love it.
We'll be back. Bye.
Bye. That's so cool. Everybody, Donnell is awesome, and the Hollywood Museum is amazing.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, I can't recommend it enough because it's so cool. We took a ton of pictures, which one of these years will get posted online somewhere. But they've got some replicas too. For instance, when we went, the costumes from the Adam West Batman series. But then you got to see they had the originals. So what they did is they had replicas made with the same types of material and all of this kind of stuff, and they treat it so that way it doesn't. So you can see what the costumes looked like back in the day.
Like the progression.
Yeah, well, you can see what the costumes look like back in the day because the materials that were used to make those don't age very well. They get used up a lot, and so you don't have that. It doesn't look like it did when it was on the show, and a lot of people are like, oh gosh, it's so worn looking. But then that gives them the opportunity to talk about what all goes into attempts at restoration, even just keeping it from deteriorating further. Preservation. They get to talk about that, and that way, so you get to see, because these are they are artifacts from the start of Hollywood all the way through, and so you get to see all of that, and again, all the Max Factor stuff is amazing. The autographs, the letters, the lobby cards, the props, the horror section that is in the bottom. It's truly amazing. And honestly, looking forward to talking with Donnell again and maybe doing an episode for Jackknife going out there as well.
That would be so cool.
That would be incredible.
I would love to ask more questions about the Maryland collection.
We could do like 10 out there because it was so cool.
Yeah.
And they do have things that are changing out. So yeah. So anyway, thank you again so much to Donnell at Hollywood Museum. And so hollywoodmuseum.com, be sure to check them out and donate in the link down below. Don't forget, every $10 that you donate, you will get entered into the drawing for the 3 awesome mystery boxes. Now, do we have any of the $50 plus?
I think we have a couple of those sets left, but they are going fast. So give more than $50. Don't, unless you really want to, don't click on the anonymous option because we want to be able to see you and contact you if you win a prize. And Jamie, you and I started this yesterday. Tell us what fandom in your donation note. We want to know what fandom you're coming from. We love to hear all of that. And Kristen, our fearless leader and producer, wanted me to include that we're at $735. That's almost exactly halfway to our goal. It's so exciting. I know we're going to get there. Yeah.
Yes.
Y'all did amazing. We had so many amazing guests and interviewers so far. And we have another amazing lineup tomorrow.
Yes, it's going to be a really good time. So everybody, we're going to be tuning in and checking it out. We're going to share the links. So donate, as Julia said. Tell us what fandom you're from, so that way everybody can kind of get a sense of where everybody else is hanging at. And hey, if it's multi-fandom, list them all. It's all good. And now for the $50, is that if they donate and then they donate again, do those, or is it a one-time like 50 in one chunk?
Good question, Kristen. Do we have an answer for this?
I mean, 50 in one chunk is easier. So if you folks are on the fence, it's easier to just to see the 50 plus and boom.
And I will say, I was looking on the website. The products are so nice. Okay, Kristen says 50 in one chunk. The products are so nice, and some of the scents are sold out. So I think it's going to be really cool if you can grab one of these sets while they're still there.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. So so
it's a great charity.
It is. Yeah. It really is. And so, we're looking forward to meeting that goal. And so we got the weekend. We got all kinds of cool stuff that's coming, and we're really excited for working with Otherworldly Fundraising, not just now, but in the future with Jack Life and all of the different things that we want to do. And so.
Thank you for letting me help.
Yeah,
it was fun.
Thank you both. Yeah, I think we're about to close down the stream, but make sure everybody, you come back at noon Eastern tomorrow, and we've got a whole nother lineup going.
Very cool. All right, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.